Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had system hacking quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. No! My baby. Izuku. My baby is on fire. Mei screamed. The sound of her feet scurrying back and forth across the cluttered lab in search of the fire extinguisher was almost enough to distract Izuku from his calculations. That was another tally for the chart. Hurry up and grab the never mind. I'll do it. He didn't bother look up from his work, nor did he even flinch at the small explosion and overwhelming wave of heat that followed, the amber flames liking at the edges of Mei's latest failed invention. He was used to this, both the explosions and Mei's theatrics. It's next to your desk, he reminded the pink-haired girl, where we always keep it. He didn't need to add that power loader had practically forced it to remain there due to how often she was blowing up the lab. Right, she called, running back to her desk. Moments later the lab was filled with the sharp hiss of foam dousing the flames. Well, he heard her sigh, that's that sorted. On to baby 823. Izuku could have sworn she was on number 824. Perhaps he miscounted somewhere? He chose not to ask. If he asked, she'd start an entire side conversation about naming conventions, and he didn't have time to get derailed. His equations were already starting to blur in front of his eyes. No, I missed one. This is 824, Mei corrected herself. Ah, so he was right. God, that would have been embarrassing, wouldn't it, Izuku? Mei continued talking out loud as if Izuku was offering her some kind of response. Something about fire hazards and why the fire alarm hadn't gone off. He wasn't really paying attention. After nearly 2 years in the same class, they'd gotten used to each other's mannerisms. She enjoyed the cadence of his mutterings whenever he was deep in thought, while he enjoyed her constant narration of ideas as they formed in her mind. Their classmates had learned long ago not to question it. Is everything all right in here? A new voice cut through the hum of the lab. All good in here, power loader, sir, Mei chirped, saluting with zero remorse for the wreckage she'd just created. Another one of your inventions gone wrong, handsome? Their homeroom teacher asked dryly, and Izuku decided that this was a good time to opt out of their conversation. He already knew what it was about Mei's latest attempt at a quirk erasing net. It was a solid idea in theory, a potential game-changer for pro heroes if it ever worked. But he was pretty sure Mei had effed up somewhere in her planning stages. This was her 27th attempt at making the contraption this month alone. At this point, he was starting to think she was more determined to brute force a miracle than actually refine the design. Not to mention that the only kind of quirk erasing that existed was in quirks like eraser heads. Even the big companies like Detonarat and Geartech hadn't cracked that one yet. If they couldn't figure it out with their billion-yen budgets and entire research teams, he was pretty sure Mei wasn't going to pull it off, even with all of Nedzu's funding. Besides, if they wanted to crack it, they would probably need to study the erasure-based quirks themselves, which would fall more into biotech and bioengineering. The kind of equipment and knowledge you needed for that was far beyond what UA could offer. And how's your project coming along, Midoriya? Izuku closed his eyes, inhaling a strained breath in an attempt to calm his irritation at having been interrupted once again. He kept reminding himself that he was just tired and there was absolutely no need for him to go off at his teacher for his harmless question. He really needed a nap. It's fine, Izuku said simply, dropping his pen into the center of his notebook. He'd finish it later. Too many distractions. Whoa, someone's in a bad mood, Mei teased, his eyes landing on the girl who was now draped over his workbench. Her arms came to rest on top of the half-finished support suit for a first year that he'd agreed to modify the day before. She tapped her fingers against the material in a familiar, plodding rhythm. Not sleep well? He shot her a flat look, the kind that said, you already know the answer to that. And she did. Mei had been in his dorm room until the crack of dawn, ranting about her final year project, something that wasn't even relevant yet given that they were still in their second year. Heck, they hadn't even been given the official project outline or criteria, but trust Mei to be one step ahead at all times. That was the last time he let her study with him for an English test the night before, which was the actual reason she'd come to him last night, to learn English. He was practically fluent, but still felt like he'd failed the test Mike had given them that morning. The voice hero was a pure SDST sometimes. Bummer, she pursed her lips, continuing to tap her fingers on his desk. He narrowed his eyes, leaning back in his chair as he watched the way she lingered, waiting for an opening. Tap, tap, tap. She wanted something. Tap, tap, tap. She always did this when she wanted something. Tap, tap. Can I ask a small favor? He arched an eyebrow. And by small, you mean? Can you look over my calculations? She asked almost shyly, the words sounding like they were painful to say. In her hands she now held out her notebook, her fingers tightened around the cover like it physically pained her to give it up and admit defeat. Mei was usually so confident in her work and was able to troubleshoot any and all issues herself. She rarely asked Izuku to double-check her work unless she was completely stuck. Which meant she was completely stuck. His eyes widened in surprise, but he was quick to school his features. Sure thing, he agreed, taking the notes from her. It'll take me a few days though, I still have to finish my work. Thank you so much. She practically jumped over his desk to force him into a hug, arms wrapping tightly around his neck. Get it back to me whenever you can. I owe you one. It's honestly fine, he chuckled, awkwardly raising a hand to pat her on the back in a subtle attempt to get her off of him. While he was used to Mei and her lack of understanding of personal space, he still wasn't entirely used to so much contact. Not at all, she denied, releasing the embrace to beam at him. I'll take you for smoothies this weekend, yeah? Izuku rolled his eyes, but his lips twitched at the corners. Fine, he muttered, but you're filling out the application. Even though all the students in dorms were permitted to leave campus whenever it suited them outside of school hours, they still had to fill out these long applications for their homeroom teacher to approve. Izuku hated doing it and found any and every reason to get Mei to fill it out for him. Mei didn't protest as she began to pull off her gloves and retied her jumpsuit around her waist. All right, food. Let's go. Izuku sighed, looking back down at the notebook of calculations he still needed to finish before he could continue his work that afternoon. You go ahead. I just need. Nope. Mei pulled his notebook away from him and grabbed the sleeve of his shirt, dragging him out his seat before he could argue. Come on, Izuku. If I have to shower daily, you have to eat lunch. Izuku didn't bother fighting it. He was used to this. Besides, she wasn't wrong, he had skipped breakfast. He hated eating first thing in the morning, it always made him feel queasy for the rest of the day. They made their way toward the cafeteria, weaving through the halls as students filtered out of their classrooms and crowded the corridors. Izuku always hated how busy it got, the first years all so eager to finally be at UA that they barged their way through, while the third years acted like they owned the place and shoved everyone aside. God, it was always a battle of egos at this school, wasn't it? They descended the stairs, Mei already on another one of her spiels about a new idea of hers, something about integrating kinetic energy absorption into impact-resistant hero gear. Izuku hummed absent-mindedly, half listening as they waited in line and bought their food from Lunch Rush. When Mei got into one of her long rants about a project, it was almost impossible to silence her. There also wasn't much point in him offering suggestions at this stage since she was jumping from one project to another so quickly that he was sure a single idea from him would lead to the creation of baby number 825 before the hour was up. He wasn't in any position to judge her workaholic nature, he was well aware of that, but perhaps she did need to slow down. Or maybe he just needed to not encourage how quickly she breezed through ideas. Either, or. They sat at their usual table, a few of their fellow classmates filling the other chairs as they ate. It wasn't until Mei stopped talking that Izuku realized she was actually waiting for a response. Well, sheet. Sorry, what? He blinked, looking up from his half-eaten lunch. Mei sighed, rolling her eyes fondly. I said, what do you think? You're better at the numbers, so I figured you'd have an idea if it's feasible. Izuku frowned, attempting to remember what he could about the project she was talking about. She'd mentioned it a few times before, her new ideas for impact-resistant gear, but he hadn't realized she'd already started working on it. He should have been paying better attention to her. It could work, but you'd have to factor in the delay time between absorption and output. He picked up his chopsticks, gesturing as he spoke. If the material takes too long to convert stored energy into usable force, then it's just glorified padding. Mei lit up. Ooh, you're right. Maybe if I had some. The new voice that approached them came from one of the third-year hero course students, a tall, dark-haired guy that Izuku only somewhat remembered from somewhere. It wasn't like Izuku really cared that much anyway, he kept his interactions with hero students to a minimum. Hey, Fujita. Mei greeted cheerfully, completely unfazed by the sudden new presence. What brings you to my humble corner of UA? Ah, so that was his name. Fujita. Izuku nodded to himself, logging it away for the next time he'd have to interact with the boy, before turning back to his food. He wasn't entirely in the mood to eat, he never was when he felt this exhausted. Usually he'd just down an energy drink, scran a bag of cookies and be on his way. But if that's what you want, he's the guy you want to talk to, Mei said, her foot colliding with Izuku's shin to get his attention. His eyes snapped up to hers, jaw clamping shut to keep from cursing her out. The F was that for? Izuku felt Fujita giving him a once-over, his expression unreadable. You're Midoriya, right? Izuku hesitated, unsure if he wanted to engage. He didn't bother with most hero course students if he didn't have to, and they didn't bother with him. That unspoken agreement had worked just fine so far. But Fujita's tone wasn't arrogant or demanding. It was neutral, almost cautious. He didn't have that usual swagger Izuku come to expect from the hero course, either. On top of that, he knew Izuku's name, which was a big step up from the renditions of that guy from the support course he was used to hearing. Yeah, Izuku finally answered before pointing his chopsticks across the table at his friend. Whatever she said. Mei landed another harsh kick to his shin, knocking the table this time from the force. He cruised from the pain and shot her another glare, but she just grinned at him like she hadn't just tried to fracture his leg. The third year shifted awkwardly, eyes dancing back and forth between Izuku and Mei as they conversed through glares, before clearing his throat. His expression looked vaguely uncomfortable, like he wasn't used to approaching support course students himself, and usually hero students didn't. Most of the time they just put in their requests, which would then be handed down the grapevine until they ended up with a support student, or occasionally got sent off to an external company. The only times they ever approached support students directly was when they wanted someone in particular to handle their upgrades, adjustments, or whatever else it was they needed fixed. Unfortunately for Izuku, he had become someone the other years wanted to approach, even more so after his internship the year prior with Gear Tech Industries, one of the top support gear companies in Japan. I was hoping you could help me with some mods before graduation. My gauntlets have been wearing down too fast during heavy combat, and I was thinking of integrating a... Izuku held up a hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. Do you have the blueprints with you? The boy blinked. No, but... Bring them next time, Izuku said flatly. I can't help you if I don't know the specs. If you want a consultation, we do that in the lab, not over lunch. He may not have been eating, but this was still his personal time. Izuku felt Mei's glare narrow on him and he knew better than to anger her further. If he didn't help Fujita, she was likely to give him a lecture that he truly wasn't in the mood for. The hero student frowned slightly, clearly not used to being dismissed so quickly, but after a beat, he nodded. All right, I'll get them. I'm free before school tomorrow, bring them by the lab and I'll have a look, Izuku conceded, pushing his tray away from himself. He wasn't in the mood. Okay, great. Thanks. With that, Fujita disappeared back to his friends, leaving Izuku to glare at Mei. She didn't seem to care, still grinning back at him. See? You're getting popular, Zuku. Izuku groaned, rubbing his temples. Don't start. I'm serious. Word's getting out, she teased. Maybe you'll start getting external commissions too. I already have enough work, he muttered. Mei just laughed. Come on, you love it. Now hurry up and eat before you pass out on me again, genius. Lunch went by pretty quickly after that, their afternoon being spent in the support lab, as per usual. Meina had decided to join Mei in annoying Izuku as he modified the first year's gear, adding a few personal touches that he knew would help in the long run. He already had to throw out the students' list of suggestions that were, in his humble opinion, completely useless. This thing already has reinforced joints, Izuku muttered, adjusting the wiring inside the leg guard. Adding an external shock absorber on top of that will just slow them down. Am I building a tank here, or what? Meina, leaning casually against his work table with her arms crossed, shrugged at him. Not if they compensate for the weight. If they're a good fighter, they'll adjust. Izuku shot her an unimpressed look. And if they were a good hero, they wouldn't need this much reinforcement in the first place. Mei snorted from where she was preparing to weld a new support frame together. He's got a point. This student had specifically requested extra reinforcements for their suit, though conveniently forgot to mention that it was already decked out with top-of-the-range shock absorption and carbon fiber plating. Izuku had spent half the morning staring at the blueprints wondering if they were trying to survive villain attacks or launch themselves into orbit. Yeah, Meina grumbled, rolling her eyes. This is for a first year, remember? They probably don't have a handle on their quirk yet. Mei and Izuku exchanged a glance, an entire conversation passing between them in mere seconds, before turning in perfect sync to fix Meina with identical looks of unimpressed judgment. It was the kind of deadpan stare that had gotten them sent to detention more than once. Apparently, it made people feel incredibly stupid and judged. Yeah, like that wasn't the whole point of the look. Meina groaned. I hate you too sometimes. Mei beamed at her before flicking down her mask and starting to weld her project. Izuku merely rolled his eyes, waving the screwdriver in his hand as he spoke. Well, if you think the first years are going to magically learn to handle their quirks just because they've got a fancy set of armor, you're deluded. They're learning. I'm sure they won't need this kind of support when they go into their second year, she defended. And undo all his hard work in their next suit upgrade? How bothersome. I still don't think reinforcing every single joint is going to make them better heroes. Izuku leant back, holding up the leg guard like it was some kind of artifact from a bygone era. They should be focusing on their quirk control and working on that. Armor's secondary. Mei snorted, flicking up her welding helmet so that they could hear her. God, you sound like a purist. I'm just saying, Izuku shrugged, gear is supposed to complement your abilities, not replace them. At some point, they'll need to learn to actually use their quirks, and not just rely on some crutch of extra padding to stop them from hurting themselves. Quirks can be damaging to the body too, you know. Meina laughed, clearly not as concerned with the whole quirk gear debate as Izuku was. To her, it was all about business. She'd made it clear from the day they first met that she was mostly interested in the money that came out of working with support gear. Let them rely on whatever they want, man. More gear for them means more commissions for us. You should copyright that as a slogan, Mei remarked as she returned to her work. Izuku rolled his eyes, tossing the leg guard onto the table with a clatter. Yeah, great. Heroes completely dependent on their gear. What could go wrong? So cynical, Meina shook her head. I thought you loved heroes. I do, Izuku confirmed. The shelf in his dorm was stacked with figurines, and his notebooks were filled with analysis on his favorite heroes and their quirks, strengths, weaknesses, their applications, their costume, support gear, team skills, the whole shebang. But just because he loved heroes, that didn't mean he wasn't critical of them. Oh, he's a total fanboy, Mei agreed, putting her work on pause, yet again, just to comment. Izuku waited for her to remove her helmet before launching a pen at her head. Like you don't curl up next to a 13 plush every night, he scoffed. Have you seen her gear? A star-struck look overcame Mei's face, eyes practically shimmering. It's marvelous. What I wouldn't give to get my hands on some of her team's tech. I thought you preferred Ingenium, or who's that hero with the nunchucks from Europe? Meina asked, clicking her fingers like the name was on the tip of her tongue. You know, the one who has those like bright green glasses things. Velocity Viper, Izuku supplied. Yes. Velocity Viper. Oh, she's cool too, Mei agreed, deciding to roll her chair over to Izuku's bench since a conversation about gear was way more interesting than building a basic support frame. She adjusted her goggles around her neck, wiping the sweat from her brow. Did you see the new magnetic nunchuck mod she unveiled last month? Absolute genius. A self-returning mechanism with kinetic charge stores in the handles? I need to reverse engineer that. Izuku chuckled, though would be lying if he said he didn't have half-sketched blueprints of his own version of the design in his dorm. I'm pretty sure you'd need like 3 different patents and a death wish to even try, he remarked. Well, she did have the death wish part down. Details, Mei said breezily, waving her hand. Meina pursed her lips in thought, moving her weight onto a single hip. Maybe we should just quit UA now and become tech pirates or something. Set up our own black market workshop. Sure, Izuku said dryly, reaching for the wrench sat across from him. I'll pencil it in right after our ethics exam Thursday morning. Oh wait, I've got a mental breakdown plan for 5. Would Friday work? Meina shook her head at his sarcasm, while Mei snorted so hard she nearly dropped his notebook that she had taken upon herself to have a peruse. Yeah, that's fine. It wasn't like he was using it or anything. His pink-haired friend scoffed. Please, Midoriya. You're already halfway there. Gee, thanks, he rolled his eyes, hands moving automatically as he spoke, tightening screws, recalibrating shock dampeners, reinforcing frames without even needing to think about it too hard. If he was honest, he didn't actually mind working on the first year's gear, even if he had groaned and ummed about it to Mei for a little over an hour the night before. Contrary to popular belief, and his less than enthusiastic attitude, he did actually like the support course. Tinkering with gear, solving problems, crafting designs that others relied on, it was as simple to him as breathing. He'd always been good at this kind of thing, even as a kid, fixing broken toys, pulling apart gadgets and gizmos just to see all the parts and test whether he could put them back together again. It was like solving puzzles, which was ironic considering he couldn't stand actual puzzles. He didn't have the patience for them. Wait, we don't actually have an ethics test Thursday, do we? Meina asked, a worried look befalling her face. Izuku hid his laugh in his sleeve as Mei answered, no. Boy genius over here is just being a sarcastic but again. Who would I be if not myself? He turned to her with a grin and that same pencil he had chucked at her was now being launched at his head. He muttered a curse as he began rubbing the spot where it had hit him. It was going to leave a mark for sure. All right. Power Loader's voice suddenly cut through the room, their conversation dying on their lips as Izuku, along with the rest of Class 2H, turned their attention to the front. Since when was he here? Izuku hadn't even noticed him come in. I know you're all busy with your projects and commissions at the moment, he began, and Izuku got a sinking feeling in his gut. He had a feeling he knew where this was going and he already hated it. But it's that time of year again. The UA Sports Festival is just around the corner. Of course it was. A collective groan echoed around the workshop, bouncing off the newly reinforced concrete walls, a feature that had only been installed after one particular incident the year prior. Izuku had been testing a prototype out and accidentally launched himself through one of the walls into a business course classroom and ended up embedded headfirst in the teacher's desk. He was like dart in a dartboard, arms pinned at his sides and legs hanging out the back. It didn't help that Mei had shouted "bullseye" right before he passed out. To this day, people still thought it was Mei's invention that had exploded, and Izuku was a little smug that no one had ever corrected them. Regardless, after that disaster, and after Principal Nedzu had stopped laughing, it was deemed safer for everyone to convert this corridor into support course classrooms only, and reinforce the walls. Power Loader chuckled from where he stood at the front, completely unbothered by his class outcry. Yeah, I know. You're not the hero course. You're not exactly itching to get tackled into the dirt by people with super strength. Trust me, I get it. He placed a hand on his chest almost as though he was sympathizing with the complaints being voiced. Izuku knew better than to believe him. Power Loader was still a pro hero after all, and his quirk literally specialized in being in the dirt. But Principal Nedzu and I had a chat. Oh, actually off did they? And we agreed that if you're being asked to compete, you deserve a fair shot at showing off what you can do. Izuku narrowed his eyes. There was a beat of silence. He did not like where this was going. Which is why, Power Loader continued, an almost wicked grin stretching across his face beneath his mask. Izuku really didn't like where this was going. We've arranged extra training sessions for you all. 3 times a week until the festival. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoon. Izuku's mouth fell open. Were they having him on? Plus a few minor adjustments to your regular PE lessons to help you work on your fitness. No, Power Loader was definitely having him on. This had to be a joke. The only reason Izuku even bothered showing up to their regular PE lessons was to avoid failing. Besides, Mr. Kubota didn't even care if they participated or not, as long as they weren't a liability. Half the class visibly sagged as if their spines had all simultaneously been yanked out, Predator style. The other, more psychotic half all seemed actually excited by this idea. The nutters. This has to be illegal, Mei stated, looking just as outraged as Izuku felt. But I have so much work to do, Mei protested, dramatically throwing her hands in the air, then immediately perking up again. But if there are investors watching, I need to get to the later rounds to show off my babies like last year. Yes. Let's do this. Ooh, this will be fun. Izuku's glare turned from Power Loader to Mei like a laser sight. Great, now she was going to force him to participate too. He knew exactly who to blame when he ended up face down in the dirt day in and day out. You'll thank me later, Power Loader said cheerfully, completely ignoring the growing chatter and complaints breaking out across the room. We've got a few other teachers lending a hand too. Pros with experienced training support teams, some gear specialists, and even a few hero course veterans. Think of it as a chance to level up, like in your video games. Izuku groaned, his excitement at the prospect of meeting new pro heroes crushed under the weight of 3 extra hours of physical exertion per week. And that was if these sessions were only an hour long. I'd rather level up my heart rate straight into cardiac arrest, he muttered. Mei snickered from her spot across his desk. Cheer up, Zuku. Maybe you'll trip and knock yourself out. Don't give me hope. Or ideas. And before anyone thinks about skipping, Power Loader's voice was sharp as he scanned the room, eyes lingering suspiciously long on Izuku. Attendance is mandatory. There were several louder groans at that. Why is he looking at me? Izuku threw his arms out almost dramatically, wrench clanging back onto his desk. He slumped into his chair with a frown, acting as though he wasn't just planning 101 ways to get out of the entire thing. Faking cardiac arrest was number 14. I mean. Mei turned to him like it was obvious. Cardiac arrest was now number 7. Gear is important, no doubt about it, Power Loader continued from the front, everyone quietening down once more, but if you can't keep up with the people you're designing for, you're not going to understand what they need in the field. Your future engineers and innovators being able to think on your feet, adapt under pressure, and hold your own physically is just as important as what you build. Izuku sank lower into his chair, dragging his hands down his face in pure despair. He could already feel the stress migraine building behind his eyes. This was going to SCK. And on that note, Power Loader somehow sounded even more cheerful than before. Our first session starts tomorrow. So make sure you bring your gym kit. And before anyone even thinks about it, not having your kit isn't an excuse. I'll have spares, and I'll let you know now that they aren't washed. Several students grimaced at that, probably disappointed that their no kit excuse would no longer work. Forgetting your kit was so overdone. If they wanted to make it work, they should say it was destroyed by one of Mei's inventions or something. At least that would be realistic. Plus, Izuku knew it worked since he'd used that excuse for almost 2 months straight before Nezu had caught him. Attendance will be taken, Power Loader continued mercilessly. Participation will be noted. And if you don't show up, you'll be making up the sessions. Oh, so they were covering all of their bases. And trust me, you don't want to see my idea of remedial training. Izuku exchanged a desperate look with Mei, who just gave him a helpless shrug and a grin like she was already resigned to their fate. Given her prior enthusiasm, he wasn't surprised. Good talk. Power Loader clapped his hands together, the sharp sound making a few students flinch. Now, back to work. I'll be here if you have any questions or need any help. As soon as he dismissed them, the room exploded into chatter. Complaints, groans, and frantic muttering filled the air like smoke. Izuku didn't move from his chair. He just let his forehead thunk down against his worktable with a dull thud. Tomorrow, he mumbled into the metal surface. They're really making us start tomorrow. That was nowhere near enough time for him to mentally prepare for such bullshit. Bright side, Mei chirped as she slid her face down to be in line with his on the desk, grinning wide enough that Izuku briefly debated throwing a screwdriver at her. If you pass out during the warm-up again, they'll have to let you sit out. She always had to bring that up, didn't she? It was one time. You're not helping. He frowned, banging his forehead against the desk one more time in hopes that it would wake him up from whatever nightmare this sheet show was. Helping is for people with hope, Mei said sagely, sitting back up. I'm telling you, Meina began, returning to Izuku's bench with one of her circuit boards balanced precariously on her palm. If they bring in Cementos, I'm out. I'm not doing obstacle courses where the walls punch back. Could be worse, Mei said, still far too enthusiastic about all this. Midnight might be helping. You remember last year's flexibility drills? Meina grimaced like she was reliving it. I still don't understand how she was physically able to get her leg there. Don't remind me. Izuku shuddered as he sat up to continue his work, reaching for his pliers. He'd managed to wiggle out of the second half of Midnight's flexibility class by claiming an old knee injury was acting up and that he was seriously struggling. He remembered saying something about being embarrassed that the class would have to see him mess up her stretches, or that he was insecure about it, or something like that. He couldn't remember exactly what he had said anymore since it had been so long, but it technically wasn't a total lie since he had slammed his knee into a gear rack. He just didn't mention that he'd done it the day before. On purpose. Just in case. Thankfully, Midnight had taken pity on him and let him sit out the rest of the session. She'd apparently told the class that he was going to observe under the excuse of medical caution. If she helped on any of the days, he would be sure to use the same injury to his advantage. Someone across the room, was his name Kuronuma? Maybe Kuroda? Izuku couldn't remember, groaned loudly. If Vlad King shows up, I'm transferring schools. Come on, Mei laughed, picking up her gloves again to get back to work. He's not that bad. The guy looks like he bench presses a bus for fun. The same kid exclaimed. You call that not that bad? He air quoted. At least he's better than ectoplasm, another student piped up. Remember when he covered for Mr. Kubota last year and ran that stealth course? Teleported behind you every time you messed up. Nothing personal, kid, Meina deadpanned in a terrible impression of ectoplasm's monotone voice, amusing a few of their classmates. Izuku smirked faintly, tightening the last screw on the brace he was working on. He could probably get this first year's suit done in the next hour, assuming his friends stopped distracting him. Which was unlikely. You're all assuming it's going to be normal training, Izuku said with a frown. Nezu's involved. It's going to be weird. Izuku was all too familiar with their principal's methods. He'd spent enough time trapped in the rodent's office to know his routines inside and out. He was sure they'd be on first-name basis soon. Assuming Nezu even had a first name. Nezu always makes it weird, Mei agreed, having heard enough about him from Izuku. I heard a rumor. Meina's voice was now a whisper as she dropped her circuit board onto Izuku's cluttered bench, ignoring his half-hearted attempt to shove it off, that a few years ago, Principal Nezu had the hero course students fight wild animals for their final exam. Like, not even trained ones. Wait, what? Izuku turned, eyes wide as he stopped his work for a moment to give her his full attention. That didn't sound right. Principal Nezu almost definitely had a few screws loose, but he wouldn't endanger animals like that. Meina shrugged. Yeah, apparently they had to fight like a bear, and a wild boar, and a pack of wolves. Someone said Nedzu thought it would be a good test of how well they handled stress, and apparently the bore was the most difficult one. Mei's eyes were wide, mouth gaped. That sounds crazy. That sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen, Izuku muttered, adding, ask Nedzu about illegal wildlife battles to his list of things to do. It wouldn't be long before he ended up back in the rodent's office anyway, so he wouldn't have to wait long before he got to tick that one off. Do you guys think Eraserhead's gonna be helping? Meina asked after a moment of thought, her voice carrying a faint note of dread as she twirled one of Izuku's half-finished gadgets between her fingers. Izuku spared her a look, initially because he was worried she was about to break his stuff, but then he noticed the furrow in her brows. She was nervous. Was she scared of Eraserhead or something? Maybe, Mei shrugged without looking up from her welding. He is one of the hero course teachers, and I think he graduated from here too. Why? 'Cause if he does, I'm screwed, she practically whined, tossing Izuku's gadget back towards his desk. He caught it before it could clatter to the floor, scowling as he put it away in one of his drawers. It was just a prototype shock stabilizer and likely wouldn't have broken, but still. He's totally going to expel me. He's not going to expel you, Mei assured, waving her off like it was a stupid idea. He only expels the hero kids. We're in support. I was the one who accidentally set his capture weapon on fire last year, Meina deadpanned. That got their attention, both of them recounting the incident that occurred near the end of their first year. It had caused such a scandal at the time that even the current first years knew about it. Mei paused, lifting her welding mask just enough to look Meina dead in the eye. Oh, no, you're absolutely getting expelled. Mei. Meina whined again, dragging out her name like a petulant child. Izuku gave the brunette a slow, unimpressed blink. Accidentally, he repeated, voice dry as sandpaper. It was an accident. Meina insisted, throwing her hands up defensively. I didn't mean for the stabilizer to explode. You set his scarf on fire during an assembly, Izuku reminded her. It was barely a fire. He stomped it out in like 2 seconds. She argued, like that somehow made it better. It was still on fire, Mei sing-songed, mask now shoved fully up so she could watch Meina suffer properly. Izuku nodded in agreement. The brunette scowled at both of them. It wasn't my fault. I forgot the stabilizer was in my pocket from labs and look, I just figured I'd tweak the wiring a little during Nedzu's speech. I didn't think it'd spark like that. Wait, Izuku shook his head, attempting to understand what had actually happened. Hang on. So you found a stabilizer in your pocket, and decided to fix its wiring. During assembly. In the dark. While Mr. I didn't know he was walking past. She interrupted. I thought I could do it quietly. But you short-circuited it. Izuku furrowed his brows. That was the only plausible explanation as to why it had sparked and exploded the way it did. And it sparked right onto Eraserhead's scarf, Mei added, both of them puzzling the pieces together. Plus it smelt like burnt polyester for the entire assembly. Izuku scrunched his nose up at the memory. And you set off the fire suppression system, Mei added once again. It was almost like the duo were reading off a list of crimes. Okay. I get it. Meina snapped, folding her arms stubbornly across her chest. Bad idea. Lesson learned. You don't have to go on. You're the one who brought it up, Izuku mumbled under his breath as he flipped around the almost finished costume, holding it up by the shoulders to assess. He pursed his lips in thought. No. This wasn't right. This is missing something. He flipped it again, the front now facing the other way. Mei. Without even glancing over, Mei answered, secondary support struts. Thank you. He dropped the costume back onto the bench before weaving through the cluttered workshop toward the bins lining the back wall. He sifted through them, fishing out a small frame piece and tossing it between his hands as he scanned the drawers for the right box of screws. He should really just start keeping a junk drawer at his station. Walking across the lab every time he needed a different size screw was getting old fast. I doubt it'll even be that bad, Meina sounded rather optimistic when he returned to his bench. The brunette now sat in his chair and spinning lazily back and forth. It's probably just some obstacle courses and basic fight training, or sparring or something. No, please, take a seat. Meina flashed him a grin before turning back to Mei to continue their debate on what the next few weeks would look like. He resigned to standing, walking to the other side of his bench so that he had space to work. Aren't you guys overthinking this? He eventually asked, having had enough of all the outrageous ideas they were coming up with. It had somehow become a debate between a tank of robotic sharks with lasers on their heads, and nail bombs. Somehow, the sharks with lasers was the tame idea. You're underthinking it, Meina disagreed, deadly serious. She pointed a finger at him. All it takes is one mechanical shark and we're all screwed. Why is it always a mechanical shark? Izuku shot her a look. She had some kind of obsession with them. At this point, he was surprised she hadn't tried to make them herself. You know that's not a normal fixation, right? Maybe they should get the school to have her checked. I'm telling you Izuku, you don't prepare for mechanical sharks. Mina's voice dropped to an ominous whisper, while Izuku's eyes widened in pure confusion. You survive them. Izuku opened his mouth, closed it again, then decided there simply weren't enough hours in the day to unpack whatever the hell that meant. Before he could even figure out what on earth he was supposed to say to that, Mei spoke up instead. Aren't you even a little nervous, Izuku? You don't exactly work out, no offense. Izuku barely looked up. None taken. I fully plan on faking my own death before the training starts. And yet, a heavy hand slapped down on his shoulder, causing him to jump nearly 3 feet in the air. You're still showing up to training with the rest of us. Power loader. Izuku's hand came up to grip his shirt, feeling how fast his heart was racing in his chest. Fing hell. He almost went into real cardiac arrest. He took a deep breath, attempting to get his soul to return to his body. The pro didn't have to scare the bejesus out of him. Fing hell. That had to be some kind of child endangerment or something? I don't know what excuse you're cooking up in that overclocked brain of yours, Midoriya, but it's not gonna work. Everyone's expected to show up, and that includes you. Even if you fake your death. Would you believe me if I said I had sudden onset gym-induced paralysis? No. An existential crisis triggered by the concept of competitive sports? No. A tragic debilitating allergy to group exercise? Still, no. What about an acute form of post-traumatic stress? I did take a metal bar to the face once. Power loader laughed. Nice try. Izuku decided on one more Hail Mary. What if I promised to speak with Hound Dog about it? Hound Dog would probably make you run extra laps for the audacity. Izuku let his head fall backward. Sheet. Mei snickered. 2 o'clock tomorrow. Gym Beta. Be there, Power Loader said, pointing a warning finger at him. Or I drag you there myself. Izuku had to accept defeat. Fine. He'd just get out of the ones being run the following week instead. He could struggle through the first session. It would probably be the easiest one anyway. He could do that. Maybe. Good, Power Loader smiled, satisfied. And Midoriya? If you are going to speak with Hound Dog, perhaps instead of PTSD from a metal pole, you could try tackle the actual issues. Izuku blinked, caught off guard. He opened his mouth to ask what the hell he meant by that when a loud crash echoed across the workshop, followed by frantic yelling. Power Loader was gone quickly, rushing off to help whoever had managed to cause such carnage. Looks like you're not getting out of this one, Midoriya, Mina teased, spinning his chair in a full circle. If she messed with his chair settings, he was going to snap her circuit board in half. Actual issues? Izuku parroted what his homeroom teacher had just said, ignoring Mina. What does that even mean? What doesn't it mean? Mei teased, earning herself a pointed glare. What? You avoid all your problems. I don't avoid my problems, Izuku denied. Aha, sure, Mei nodded. Whatever you say, Izuku. I won't look through your calculations if you're gonna be in, but, he half threatened. Her eyes widened and she clutched at her chest in mock horror. No, please, not the calculations. She gasped dramatically, sarcasm dripping off of every word. Izuku chuckled despite himself. They both knew he was going to look through her work regardless of how much of an, but she was. Right, get out my chair, Mina. Izuku snapped his fingers, pointing upwards for emphasis. I want to get this done before the end of the day. With a loud sigh, Mina jumped out of his seat and took her work back to her own bench. He got to work on adding the secondary support struts to the shoulders of the costume to help distribute the force of any heavy hits, but it was delicate work. He had to make sure the struts didn't add too much weight or restrict movement, while ensuring they were strong enough to actually do their job. He carefully threaded a wire through the socket of the support, his brow furrowing in concentration. His hands were quick but precise, moving in a rhythmic dance as he worked. The hours flew by faster than Izuku expected and, for the first time in a long time, there was only one explosion. To top it off, it wasn't even Mei's fault, something she proudly celebrated once the flames had been doused. She'd given Izuku a fist bump and sauntered her way over to the workshop wall where a homemade tally chart hung proudly between 2 fire extinguishers. Grinning, she'd added a fresh tally under the explosions, not Mei, column, directly beside the much more crowded explosions, Mei, column, and the one labeled Izuku did it. The last time Izuku had been forced to add a tally to his column had been about 2 weeks prior. He'd been testing some custom-made spring-loaded grappling hook one of the third years had brought him. They'd practically begged Izuku to modify it for them so that it better suited their mobility-based quirk. In hindsight, he really should have checked the build quality before agreeing, since whoever made the thing had done a pretty shoddy job. Loose wiring, stress fractures in the launch mechanism, terrible weight distribution. It was a disaster waiting to happen. He was surprised it hadn't exploded sooner. Sure enough, the DMED thing misfired and the hook was sent flying into a nearby stack of electronics, the same electronics May swore she was just about to put away, and caused a domino effect that nearly decimated Izuku's entire workbench. In his defense, he hadn't designed the DMED thing. He was just the poor idiot who'd agreed to improve it. Besides, was it even considered a proper field test if something didn't blow up at least once? Power Loader had a few choice words to say about the situation, some of which were spent arguing that a field test was supposed to be conducted in a field and not a lab, but like tomato. Izuku smiled at the memory as he tightened the last screw of the first year's gear. Right, he slumped back into his seat, removing his gloves and slapping them down on the counter. That's that done, he announced, standing up and stretching his sore back. Which means I'm done for the day. That suit had taken him far longer than he expected. It was almost embarrassing that he had needed to spend so long on some simple upgrades. He was getting rusty. Meina made a noise of disbelief. Izuku Midoriya, leaving the lab before midnight? Is the world ending? I wish, he muttered, running a hand through his unruly curls. When was the last time he actually washed his hair? He'd make sure to have a shower at some point before tomorrow. I'm almost done, May called as she continued to use her soldering iron. Izuku tidied away his bench as he waited for her to finish up, and soon the two were making their way back to their dorm, the sky darkening overhead as the campus street lamps flickered on above them. DMN, he hadn't even realized how late it was. It was a peaceful walk, the kind Izuku rarely got to enjoy since he was usually rushing around campus. The breeze was cool against his skin, tugging at his loose curls. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, head tilting toward the sky as he released a soft sigh. They passed a few other students milling about, as well as a couple hero course kids going on their nightly run. Izuku cringed at the mere thought of such a thing. He wouldn't be caught dead running for fun. Heck, he doubted he'd even do it if he was being chased. At that point, he'd be willing to cut his losses and accept defeat. So, May began suddenly, clicking her tongue a few times as though debating what to say. Did you know Meina was the one who set Eraserhead's scarf on fire last year? Oh my god, no. Izuku gasped, whipping his head around to face her so fast he nearly threw himself off balance. I was told it was that kid in 3A with the firework quirk. No, 'cause same, May agreed, sounding just as scandalized. I can't believe she didn't tell us sooner. I can't believe she thought messing with a stabilizer during assembly was a good idea, Izuku remarked, voice full of disbelief. May snorted, rolling her eyes at his statement. It's like she had to pick the most inconvenient time to mess with it. I can't believe she didn't get in more trouble though. He probably just gave her one of his deadpan looks, Izuku said, mimicking a flat, unimpressed expression. May laughed, smacking him on the arm. I can totally picture that. He'd just look at you with that blank stare, like I've seen war crimes, and this ranks below that. May agreed, mimicking the Class 2A homeroom teacher's voice. Oh, was that supposed to be Eraserhead, was it? Izuku laughed. May grinned mischievously. Course it was. It's all in the eyes, Zuku. He's got that, I'm not mad, just disappointed, look down to an art. Izuku put on his best deadpan face, narrowing his eyes and crossing his arms like they'd seen the Erasure hero do numerous times in the corridors. Goor, you kids never learn. Why do you have a gizmo in your pocket during a formal assembly? A gizmo? May cackled, clutching her stomach. Oh, he would definitely call it a gizmo. Still, it's not as bad as that time Nedzu brought in that guest speaker and Tetsuo dropped a whole prototype drone on his foot. Oh, I remember that. She gasped, clapping her hands together as she recounted the memory. It was right after Power Loader gave that whole speech on workplace safety and sheet, and then BAM. Down comes the death frisbee. It wasn't even aerodynamic, Izuku commented, shaking his head. You can't cram a propulsion engine into a housing meant for stabilizer testing. It throws off the entire center of gravity, which is probably why it fell so easily, and… God, you're such a nerd sometimes, May interrupted. We're in support, he stated like it was obvious, being nerds is basically our brand. Speak for yourself, May scoffed. I'm a cool nerd. You tried to solder a sandwich last week. It was an experiment, she protested, cheeks puffing out in mock indignation. I wanted to see if I could heat the cheese evenly without a microwave. Science demands sacrifices. It set on fire. And I learned something, she said brightly. Namely, don't solder sandwiches. Wait, did you just say you heat your sandwiches up in the microwave? He halted in his steps, head turning to stare at her with a look of pure criticism. Well, how else am I supposed to melt the cheese, she reasoned. Are you FING deranged? She scoffed. Coming from the guy who doesn't melt the cheese on his sandwiches. He honestly had no idea how to even begin formulating a response to that. Wait, I just remembered, she said as they turned the corner, almost bumping into a group of first-years loitering around one of the benches. Did you ever end up finishing that smoke dispersion rig thing that you were making? She gestured her hands in front of her, as though she was trying to show him what she meant. You know, the one you were testing with the chemical canisters from that failed riot control module? Izuku blinked, thrown by the sudden shift in conversation. Kinda? I got it to work, but I haven't gone back to optimize it or calibrate the output properly or anything, he waved a dismissive hand. It sat in one of my drawers acting as a divider right now. Which was true. After he'd made it on a whim a few weeks prior, he didn't actually know what to do with it, so settled for using it to separate his drills from his drill bits. He hadn't had a reason, nor the motivation, to keep refining it. Why? He asked. Mei shrugged one shoulder like it wasn't a big deal, but Izuku had known her long enough to know that nothing was ever casual when it came to her and tech. I was thinking of repurposing the dispersal valve. Yours don't choke like mine do when the pressure builds, and I've got a new project that needs a stable smoke release, she spoke quickly, words blurring together as she clasped her hands together over her chest like a prayer. I swear I won't gut the whole thing. He narrowed his eyes at her, unimpressed, but she did have a point. When it came to dispersal systems and pressurized rigs, he was better at building them than her. That kind of precision work had basically been drilled into him at GearTech during his internship the year prior. He could practically do it in his sleep. The smoke dispersion rig she was eyeing hadn't been his best project, but its valve system was one of his cleaner builds. It was efficient, responsive, and calibrated down to the millisecond, which meant no lag during release. Of course she'd want it. And since he'd already considered stripping it for parts, it made sense that he donate it to her project. It wouldn't exactly be a loss. Still, the petty part of him liked the idea of making her suffer through making her own one. Then again, that would almost definitely result in another gas leak, and even with the upgraded air filtration system Nedzu had installed after the last time, it would delay everyone's work for days. He hummed, pretending to slide his chin in thought. By repurposing, do you mean like the time you borrowed my prototype impact dampening bracer plates and melted their polymer casing with a heat gun in an attempt to get them to fuse to your hover boots? He air-quoted since the boots had done nothing more than spark and melt into two lumps that were now permanent features at the side of the lab. That was months ago, she shot back. And I left you a note when I borrowed them. Yeah, a post-it you signed with the words, thanks, May, and a heart. Exactly. Gratitude and love. He snorted, shaking his head, but there was no real heat in it. Fine. You can have it. Yes. She cheered, jumping up and down with excitement. Thank you so much, Zuku. You're a legend. But, he interrupted her celebration, her scope lens eyes gleaming like twin searchlights as she waited for him to continue. If it explodes, I'm not getting in sheet with power loader, and I'm writing, I told you so, on your gravestone. She cackled, delighted, not even caring one bit about her insinuated death. Oh, don't act like we aren't going to have side-by-side cremation plots when we go. We're in this for life, baby. Izuku laughed, faking a gasp. How could I forget the plan for our matching tombstones? Exactly, she beamed. You know, she added, voice a bit softer now, I'm not just stealing your stuff for fun. Your dispersal system is smart. Like, stupid smart. You could patent that if you wanted to. Probably sell it to half the hero course if you gave it a flashy name, probably some pros too. Izuku didn't respond immediately. He kept his eyes on the path ahead, shoulders tensing slightly. Maybe, he said after a moment, voice quieter. Or maybe it just ends up in another drawer like everything else. May didn't push. She just bumped his arm again and grinned like she always did. Well, in the meantime, I'll give it a good home. Smoke babies coming soon. Izuku raised an eyebrow at her utterly sincere, and borderline manic, enthusiasm for poisonous gas clouds. You've got issues, May. Pot. Kettle. Black. Izuku frowned. What's that supposed to mean? But power loader, I'd rather die than run around 3 times a week. Oh, woe is me. May mocked in her best Izuku impression, throwing the back of her hand to her forehead like a fainting maiden. Izuku frowned. Is that supposed to be me? Is that supposed to be me? She did it again. Real funny, May. Izuku rolled his eyes as they turned up the street leading to their building. Izuku dragged his feet at the thought of the training they were going to have to do the next day. I still think it's a colossal waste of time, he muttered. May sighed dramatically, tossing her bag onto one of the benches lining the street. Izuku stopped, turning to see why she had stopped when suddenly her hands were on his shoulders and shaking him back and forth with each word for emphasis. Stop being a little beach. What the F dash, he frowned, attempting to shove her off, but her grip on his shoulders tightened. Midoriya, you are the most dramatic person I know. Power Loader's not out to get you. He's just trying to make sure we don't embarrass ourselves at the sports festival. Izuku opened his mouth to protest, but Mei steamrolled right over him. Seriously. It's not the end of the world. It's exercise. Worst case, you pull a muscle and throw up. Best case, you survive, prove you're not just some nerd stuck behind a workbench, and maybe even remember what the sun feels like. He shot her a deadpan stare. I am absolutely content with being just some nerd stuck behind a workbench. Yeah, well, contentment isn't exactly ambition, Zuku, Mei said as she dropped her arms, her tone suddenly more pointed, despite her teasing. And don't pretend like you don't care. You wouldn't build half the sheet you do if you didn't want someone to notice eventually. She grabbed her bag off the bench, tossing it back over her shoulder. So stop complaining. You're good at this stuff when you actually try, genius. Izuku sighed heavily, rubbing the back of his neck. Okay, I get it. I'll try not to complain too much. That's the spirit, she grinned, clapping him hard on the back. He stumbled a step forward and shot her a half-hearted glare as they continued their walk home. They could see their dorm from here, a few of their classmates milling about in the windows. Yeah. Plus ultra or whatever, he grumbled, flashing a tired thumbs up and a sarcastic smile. Mei snorted. That's the saddest plus ultra I've ever heard. It's a hero course thing anyway, he shrugged, stuffing his hands in his pockets to fish out his keys. Maybe we should come up with our own motto then, she suggested as they climbed the steps, Izuku scanning their way inside. Just for the support course. Like what, barely adequate? Now that I can get behind, she beamed as the dorm doors shut behind them. The shrill blare of his alarm forced Izuku awake the next morning. He shot up from his desk with a start, eyes wide and red raw, a piece of paper remaining stuck to his cheek like a parasite. Fantastic. Great, he muttered, voice rough with sleep. Nothing like waking up with blueprints glued to your face. He pried the paper from his skin and tossed it amongst the growing clutter on his desk, consisting of half-finished sketches with notes scrawled in margins, a smothering of dirty dishes, which may or may not have mold growing in them, a single sock that he didn't remember ever owning, a disassembled radio he forgot he was supposed to be fixing, and a collection of empty energy drink cans stacked in a sort of tower up against the wall. Not to mention the vast array of blueprints, notebooks, burnt-out circuitry, and abused prototype scraps dotted around. Why was he even at his to write? He hadn't actually gone to bed. Again. Izuku let out a long sigh, running a hand through his messy hair before forcing himself to stand. Everything ached. He was pretty sure his joints were composing a symphony from how many of them were cracking. But damn it, he'd forgotten to shower again. His eyes glanced to the small clock on the corner of his desk. Nope. He didn't have time to do it now if he wanted to be on time to meet Fujita before homeroom. Breakfast? Unlikely. Caffeine? Absolutely. He already felt as though he was running on fumes, and he hadn't even left his dorm yet. Shuffling toward his dresser, he grabbed the first clean hoodie he could find and tugged it over his head, not even bothering to change out of his uniform from the day before. It wasn't like it was wrinkled from laying in bed all night, and sure, maybe it had a few stains here and there, but that really wasn't his problem. Dressed was dressed. He did use an almost unhealthy amount of deodorant and cologne to hide the fact that he was re-wearing his uniform though. If he layered it on thick enough, nobody would notice, would they? He shrugged off the thought. Who was he to care anyway? Grabbing himself yet another energy drink from the bucket he stored at the foot of his bed. Yes, it was lukewarm, but he really didn't have it in himself to give a shit since it was already 0.07:46, and he'd promised to meet Fujita by 08. Why did he even agree to this meeting? He could have stayed on his desk for at least another hour. He did a spin to find his bag and grabbed a handful of notes off the top of his desk to stuff into the main pocket. He shoved 2 of his notebooks in for good measure, though he was sure he'd come to discover he forgot something later, tossed the bag over his shoulder, and chugged down half his drink as he made his way out. He greeted a few of his classmates as he went and waved a goodbye to Mei, who was stood by the kettle in the kitchen with what looked like a pink bird's nest on her head. At least she'd gotten some sleep for once, Izuku mused as he headed out. He slid on his headphones, using them to keep his curls from his face as he strolled along the UA paths. He was likely going to be late, sure, but he wasn't about to sprint to get there first thing in the morning. He hated running even at the best of times. The walk to the main building wasn't too far, so he'd be there early enough to get a start on Fujita's gear, though he'd likely have to wait until the weekend to do the bulk of the work. Especially since he was now losing his afternoon to Power Loader's stupid, team-building exercise. God, he was bitter. Izuku was currently debating which excuse would work best down the line. Walking his fish? Too common. Take his grandmother to the vet? She was dead. Besides, he'd already used the dead grandmother excuse 7 times, so he was bound to be caught out soon. Needed to rearrange his sock drawer? Surprisingly, this one had once worked with present Mike when Izuku wanted to get out of his class in order to finish the coding for one of his projects. He managed to get the top grade in their year for that work, though it did come with a series of detentions for skipping English. Still worth it. He scanned his ID on the outside door, waiting for it to unlock so that he could finally enter the building. Ever since the dorms had been introduced, Nedzu had revamped practically everything, and his new security systems, in particular, were bordering on paranoid. Izuku wasn't one to judge, but the last time he was in Nedzu's office he could have sworn he saw a retinal scanner. With a click, the door finally opened and Izuku made his way through and up the stairs. Sometimes he really did wish he had access to the school's lift, but it was only there for accessibility or to transport heavy goods between floors. Plus, none of the students, except for a girl in Class 1E who was in a wheelchair, had access with their ID. One of these days, Izuku was sure he'd be able to hack it. Midoriya. A loud voice and broad smile greeted him the second he entered the corridor for the labs. Fujita. Izuku tugged off his headphones, letting them sit around his neck as he approached the eager student. He had a large folder clutched to his chest, most likely his gear schematics and the design details Izuku had asked for the day prior, as well as a case with number 14 printed on the side. That must be his hero costume. Morning, Izuku nodded in greeting, tipping back the last of his drink and scanning his ID to let them both in. The door unlocked with an unceremonious click, and he dragged it to the side. Power Loader had installed industrial-strength sliding doors in hopes that it would mitigate the damage caused by some of their classes' more volatile experiments. It had only been somewhat successful so far, but it was better than nothing. Close the door, Izuku instructed as he flicked on the lights. They buzzed to life, casting long shadows across the cluttered workbenches and shelves stacked full of spare parts. Izuku strode inside like he owned the place, because at this point, he may as well have. Power Loader might run the lab, but Izuku and Mei? They lived there. It hadn't taken much convincing on their part to be allowed to work here out of hours. Sure, the agreement stated that they needed a chaperone, but as long as they didn't get caught, what did it matter? Monitors blinked to life as he moved through the space with practiced ease, flipping switches and booting up the necessary systems. A low hum filled the air as the auxiliary generators powered up, the faint scent of solder and metal dust settling into the back of his throat. Fujita lingered awkwardly near the entrance, shifting from one foot to the other. You need me to? Izuku waved a hand at him without looking. Yeah, just slide it across. It's not heavy. Moments later, he heard the distinct sound of the door dragging across the floor, then clicking back into place. Where do I? Behind the desk at the front there's like a small black cupboard, Izuku began as he continued his rounds to make sure everything was turned on correctly, then doing a quick systems check on the central terminal. Heavens forbid the system failed to boot properly, he'd have to restart the whole DMN thing. And that was definitely not how he wanted to start his morning. There's some coolant in there wasn't, but Fujita didn't need to know that. Check near the back. Should be in a red can. Fujita gave him a skeptical look but still wandered toward Power Loader's desk. What kind of coolant? The kind that helps when your quirk burns through your gauntlets too fast, Izuku responded, stretching his arms over his head with a yawn. Izuku wasn't actually allowed to take from the stash, but he also wasn't technically taking from it if someone else handed it to him. Loophole. Fujita crouched down to rummage through the cupboard, muttering something under his breath about how messy it was, and Izuku took the opportunity to slouch into his chair with a long groan. He felt his chair bump something, and then the sound of something heavy clattering to the ground. He cringed, but made no move to see what it was, or pick it up. As long as there was no explosion, he could deal with it in a minute. This feels weirdly heavy, the hero student called across the room. This isn't gonna blow up in my face, is it? Not unless you shake it, Izuku responded, barely hiding his grin. Fujita reappeared moments later with an anxious expression and holding the very thing that kept Izuku from quitting school altogether, a premium, hero-grade canned coffee, imported, expensive, and absolutely banned from him because of how many he would go through in a morning. Are you sure you need this to fix my gear? Izuku took the unlabeled red can from him and began twisting off the fancy lid. Oh, most certainly. It cracked open and he immediately took a long sip like it was a healing potion from one of his video games. So, what's the problem with your gear? Another sip. Wait, no. Start with your quirk. My quirk? The hero student seemed unusually timid as he lingered beside his desk. You can sit down, you know. Here, I'll grab Maze. Izuku jumped up, grabbing Fujita her chair before dropping back into his. Right, you're Quirk. I need to know exactly what I'm working with here. Tell me what you can, and we can go from there. Fujita released a heavy breath as he took a seat and set his case and folder on the table. Right, okay. My quirk's called momentum lock. Basically, any kinetic energy I generate, I can store and release in bursts. Running, jumping, taking a hit, even just tapping my fingers. It all builds up over time, and I can control how much I let out at once. Izuku nodded, dragging Fujita's folder towards him and flipping through the pages. His eyes scanned the various schematics on display while Fujita continued to explain his quirk and applications. Izuku knew he'd be scribbling this all down in his notebook the second Fujita left. His quirk seemed to work similarly to Fat Gums, whom Izuku had studied extensively. Heck, he had some of his merch in his dorm room. His FG Squishmallow was definitely his favorite, too. Your quirk is crazy versatile, Izuku complimented, the schematic somewhat forgotten as he regarded the hero student. You're basically a kinetic battery. The applications of that are insane. How much energy can you store? Is there a cap? How does the storage process work? Do you have a passive limit, or can you consciously control how much builds up? Is there a release cooldown? What about your discharge mechanism? Does it scale proportionally? How does it interact with external forces? Like, if someone hit you with a shockwave, would it be stored the same way? Or, Fujita chuckled awkwardly, scratching at the back of his neck. Is this going to help you with my gear? Oh. No, not at all, Izuku admitted, tapping his pen against his chin. So, what's the problem? You said your gauntlets were wearing down too fast? Yeah. When I release energy through my arms, it puts stress on my gear. My gauntlets can handle a lot, but during heavy fights, the pressure warps the metal. Fujita clicked open his costume and pulled out the gauntlets to show Izuku where they kept breaking. I've had them reinforced twice already, but it's not working. I was hoping you'd maybe have a solution for that. Izuku took another long sip of his coffee, nodding along as he inspected the gauntlets in Fujita's hands. His green eyes flickered over every dent, every strain mark, every crack and crevice, his mind already whirring a mile a minute with ideas. He could already think of 3 alternatives. Scratch that, he could think of 5. Can I? Yeah, sure, Fujita nodded, handing over the equipment. Izuku took it eagerly, grabbing the other one from the case to compare. From the damage, it was obvious Fujita favored his left side, probably left-handed. He tossed the gauntlets back into their case and dropped to the floor, opening his bottom drawer and rummaging through the chaotic pile of notebooks stacked haphazardly inside. He'd been meaning to organize them, but it itched his brain just right when they were in a mess like this. He didn't understand why either. They're supposed to help me channel and focus the stored energy more effectively, Fujita explained as Izuku rummaged around from his crouched position, but they burn out too fast when I use full output. I thought maybe adding an energy conductor. Nah, Izuku interrupted, not unkindly, sounding a little amused. That'd just make it worse. Your quirk works like a battery, but your gear isn't designed to handle variable output. It's treating every discharge like a single high-voltage surge instead of something gradual. If anything, you'd need some kind of discharge regulator, not a stronger conductor. Fujita blinked. Oh. Yeah, Izuku muttered as he pulled out a couple notebooks, scanning their covers. No, these weren't the ones he was looking for. Maybe he put them somewhere else? He furrowed his brows in thought as he downed the last of his coffee, chucking the can with pinpoint accuracy into the bin at Mina's station. She was still allowed into Power Loader's stash, so he wouldn't get upset finding the coffee there. You hero students really need to start understanding how your gear actually works instead of slapping on upgrades and hoping for the best. I tried to contact the support company, but they're so swamped at the minute that they don't have time to spare on simple repairs. Oh? Izuku glanced over his shoulder. Yeah, they've basically said that unless our costume has been incinerated, there's a 3-month wait. It's the same for a bunch of us, hence why we now have to come to the support cour, he explained, sounding far more annoyed than Izuku expected. What? Were the support course students not good enough? Actually, to be fair, they didn't have access to the kind of resources and money that companies like Detronat, FutureWorks, or Atom Labs had. Perhaps Izuku should go pester Principal Nedzu again. He'd always wanted to try out that non-Newtonian polymer brace system, and the rodent did have the budget for it. 3 months isn't that bad, Izuku shrugged, continuing his search. No, I know, but we have the sports festival in a month, Fujita exasperated. And with our placements round the corner, I can't afford to be off duty because my suit doesn't work. That made sense. A lot could happen in 3 months. Which support company? Izuku asked, feigning casual interest as he moved to look through a pile of blueprints on his desk. Where on earth had he put it? Steelworks, Fujita muttered. Same one that handles most of our reinforcement gear. But apparently they're dealing with a backlog of requests from some of the bigger hero agencies. I heard a few classmates saying that it's not just in Mizurufu either. Some agencies in Tokyo and Osaka, and even Fukuoka are waiting. I think someone even said there was a backlog in Kushiro, too. Well, that certainly was interesting. Steelworks was a very reliable company, albeit not as cutting-edge or flashy as a place like Detnerat, but it was good, a solid mid-tier manufacturer that handled high-volume contracts with various hero agencies and hero courses, as well as a range of support programs. So, if they were backed up across multiple prefectures, that meant pro-heroes were breaking their gear far more than usual, which was never a good sign. Huh? Weird, Izuku said, playing it off while leafing through a new pile of schematics. What, are villains getting rowdier all of a sudden? Fujita snorted, but hesitated. Just for a second. You could say that, the hero student admitted, averting his gaze. A few of my classmates were talking about their recent missions. It's mostly just rumors, but they said there's been a spike in black market support gear shipments. Stuff that's way too high quality for standard smuggling. One guy said it was like Steelworks quality stuff. The agency he's at found a crate of chassers? Chases? Chasters? Chassis, Izuku supplied. Yeah, them, Fujita nodded. So, basically, either someone's supplying villains with serious tech, or there's a new player getting involved. And Fujita lowered his voice. There's been talk of Quirk stimulants making rounds again. Like, trigger-level enhancers, potentially stronger. Izuku stayed silent, but his mind was racing. Quirk stimulants. Black market support gear. A sudden influx of heroes needing emergency repairs across multiple cities. That couldn't be a coincidence. It sounded coordinated somehow. Sure, he'd heard bits about stolen goods on the news, something to do with missing container shipments and classified development patents, but Izuku wasn't foolish enough to believe that everything the media reported was truthful. That would be like trusting politicians to have your best interests at heart, or the Hero Commission actually caring about the people of Japan. Never going to happen. Sounds messy, Izuku finally said, moving to a newer set of blueprints in his second drawer. Guess you hero students have your work cut out for you then. Yeah, Fujita muttered, running a hand through his hair. No kidding. Well, Izuku shrugged, deciding to offer him some kind of reassurance about his gear. The issues you're currently looking at is material fatigue due to pressure buildup from your quirk. If the issue is pressure buildup, then reinforcement alone won't fix it. You need a way to redistribute the force instead of just absorbing it. Not a hard fix, but a tedious one. Fujita raised an eyebrow. And that means? Basically, Izuku tossed a few notebooks on the floor to get them out of the way. The constant build-up and sudden release of kinetic energy is overworking the structural integrity of the metal. Reinforcements help in the short term, but if the material itself can't handle the stress, it's just delaying the inevitable. He glanced over his shoulder, the confused look on the dark-haired student's face making Izuku almost sigh. The inevitable being that they become unusable. So that you can't fix it? Don't insult me, Izuku frowned, a quiet aha leaving his lips when he found the notebook he was looking for. It was in his second drawer, not the bottom one like he thought. He stood, already flipping through to find a design he'd worked on the week prior for a completely different project. I've been testing a flexible impact dispersion framework for another prototype. If I modify it for your gauntlets, it should channel excess force away from the weak points instead of letting it wreck the structure. It would also help with your variable output issue. Fujita blinked. You just have something like that ready? I still need to modify it, Izuku repeated. And even then, you'd have to test it. No point fixing it if it doesn't work under real conditions. The hero student let out a low whistle. DMN. No wonder people keep sending requests your way. Izuku rolled his eyes but didn't dispute him. He was aware of how many requests were being sent his way. They were currently piled up in a box in the corner. He'd sometimes lucky dip one out when he had a free hour. We have a trip to the USJ next Wednesday. We'll be running full simulations with combat elements mixed in. That's probably the best place to see if the new upgrades hold up under pressure, right? Izuku hummed. Wednesday. That doesn't give us much time for testing, he muttered to himself, tapping a pencil against his jaw for a few moments before turning his musings into words on a page. If we're testing them before Wednesday, we'll need to do it at least twice. I don't like sending out unfinished work, so you'll need to run some trials with me before I sign off on it. Okay. When do you want to do the first test? Izuku tapped his pencil against the paper now, considering. Monday after school should be fine. He began to make notes in his book. If there are any major failures, that still gives me time to make adjustments before a second test on Tuesday. Fujita nodded. Sounds good. You'll need to push the gauntlets to their limits when we test them, Izuku added, glancing up. No holding back. If they're going to break, I want them to break in testing, not during live combat. Understood. Fujita gave a half smile, shaking his head. Man, you really don't mess around. Izuku snorted. Wouldn't be much of a support student if I did. He continued to scrawl more words into his notebook, flipping to the next page to add the appropriate sketches. I'll book one of the gyms for us. Don't we need a teacher there if we're going to be using quirks after hours? Fujita sounded just as unsure as he looked, hands toying with his blazer and knee bouncing against the chair. Izuku wobbled his hand from side to side. As long as we don't add or subtract from the populace, I doubt they'll care. How reassuring. Izuku continued to quiz Fujita on his field specs and combat habits up until the first bell rang, the hero student taking his costume case with him as he ventured back to his homeroom with a promise to meet Izuku on Monday. Izuku really needed to get a move on with those gauntlets if he wanted them to be ready for testing by then, as well as finding the time to complete all of his other assignments. Losing out on lab time 3 afternoons a week wasn't just inconvenient, it was borderline sabotage. He already had 4 commissions stacked on his bench, 3 redesign requests waiting for approval, and a backlog of paperwork that he was definitely going to ignore for at least another day. Not to mention he still had regular lessons in the mornings that also set him homework and assignments. And it wasn't even like their afternoon was spent being productive. They were skipping out on the lab to what? Run around a gym? It was ridiculous. He wasn't in the hero course. He wasn't trying to be. If he wanted to play dodgeball with a pro hero, he'd transfer and cry about his tragic backstory like the rest of them. But no, Power Loader was on some kind of delusional improvement kick, all cross-DSPLN collaboration, this and showcasing support talent that. Why couldn't their brains and work speak for themselves? He began to toy with one of his newer builds, an idea that had struck him a little after 5 a.m. a few weeks ago, as he waited for the rest of his class to show up. Mei was first to arrive for homeroom, throwing a clear bag down in front of Izuku as she went. Inside was a sandwich and protein bar, both of which Izuku ate before first PRD. The day went by far too quickly after that, and by the time the bell signaling the end of 5th PRD came round, Izuku still had yet to pick a good excuse to get out of training. Why do you look so constipated? Charming, Mei, he frowned at her. Well, you do. She fell into step beside him, a large cart of gear being pulled behind her. He chose not to ask. So, spill. Who said in your oil? He sighed dramatically, running a hand down his face. You already know. Couldn't come up with an excuse that worked, huh? She teased, elbowing his ribs with a sheet-eating grin on her face. Shut up, he grumbled, shoving his hands into his pockets as they walked. Do you know how much work I could be getting done right now? Instead, we're going to spend hours running around like idiots. It felt embarrassing just to think about it. Could be worse, Mei shrugged, unbothered as always. We could be working on group projects. Izuku made a face like she'd just forced battery acid down his throat. Don't even joke about that. She cackled as they shouldered open the main building's side doors, stepping out into the cool afternoon air to begin their long, soul-draining walk across campus. It took them almost 20 minutes to reach Gym Gamma, both of them having agreed that walking all the way over counted as their warm-up. The gym was tucked away near the edge of campus like a concrete bunker crossed with an industrial jungle gym. Reinforced walls, retractable barriers, and enough built-in hazard features to make an insurance agent break out in hives. At least, that was what Izuku had been told since he'd never actually been inside. Apparently, the hero course used it for agility and endurance drills. Izuku stared at it the way a civilian might look at a life-sized meat grinder, something to stay the hell away from. Actually, no. He didn't know anybody who stared longingly at meat grinders. That was a terrible analogy on his part. He blinked slowly at the structure like it had personally offended him in a past life. You know, Mei started as they approached the rest of their class lingering just outside the entrance, you could just pretend to pass out. Oldest trick in the book. Tempting, Izuku pursed his lips in thought. But I doubt Power Loader would buy it. He'd probably just throw a wrench at my head and tell me to walk it off. Mei laughed as they met their class, their homeroom teacher already waiting with his arms crossed and looking far too enthusiastic about this forced afternoon of suffering. Actual torture sounded more appealing to Izuku right now. In fact, he would rather do a group. No, that was too far. Group projects were still worse than this, he wouldn't lie to himself. All right. Power Loader clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention. I booked this gym for the next few hours. Hours? As in plural? So head inside and get warmed up. I don't want any of you pulling something and wasting recovery girl's time. We'll be starting easy today with a basic obstacle course. Basic his butt. Izuku would put money on half of them ending up in the infirmary by the end of the day. Izuku slumped. Kill me. Mei just grinned. You should have pretended to pass out. I'll pay you to knock me out with that gear. He motioned to the cart propped behind her. The boots in there looked particularly heavy, they'd definitely do the job. How much? Oh, we won't be needing any of that today. Mei, power loader appeared at their side, and Izuku watched with growing amusement as their homeroom teacher wrestled the handle free from his friend's vice grip. Wah! How are we supposed to be the support course if we aren't allowed to use support gear? You'll figure it out, power loader responded as he began walking off with her cart. Maybe you should pretend to pass out, Izuku whispered to her as they watched him go, voice laced with amusement. Mei smacked him round the back of the head before turning to follow the rest of their class inside. Hey, that was uncalled for, he winced, rubbing the growing bruise as he followed behind her. The inside wasn't anything like Izuku imagined. The air was dry and smelled faintly of rubber and cement, and the walls stretched high overhead. But other than the steel trusses and support rigs holding up the ceiling, the gym was pretty bare. There were about 10 faded squares marked out on the ground, probably to section off sparring matches or something, but other than a set of sliding doors in one wall, there was nothing else there. No obstacles. No mats. No death traps. Just concrete, steel, and more concrete. Izuku felt mildly offended that the gym looked so normal. For something with such a terrifying reputation, he had expected more. Flames maybe, or spikes, or even a rock climbing wall. How disappointing. Half of the class split off to jog round the sides of the gym, while the other half began stretching in the corner. Mei and Izuku shared a look and wordlessly settled on joining the group stretching, continuing to chat as they did. It wasn't that they were lazy. In fact, they were both in pretty good shape from all the heavy lifting that was required to build the things they did. However, doing mandated exercise at a hero school where half the student body were practically child soldiers, and every single member of staff was a pro hero, well, it wasn't exactly motivating. When Power Loader returned, probably having stored Mei's tech somewhere safe, he was accompanied by Cementos. So he was the first guest hero to grace them with his presence. Izuku watched as they surveyed the class and both looked disappointed by the scene before them. Well, Power Loader looked disappointed. Cementos was harder to read, given he had limited facial expression being, well, made from concrete, but Izuku imagined he was frowning internally. He couldn't possibly guess why. A moment later, Power Loader was back to addressing his class. All right, everyone. We were going to have you run a basic obstacle course today, but, his eyes swept over the group, we won't be doing anything with a warm-up like that. Oh no. So, let's try this again. He gestured to the gym beside them. 2 laps, then you'll be doing dynamic stretches. Not whatever that was. You all still have PE, so don't act like none of you have ever done a warm-up before. You're not here to half-ass it, you're here to train. Act like it. That got them moving. The class scrambled into motion, Izuku following suit as they ran their laps and did the appropriate stretches. Izuku had never heard Power Loader snap like that before and never wanted to hear it again. Hey Zuku, Mei said as they came towards the end of their first lap. What? He shot her a side glance. Race ya. She took off into a sprint for the second lap. Wah! I wasn't ready. Handsome. He immediately broke out into his own sprint to catch his friend. 15 minutes later, the class had sufficiently warmed up to Power Loader's standard, the pro seeming marginally less annoyed than before. I still won, Mei muttered as they walked over to join the end of the line at the side of their gym, where their class had been instructed to stand. It wasn't even close, handsome, Izuku scoffed. Handsome? She gaped. DMN, someone's touchy. Shut up, he rolled his eyes and she elbowed his side. Alright, Cementos. Power Loader raised a hand towards his coworker, who stepped forward and, with a crack of his neck, dropped to a crouch, pressing his palms to the polished gym floor. The ground trembled, then suddenly massive rectangular pillars of concrete surged upward, carving paths and platforms into the gym with precise movements. Bridges formed. Walls emerged. Narrow balance beams grew out of the far end like concrete branches. Izuku watched, eyes wide. My god. I know. Mei beamed, practically bouncing on her toes. Cool, right? Izuku didn't know if he wanted to fanboy over witnessing Cementos' precision quirk control in person, or cry over the death maze he was now expected to survive. Probably both. Once the terrain finished shifting, Cementos straightened, dusting his hands off like he hadn't just terraformed a gym with zero effort. The floor was still humming slightly from the force of it, the new course sprawling across the space like a concrete jungle. Izuku merely gaped. He was amazing. Power Loader gestured to the newly formed course. You'll each have a go at running this course, but don't worry, we won't be timing you. This isn't a race, and I don't want any of you pushing yourselves too hard and getting injured on the first day. There's also no quirk use or support gear allowed. We want to see your raw coordination, agility, and endurance. Consider this your baseline test. Izuku blinked. Wait, they weren't being timed? For a second, genuine hope sparked in his chest. No timers. No scoreboard. No flashy displays. No pressure to win or outperform one another. Just complete the course. No need to win. No need to stand out. He just needed to finish it. So that meant he didn't need to try. He could just do it. He could do that. Yeah, he could definitely do that. Then Power Loader kept talking. But we will be ranking your performances. The spark died immediately. Of course they were. Why did everything in this school loop back to numbers on a board? Rank. Score. Evaluation. Hero potential. Even in the support course, they couldn't escape it. Did he care where he ranked? No. He really didn't. So why did it matter to them? He glanced to the rest of his class, most of whom looked genuinely eager to give this course a go, and already knew most of them were going to try harder than he was. He let out a long, slow exhale. His only aim for this session was to make it out without face-planting a wall or embarrassing himself. In fact, if face-planting a wall meant it was over quicker, he'd happily launch himself into one no questions asked. Power Loader stepped aside so that everyone could get a clear view of the structures. The course is simple enough. You start over here, he pointed to the floor beside him, and, you see that big red platform? That's your end point. You can climb, jump, balance, swing, do whatever you need to do to get there. Think smart, move smarter. If you fall, try again from where you left off. It's not about speed, it's about control and stability. Why did he have to sound so kind and reassuring? Any questions before we start? He asked. Over half the class raised their hand. No? Good, he beamed, their hands falling back down to their sides. Furesu, you're up. Izuku and Mei both turned to watch Meina hesitantly approach the start line. She was chewing her lip, arms tense at her sides, eyes darting up at the jungle of brutalist architecture that now loomed in front of her. You got this, Meina. Mei cheered, hands cupped around her mouth like a megaphone. Don't die. Great advice, Izuku spared her a sidelong glance. Very reassuring. I am being reassuring, Mei insisted. She's gonna do great. Besides, I don't hear you cheering her on. Good luck, Meina. Izuku called, raising his voice just enough to carry. She glanced over and gave him a small, nervous smile. See? Mei muttered, elbowing him as Meina gave them both a shaky thumbs up and took her position. She looked to be visibly shaking, eyes scanning the course for a way across. Even Izuku couldn't see a clear route through it all, and it didn't help that she was going first. At least if a couple people went before you, you'd be able to pick the best route. You'll do great, Power Loader said, looking up from his clipboard. When the F, did he get a clipboard? Izuku really needed to start paying attention to his surroundings more, this was getting sad. When you're ready. Meina nodded, taking a long, calming breath, before launching herself forwards. She ran at the first barrier, vaulting over the concrete with ease, then began climbing up the wall across from it, using the holds and protrusions to make it to the top. Oh yeah, go on Meina, thump. Ow. F dash. That looked like it hurt. Mei cringed as the class watched her get bodied into a wall. Even Power Loader and Cementos seemed to flinch. How comforting. Izuku grimaced, fist raised to cover his mouth. That's going to leave a bruise. Definitely. But she's up again, Mei said, sounding genuinely impressed. Izuku squinted to watch her limp across one of the platforms, her balance off and hand pressed to her shoulder. She reached a ledge, hesitated, then backed up a few steps to get a running start. Izuku clenched his hands into tense fists, watching as she bolted. Oh, this is stressing me out. Izuku turned away moments after her feet hit the next platform. It wasn't even that he was worried about Meina. Okay, that was a lie, but he hated seeing people get hurt. Why are we even watching this? It feels wrong. Does little Zuko have a heart? Mei cooed. Stop being AD-. He frowned at her before turning back to watch Meina. She had two options on where to go now, either she could try to balance her way across what looked like an inch-wide beam that zigzagged across a 10-meter drop, or she could crawl through a claustrophobic-looking tunnel that was tilted at a downward angle. It didn't even look like it had enough room to get her shoulders through. She chose the tunnel. Izuku didn't blame her. She limped across, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she went. She crouched and crawled into the entrance, and soon disappeared into the concrete tube. There was a scream, a crash, a shout, and then she was suddenly emerging from the other end looking as though she'd aged 10 years and fought a war. OF dash. Yeah, Izuku wasn't going to do the tunnel. She continued through the next round of obstacles, then next, and soon she was stumbling through the last few meters of the course, tripping twice and nearly rolling her ankle before finally reaching the red platform. She collapsed backwards onto it like a corpse, arms spread wide, chest heaving. She made it. Mei cheered and a few of their classmates joined in, clapping and shouting their support. I don't think I've ever respected her more, Izuku muttered, watching her lie there like she'd just escaped a war zone. Power Loader went to check on her and helped her off the platform. She staggered to the edge of the gym, where a few of her other friends went to help her sit down and offered her a bottle of water. As soon as she had cleared the course, Cementos was stepping forwards again. With both palms pressed to the floor, he triggered another seismic ripple through the gym. The ground groaned as it shifted. Columns sank. Ramps twisted. New hazards erupted from the floor. Balance beams narrowed. One wall even rotated like some hellish Rubik's Cube until it clicked into place at a perfect 90-degree incline. Izuku stared, horrified. How the F were they supposed to climb that? Why is it worse now? Someone whispered. I hate it here, another muttered. Power Loader didn't even flinch as he called the next name. Koizumi. A quiet kid from the back stepped forward, stretching out his arms as he approached the start line with a confident grin. Then another name was called. And another. And another. One by one, each of them took on the obstacle course from hell, Cementos shifting the route between each person. Some of his classmates launched themselves into it with a kind of frantic energy that Izuku was pretty sure only mild brain damage could explain. Most of his classmates, however, stumbled, swore, or face-planted before making it halfway. The pit in Izuku's stomach only grew the more he watched. His turn was getting closer and he hated it. To be fair, a few people did do pretty well. One guy zipped across a series of poles like he'd done it 1,000 times, and another girl scaled a wall using momentum alone, skipping the handholds entirely. When it was Mei's turn, she gave him a cocky salute before jogging to the line. Try not to miss me too much. Good luck, was his response. Izuku watched with growing alarm as she launched into the course with reckless abandon, grinning the whole way. She cleared the first hurdle, climbed a wall, ducked beneath a swinging column narrowly avoiding having her skull bashed and then sprinted towards a wall too high to jump in a single go. Somehow, and Izuku still had no idea how she managed it, she catapulted herself over the wall entirely. Though her landing had been less than graceful. Holy shit. Izuku gaped. There were no other words for whatever the F she just did. She, like Meina, decided to go the tunnel route, foregoing the long stretch of concrete that resembled basalt columns. She finished her turn pretty quickly after that and returned to his side with a red face and proud grin. It's actually not as bad as you think, Mei said before taking a long drink from the water bottle he'd handed her. Okay, it's a little bad. But you're smart. You'll figure out a route. Izuku didn't reply right away. He was too busy watching the course shift again, a new route being construed. Was that a spike trap? Oh, this could not be legal. This had to be violating a code of conduct somewhere. It wasn't like he could complain to the principal anyway. Nedzu would almost definitely laugh him out of his office. As the number of people left dwindled, Izuku felt the nervous tremble in his hands getting worse. He shoved them into his pockets and tried not to pace. He hated it. He hadn't felt this kind of stomach-churning anxiety in a long time. He really hated it. For F's sake, why did they have to do this? Why couldn't he just go back to the lab? This was so unfair. He didn't want to be here. He hated this whole thing. It was so stupid. Such a stupid idea. Midoriya Izuku, you're up. F dash. Maybe he could just leave? No, he'd already been warned about that. But if it was only his presence that was required, maybe he could get away with not participating? No, he'd definitely get in trouble for that, too. Power Loader had really gone all out when planning this sheet. There were no loopholes. Izuku would know, he'd spent a large portion of the night before looking for them in the email their class had received detailing the plans, and their new timetables, for their next few weeks of training sessions. Midoriya, Power Loader repeated, and it was only then that he realized he hadn't moved. Okay, he could do this. He just needed to get to the red platform without breaking a bone or crying in front of everyone. Easy peasy. He peeled himself away from his spot and began trudging towards the start line, Cementos still reshaping the terrain. He watched it move, eyes narrowing to determine the best route through. He didn't want to get stuck anywhere. By the time he was finished, there seemed to be far more inclines than Izuku would have liked. It looked horrendous. It also Looked like it required way more effort than he was emotionally prepared to give. "When you're ready, Midoriya," Power Loader said, noting something down on his clipboard as May shouted some encouraging words at him. "Okay," he offered a thumbs up to his teachers with all the enthusiasm of someone heading into surgery without anesthesia, and stepped over the start line. He was still deciding which way he wanted to go as he walked up to the first obstacle, the same low cement barrier that everyone else had to face so far, and hopped over it with ease. Most of the course was supposed to be completed higher up, so when he came upon two sheer columns of concrete, he knew he was supposed to scale them somehow. He glanced to the side of the gym. Technically, he could just walk round all of the obstacles to get to the red platform, but one glance over at Power Loader and he knew doing that was signing his death warrant. So, with a frustrated sigh, he moved between the two blocks, eyes glancing up to gauge how far he was supposed to climb. That had to be at least 10 meters. And there was no safety net. What if he fell? Or broke his back? What then? Oh wait, that was why they had Recovery Girl. But still, it was unnecessary. Ugh, he was going out of his way to complain now. He really needed to get over himself. He was here now, he may as well just get this over with. Planting his foot on one side, and his arm on the other, he lifted himself off the ground and wedged himself between the two surfaces. Once he was sure his grip would hold, he carefully inched his way up by pressing outward with arms and legs, using pressure to climb. He pulled himself up and over onto one of the platforms, planting his foot firmly on the solid concrete to push himself to stand. He wiped off his hands, glancing down at his forearms to see a few scrapes from climbing. How inconvenient. His eyes scanned for his next path, looking towards the obstacle that he'd seen many of his classmates get taken out on. Sure, none of them were completing the same course, but many of the elements were similar throughout. A narrow beam stretched across a deep drop and, to add to the whimsy of it all, there were swinging wrecking ball just waiting to dash his brains across the concrete. Oh, he just couldn't wait for this. He walked to the edge, watching the timing of each of them as they swing back and forth. They weren't all the same size weights, nor did they have the same velocity or swing arcs. He just needed to think, calculate their arcs, match the distance across the beam. Yes, this was doable. If he started now now he could make it 3/4 of the way across before needing to hit the deck to avoid the last pendulum. Well, logically, hanging from the beam and crawling his way across by his hands was probably the most logical route, but did he trust himself to be able to do that and then pull himself up and over at the other side? Absolutely not. Right, that he just needed to wait for the next now. He dashed onto the beam, arms stretched out for balance and his knees slightly bent, every ounce of his focus locked on the swaying metal obstacles ahead. 1 step. 2. Swing. Pause. Swing. 3 steps. Wait. Now. He dropped onto his stomach just in time for the final pendulum to swing past, swooshing over his head so close that he felt the wind shift as it passed. He waited for it to pass overhead once more before jumping back to his feet and launching himself onto the next platform. Oh my f dash. He gasped lowly to himself, resting his hands on his knees as he turned back to the death trap of an obstacle. He hadn't even realized how tiny the beam was when he was on it, but now, looking back, it may as well have been a goddamn pencil. Thank God for adrenaline. Though, his fight or flight response should not be kicking in during school hours. That was another thing to add to the future lawsuit. Cracking his back, he wobbled across this platform to pick his next route. Okay, what are we doing now? He spoke to himself, looking between the options ahead. On the left was some kind of narrowed tunnel, like the one Maina and May had crawled through. It was small, cramped, and he could barely see more than a few feet inside before it bent sharply to the right and disappeared into shadows. Yeah.No. He turned to his right. Oh, great. A series of vertical poles stretched ahead, spaced just far enough apart to make stepping across impossible. He'd have to jump. And, oh would you look at that, they got taller and smaller as you went along. Well, he'd already deemed the tunnel a no-go. Poles it is, he muttered bitterly, already regretting his decision. He walked up to the edge, judging the distance to the first one. It wasn't far, maybe a meter, possibly less, but the poles were smooth, untextured cement, and if his grip slipped even once. Nope. Don't think about falling. Just go. He bounced lightly on the ball of his feet, then jumped. His feet stumbled, slipping slightly on the smooth surface, but he managed to shift his body just right to stay standing. Okay, yeah. This wasn't so BAYF, was it moving? Oh, you have to be FING kidding me. Suddenly, each of the poles began bouncing up and down to their own rhythm, like weird little pogo sticks. Go on, Zuku. You got this. He heard May shout from somewhere off to the side. Yeah, came his weak reply. Don't jump too early, she added. And don't jump too late. Make sure to. Shut up. He interrupted. His heart was already racing and her comments weren't helping in the slightest. I'm trying not to die here. Sorry. Just don't slip off. May. Sorry. He settled into a crouch as the pole he was on moved slowly up and down in a steady flow. Unfortunately, this was the only one that moved at such a manageable speed. It was the rest that he was worried about. Each one was set at a different height, and worse, a different rhythm. Some rose and fell in a slow, predictable arc. Others jerked violently, springing upward like they'd been rigged with landmines. Right, think Izuku. Use your head. He narrowed his eyes, tracing each of the cylinders that jutted up from the floor and finding the patterns in their movements. It couldn't just be random, there had to be a pattern. There was always a pattern. Everything had a rhyme or reason to it, he just needed to find this one. It was like watching a poorly tuned harmonic oscillator. If he could time it like matching the frequency of a forced vibration with natural frequency, he could minimize the shock and use the rhythm to carry him across. Simple applied physics. Or as simple as physics could be when you were hopping between unstable concrete pogo sticks like a hyperactive lemur with a death wish. When the second pole was seconds from reaching its lowest point, he launched himself across. He fell for all of a second before the pole was jerking upwards once more. His foot hit just off center, and for a moment, it felt like the whole thing was going to pitch him sideways, but his arms shot out, windmilling until he regained balance. Thank God he made it. The pole dipped hard beneath him, jerking down like it was offended by his success. Izuku yelped and, with perfect timing, sprang to the third, this one a little thinner, a little taller, and a lot more actively trying to kill him. Now he was starting to sweat, not from exertion, but from the sheer anxiety of knowing there were still 3 more poles and they only got worse from here. The next one wasn't even straight. It tilted slightly to the right every time it moved, as if it were trying to play psychological warfare. You're not a person, he hissed at it. You're a piece of concrete. You don't get to have a personality. Still, he jumped. Don't slip, don't slip, don't slip. This one had no give. His landing was hard, jarring straight through his knees to his spine, and his foot slipped for half a second, but he caught himself again, arms out, knees bent. He clung onto this one with his hands, making sure not to fall as he waited for its movements to align with the next pole. These 2 poles had some of the more erratic movements, so he had to wait a little longer than he liked for their timings to sync up. He'd rather cling to this pole an extra minute than find out what it felt like to have concrete kiss his forehead at 14.1 meters per second. He looks like he's having a slide, someone remarked, and, if he wasn't so focused on not falling to his death, he'd have thrown a nasty glare their way. That wasn't funny. But it also wasn't entirely inaccurate. Izuku was visibly trembling, sweat strkng down the side of his face, muttering equations to himself like a math professor on a bender. 5 seconds. Relative vertical displacement. About 127 centimeters. Phase offset. 0.2 poles left. Okay, yeah, it's just physics. I can do physics, he told himself, stealing his legs. He nodded his head in time to each of his counts until he hit 1, then jumped across the space to the penultimate pole. He was almost surprised he made it, hitting the pole dead center and adjusting his weight with ease. Yeah, okay, he might actually be getting the hang of this. Then he saw the final pole. Oh, come on, he gaped, throwing an arm out. That's not even. How the F am I supposed to jump onto that? It had about the same circumference as a can of Monster and was vibrating so hard in place it looked as if it was actively angry at existing. That can't be regulation. His complaints went ignored by his teachers, not that he was surprised. He was pretty sure one of his classmates broke their arm earlier and the 2 of them had barely batted an eye. They did, however, send her to recovery girl with 2 of her friends that had already had their go, mind you. The pole he was on suddenly dropped to half its height, his stomach floating into his chest, before shooting up towards the ceiling. Well, it hadn't done that before. Thankfully, he knew how to place his body to keep balance as he was swung around like a piñata bat. Okay, this was bordering on sadistic. Focus, Izuku. He shook his head, forcing himself to breathe, and tracked the last pole despite being flung about like a rag doll. Unlike the other poles, the final one wasn't bouncing. No, it looked like it was just vibrating in one spot, no vertical movement whatsoever. That made this easier, even just slightly. He took a deep, steadying breath, waiting for his pole to drop to its lowest point. Then, as it began its ascent once more, he threw himself forwards. His foot hit the last pole right by the edge, almost slipping off, but he used it like a springboard and hopped right past it onto the next platform. It was a small square, just large enough for him to stand on comfortably, but it may as well have been a throne right now. He immediately dropped to his butt, leaning back on his palms and looking up to the ceiling as he willed his heart rate to steady once more. Why did he ever apply to this school in the first place? Parkour was never this terrifying. He didn't even care what came next. At this point, his soul had already left his body. He knew he couldn't linger too long, so turned to see the next obstacle. Unfortunately, it didn't look like he had much of a choice on where to go from here. There was only one way forward, and it looked as though hopping was involved yet again. Why was it always hopping? He wasn't a rabbit. He turned, curious to see what he could have been doing if he'd gone through the tunnel instead. His eyes narrowed into a glare when he spotted the set of monkey bars right by the tunnel exit. He could have done FING monkey bars. This was such a scam. He looked back to his current task, deciding not to dwell on it. It wasn't like he planned to go back on himself. He was stuck here now, may as well get on with it. In front of him stood a set of 0.6 large slabs of cement tilted at different angles, alternating as they went along. So he just needed to sort of run between them like some fed-up form of steps. Very ninja warrior of them. He shook out his arms, giving his hamstrings a quick stretch, before jumping into action. The cement wasn't as smooth as before, giving him a pretty good surface for his trainers to grip as he leapt between them. His movements were sharp and efficient, each step timed perfectly. In almost no time at all he had cleared the entire obstacle, landing on the opposite platform with a surprising amount of grace. Even he had to admit he surprised himself on that one. He was also equally shocked that there hadn't been another secret sabotage from Cementos. Take the victory. Glancing to his right, he saw the monkey bars would have brought him out onto this platform too. He frowned at that, fully regretting not taking the tunnel. He was close now. One more stretch to go. That was it. He could practically see the red platform now, the end point taunting him like the last cookie in the jar after someone had already liked it. Between him and his salvation stood a rotating cylinder. It looked to have uneven grips bolted around its inside surface, and was tilted up. At maybe a 45-degree angle. It was spinning slowly at the moment, but he had a feeling that would change. Okay, cool. A sadistic hamster wheel, he mumbled, cracking his knuckles. He scanned the holds inside, watching them move, and waited for the timing to sync up before he jumped inside. His fingers latched onto the first hold and he quickly began his climb. As he expected, the rotation soon picked up under his weight, but a small grin grew on his face. He was already ahead of he game. The increasing centripetal force helped pin him onto the grips, anchoring his body as he scaled upwards. He moved like he'd done this before: climb, brace, shift, grab, riding the rhythm of the wheel with perfect control. As he neared the top, he used the spin to launch himself forward. He vaulted towards the end of the tunnel and dove out just as it tried to whip him backwards. He hit the ground with a rough thud, rolled once, then skidded to a stop on his side. He groaned into the concrete. God, I'm gonna chun. He felt his stomach twisted violently and covered his mouth with a fist, eyes shutting tightly as he tried to will away the nausea. This was fine. Yep, it was fine. He just needed to go sit on the platform, then he could go home. Yep, just go sit on the platform. He'd even crawl over to it if he had to. It should be just ahead of. He craned his neck back to glare at the sheer concrete wall that suddenly greeted him. He blinked. What the F dash? He had to get up that? Were they actually taking the PSS? Nah, Cementos definitely had it out for him. Nobody else had to do this bullshit at the end of their course. This was a bloody joke. He dragged himself to his feet, staggering like he'd aged 10 years in the last 5 minutes. For goodness sake, he was gonna have to actually try now, and that was the last thing he needed. Fine, F dash, he cursed, shaking out his arms once more. He gave his legs a quick slap to convince them to cooperate. His whole body was aching, his top clinging uncomfortably to his skin, and his hands were scraped raw from the tunnel. But still, he needed to finish this. If he gave up now, he was sure Power Loader would get on his case about it, and he really didn't need the added aggro. Swallowing back the nausea, he ran towards the wall. He planted one foot in front of the other, refusing to be put off by the quick incline and, at the last second, twisted his body sideways. His foot caught the wall just right, giving him the lift he needed to reach. He swung up, caught the top of the wall with both hands, then hooked one foot over the lip and pulled. He was over, just like that. Balanced perfectly on the edge, one leg still dangling off the side, and sweat dripping into his eyes, Izuku was sat at the top. He stood, taking the last few steps needed to make it onto the platform. He was covered in dirt and dust, and was pretty sure he was bleeding internally. He didn't collapse like Mena had, mostly because his legs locked up, but he definitely stood there in a daze, breathing like he'd just sprinted a marathon. Yeah, no. He wasn't doing this again. Ever. He offered a wave, just to make sure his teachers had seen he'd made it onto the platform, before sliding back down the way he came. Mei was already there to greet him with a water bottle and an excited hug. You did it. That was crazy good, Zuku. Thanks, he chuckled, downing over half the water in one go. He still felt sick. Did they have to spin him that much? I can't believe you didn't take the tunnel. Maina gaped, coming to stand beside May. Everyone who went through the tunnel screamed bloody murder. I wasn't gonna risk that, he reminded her like it was obvious. Oh yeah, no, the tunnel was fine. It just had like bumps and stuff in the walls to throw us off, and I thought there was a spider. Maina shrugged as they made their way back across the gym. You couldn't have told me that sooner? Izuku gaped at her. But you were fine up there. You made it look easy as well, Maina shrugged in her defense. I honestly thought you were gonna stack it 5 seconds in. What? Like you did? May quirked a brow, jabbing her with her elbow. I'm just saying. He was so against this, I thought he'd choke, or just outright refuse to move halfway round, Maina admitted, sheepishly. Izuku would be lying if he said he hadn't considered just outright refusing to move, but that was more childish and embarrassing for him than it would be annoying for Power Loader. He wasn't an a-hole. Regardless, May dismissed, wrapping an arm around Izuku's shoulders. You did great. Izuku gave her a half-hearted smile, exhaustion catching up to him fast. Good job, Midoriya, Samantha said as he passed, Maina continuing on to go stand with her other friends as they prepared to watch the next person. Oh, thanks, he scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. You've clearly got skill, kid, Power Loader added, jotting down a final note on his clipboard before looking up. I'd like to see what you can do at the sports festival this year. You didn't compete last time, and you only get 3 chances. Don't miss out this year, yeah? Sure, he shrugged, though knew he was already working on submitting an application to Nedzu that would allow him to be exempt again. Good, Power Loader nodded before turning to call up the next person. Izuku and May took that as their cue and headed to one of the benches at the side of the gym. I'm just saying, May said as she plopped down beside him, if you can do that without using any gear or your quirk, we should definitely build you something for the next run. Streamline your movement, shock absorption, maybe a deployable rope system. No. But I am not letting you strap rockets to my back again. They were thrusters. They were a fire hazard, he interrupted her with a laugh. And anyway, I will not be doing that again. Don't be so modest. Modest? He quirked a brow. Yeah, I used the wrong word, she admitted, rolling her eyes. I thought you wouldn't notice. Aha, he chuckled. She used the wrong word a lot, usually when her mind was working faster than her mouth. Do you remember when you used to think torque was just a fancy way of saying, twist real hard? That's basically what it means, though, she protested, swatting his shoulder. He smirked but didn't argue further, letting her puff up in indignation beside him. You're insufferable, she muttered, shaking her head. Yeah, but I'm your favorite, he replied, too tired to hide his smugness. She didn't deny it. I still don't get why you don't want build some kind of thrusters. He groaned and leaned his head back against the cold wall, letting her ramble. It was easier to just let her go sometimes, especially when he was too tired to hold up his side of the conversation. It took a little over half an hour for the rest of their classmates to take their turns, with only one of them needing to be escorted to Recovery Girl with what looked like a nasty concussion. All right, Power Loader called to the remaining members of his class, drawing everyone's attention. Izuku stared at him with a blank expression, already prepared for the worst. If he told them they had to run again, Izuku was going to walk out and face the consequences for his actions on Monday. Good job today, you all did exceptionally. The first round of baseline testing is now complete and you will receive some notes later this evening, which means you've got your own performances to improve on for next time. Izuku had no intention of opening that email whatsoever, but he knew May would do it for him regardless. She did know his password, after all. Next week we start properly. Timed runs, endurance testing, team drills, sparring. The works. We will also have some different members of staff joining us. A few murmurs broke out as their class began debating who would be showing up to help. Izuku didn't want to turn up, but if he was going to be forced to train, they could at least bring in someone cool like 13. Now, go stretch, shower, and hydrate. I better not see any of you passing out on your walk back to the dorms, Power Loader concluded. Well done today, and have a good weekend. A chorus of thank you and have a good weekend was spoken in response, and Izuku tried not to cry as he was forced into a series of cool-down stretches, his stomach still really unsettled. Okay, so him and spinning really didn't go well together. Eventually, Class 2H were done for the week and headed out of Gym Gamma, most of them limping or dragging their feet in exhaustion. Izuku knew there was going to be a lot of mumbling and grumbling in the morning. Yeah, he was probably going to be one of them. The sun was already dipping toward the horizon, casting long shadows as they began the long walk back. Thankfully, he and May had stashed their school bags at the dorms during lunch, so they didn't need to make a stop at the main building to collect their stuff on the way. You know what you need? May said after a few minutes of walking in silence. 2 weeks of bed rest and a medical note, he offered. A grappling hook. Izuku snorted. Why do I even talk to you? Because I'm a visionary, Zuku. And you love me. Debatable. Shut up. She bumped his shoulder with hers, grinning. You're gonna kill it at the festival this year, Zuku, I can just feel it. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he watched their classmates shuffle ahead of them, listened to the soft crunch of gravel under their feet, and let the hum of May's optimism wash over him like white noise. Think about all the internship offers you're gonna get. You weren't even there last year and got scouted by Gear Tech. Do you know how crazy that is? Yeah, it was pretty cool, he agreed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Oh shush, May cut him off with a teasing grin. Enough of that. You've got the talent, the smarts, and the guts. Anyone who doesn't see that is blind. And you don't? He quirked a brow. May was beyond talented and was bound to become one of the greatest support engineers of their generation. She rolled her eyes. Of course I do, but you're your own worst critic. You always doubt yourself when you don't need to. Maybe I just don't want to get my hopes up. But imagine what you could pull off with another year of training at a top support company under your belt, she said, practically bouncing at the possibilities. Izuku shrugged, trying not to let the compliment get to him. It's not like I'm the only person who can design tech. But you're the one who actually makes it work, May pressed on. All those companies spend years trying to crack what you just do in like a weekend. Don't act like I haven't seen the blueprints in your sock drawer. Why are you going in my drawer? He turned to her with a look of judgment. Don't change the subject. Don't go in my drawer, he shot back. Well, if you stop acting like an idiot, I will, she retorted. Yeah, he rolled his eyes, knowing she wouldn't change. Not that he wanted her to. Hatsum May was a unique individual and the kind of chaotic energy that somehow pulled everyone forward. She was unapologetically herself and practically lived outside the box, surrounded by her wild ideas and infectious enthusiasm. Without her, things would feel a lot quieter, and honestly, a lot less interesting. So, why didn't you compete last year? She asked casually, though he knew she was slightly nervous about asking. She hated prying too much. Did Power Loader fall for the sock drawer excuse? He sighed. He knew this conversation was coming sooner or later, though he knew that if he told her to drop it then she would. May, for all her craziness, knew not to push boundaries. I didn't give an excuse, Principal Nedzu signed off on my absence, he shrugged, stuffing his hands into his pockets. He regretted not bringing a jacket with him. It had to have been a good reason for Nedzu to sign off on it. The sports festival is practically the biggest event in the world. Okay, it's not that important. More people watch it than they do the Olympics. That's only cause they heavily regulate quirk usage at the Olympics, he dismissed her claim. Despite the existence of quirks, they still wanted to maintain the authenticity of the Olympics, which meant that all competitors were forbidden from using their quirks at any point within the stadiums or arenas. Nor were performance enhancers, support gear, or any kind of suits wired for impact resistance or reaction time enhancements allowed. Just raw talent and years of practice. When you compared watching a group of regular people sprinting down a track or playing hockey, to a group of sleep-deprived teenagers being given free rein of their quirks for the first time with a legal go-ahead to scrap whoever they wanted with almost no consequences. It made sense why the sports festival had become as popular as it was. I suppose, May muttered, accepting his reasoning with a half-shrug. Still, what's the deal? Izuku glanced at her, his mood shifting. Family stuff. She was silent for a moment, considering his answer. It was pretty obvious from his tone that he didn't want to talk about it, so he was eternally grateful when she moved on from the topic to ask him about his plans for the weekend. Oh, also, Power Loader approved our leave this week. So, if you're still alive tomorrow afternoon, we're gonna grab smoothies. No backing out. He smirked faintly. Wouldn't dream of it. Good. Because I've been dreaming of strawberry matcha all week, and if I have to go one more day without it, I will cry. He snorted. So dramatic. So, you still being a little beach about the training? May greeted Izuku as he came walking into the kitchen the following morning, eyes half sunk into his head and jittery hands making it almost impossible for him to successfully take a sip from his drink without spilling any. I was up all night trying to catch up on work, he stated, entirely unamused. Take a wild guess. You know, May, I think he's still being a little beach about the training, Mayna remarked. Wow, really? I was about to say the same thing. May chirped back, sarcasm dripping off of each word. Oh yeah, Izuku faked enthusiasm, shaking his hand in a mock rock-on gesture as he ventured over to the cupboard. He'd hidden some coffee in there somewhere, something that was banned in their dorm by Nedzu since their class had gone through a 5-kilogram bag in a weekend. Not to mention the fact that Power Loader had needed to confiscate 27 coffee machines. Even Izuku had to admit that he was surprised by the number. To make it worse, neither he, Mei, nor Meina had owned a coffee machine. The support course really knew how to pick them. "So, did you manage to finish those gauntlets yet?" Mei asked instead, hopping up onto the counter behind the cupboard door. "Not yet." "Really?" She sounded genuinely surprised. "Really? Did you at least finish the schematics?" He sighed. "No." "Then what was all that banging I heard at like 2 a.m.? Meina asked from somewhere behind him. He froze, cringing at the memory of himself slipping on an empty gas canister he'd been using to prop his balcony door open. One thing led to another and he now needed to fix his chest of drawers. "No idea." "Chatty, aren't you?" Meina teased. "Wanna find a thesaurus one of these days?" "Don't you mean a dictionary?" He frowned, head now halfway into the cupboard as his hand reached for the compartment he'd built into the back their first night here. Hopefully Power Loaded hadn't checked. "Yes." "What?" Mei perked up. He didn't need to say anything as he took a step back, returning to his full height as he displayed the unopened bag of coffee. "Oh. My. God," Mei gaped. "Have I told you how much I love you lately? Because I definitely don't do it enough." Izuku rolled his eyes, but couldn't fight the smile that forced its way onto his face. Even exhausted, he couldn't take a compliment. Yeah, he shook it off, turning to grab 3 mugs and the kettle. "Just fill out my forms for next weekend and we're even." "You got it." She agreed without hesitation, hopping off the side to source the rest of the ingredients they'd need. "You know if Power Loaded catches you, you're gonna get in serious trouble, right?" Meina muttered, sounding just as nervous as she looked. The pair froze mid-task, both of them turning to face Meina with almost blank expressions. The day they cared about getting in trouble with Power Loader would be the day the world imploded. "We're incriminating you too," Izuku told her as he returned to his work, spooning out the appropriate amount, and by that he meant 2 extra scoops of ground coffee beans into each mug. "Oh, no, I'm fine," Meina shook her head, waving her hands. "Nah, we insist." Mei denied. "Really, it's fine. I'm fine. I don't have much to do today, anyway." "Show off," Izuku muttered. "So you don't need to waste any on me. Besides, what if they do a dorm inspection? I don't want detention." "You're massively overthinking this," Mei interrupted, pouring some chocolate sauce into her mug. "I'm not. Do you think if I got a detention?" "No." They both interrupted Izuku before he could even finish voicing his thought on how to get out of the next training session. They'd already heard it all before. He cursed under his breath but left it there, continuing to make his coffee how he liked it. He stopped pouring the milk halfway and instead added the last of his energy drink to top it up, a decision that earned him a disgusted grimace from his pink-haired friend. "Here," Mei held out Meina's mug. "But we both know you're going to drink it, so let's cut to the chase, yeah?" She retorted and, with a resounding sigh, Meina caved and took the mug. "Thank you," she said before she took a sip, face contorting into a slight grimace. "I can already feel my organs panicking." "That's the sign of quality coffee," Izuku replied, sliding into one of the chairs across from her and finally taking a sip of his own chemical abomination. He'd bought these coffee beans from a shop he'd found down a side street in town. It was definitely a questionable establishment and he wouldn't be surprised if they had some kind of dirty dealings going on, but the coffee they sold was imported and better quality than one would expect for the price they sold it at. "If it ain't broke." "No, it's the sign of irreversible damage," Meina countered, cradling the mug with both hands and taking another drink. "Honestly, one day someone's going to have a heart attack in this dorm and I won't be surprised if it's one of you too." Statistically speaking, Mei mumbled between sips, "It's probably going to be him." Izuku would have protested if it wasn't true. "I already wrote my will," he nodded. "You put me down for your boots, right?" Mei asked with a grin, hopping over to take a seat beside him. She'd been begging him to let her have them since he first reverse-engineered them from a mangled villain prototype he scavenged off the black market. Not that she needed to know that. Obviously. Meina stared between them, unamused. "You two are the actual worst. And yet," Izuku said, lifting his mug like a toast, "you still hang out with us." Regrettably, she admitted as she took a seat opposite the two of them. "God, I'm still so stiff," Mei muttered, rubbing at her shoulder. Izuku nodded in agreement. He ached. Everywhere. If it was already this bad after a single training session, he could only imagine how bad it was going to get when they started. Doing it every other day. "Me too. I sat in the bath for an hour this morning," Meina agreed. "And I swear I almost broke a rib. I asked Power Loader to sign a slip for me to visit Recovery Girl yesterday, and when I got there, like half our class were queuing outside. I'm not even joking. DMN. May muttered. They really need to calm it down. Izuku slouched into his chair, resting his mug on the table as he came to rest his head on his hand. Right? Like, we're in support, why are they making it so hard? It doesn't make any sense. Meina complained. Well, I get why they're doing it. They want us to have a chance at getting through to the later rounds, May defended, gesturing with her mug like she was holding a whiteboard pointer. Like, when the hero course graduate, they'll be pro-level heroes. So at the sports festival, we'll basically be fighting almost pros, which is entirely unfair. True, Izuku nodded. But why only our class? Why not business or gen ed? Aren't we all in the same boat, if that's the case? May shrugged, accidentally knocking her knee against Izuku's under the table without apology. I dunno. Maybe because we build weapons and they probably don't want us to not know how to use them under pressure. I do the module on civil safety and evacuation systems. I design traffic infrastructure, Meina said flatly. What am I gonna do? Throw a bollard at someone? May looked thoughtful. You could. Those base supports are no joke. Yeah, let me just lift a 10-ton cement block. That's a great idea, Meina retorted, gesturing with her arms as though she was lifting said block. Izuku snickered. Don't know why you're laughing, she shot him a glare. Your last prototype looked like it could snap your spine if you leaned wrong. Then don't lean wrong, he shrugged, taking another sip of his coffee. He could feel it slowly easing his headache and lightening the invisible weights that threatened to drag his eyes shut with each blink. God, he was so tired. The smell of coffee and chocolate clung to the air, and the morning sunlight filtering through the dorm kitchen windows made the grime on the panes look almost aesthetic. He was barely paying attention to their conversation, too busy thinking about how much more work he needed to get done before he and May went for smoothies later. He should be able to get the last of the planning done for Fujita's gauntlets, then it was just about making them, which was always the fun part. You read yours yet, Zuku? May asked, nudging his arm. He looked up from where he'd been staring at his coffee and shook his head. No, why? You get good feedback? In truth, Izuku had absolutely zero interest in Power Loader's physical assessment of him. He hadn't done badly, he was aware, but that didn't mean he wanted to improve. He was content being the mediocre individual he was when it came to physical exertion. Yup, May nodded, flashing a proud smile. He said I was efficient and precise under pressure, and, I'm quoting him by the way, surprisingly coordinated for someone who frequently sets fires in the lab. That can't be all he said. He legit said at the start of the email that there'd likely be more things to work on than things we were good at since we've only just started and to not be disheartened by it since we'll get better and stuff, Meina said, partially explaining it to Izuku since he hadn't read the email. Well, that didn't sound demoralizing at all. Or that was just you, May teased. No. Come on, be honest May, Meina urged. What? She gaped, amused, though one look at Izuku's bored expression had her folding. Yeah, fine. He said something about how maybe I lack the interdisciplinary neuromuscular cohesion required for continuous reactive movement across dynamic terrain substrates. Meina blinked. You what? So, you can't run on uneven ground without falling on your butt, Izuku summarized, grin growing on his face. Yeah. May admitted, unbothered. Still said I was efficient though. He huffed a small laugh, taking another sip from his drink. Sounds about right. How'd yours go, then? May gestured to Meina. She released a heavy breath. How do you think? I basically got called out on my lack of coordination and inability to stay on my feet. She air quoted with her hands. Said I move like a deer on a frozen lake and that my spatial awareness is developing, which I think is a nice way of saying I don't have any. Izuku smiled faintly behind his cup. So, no feedback that made you consider switching careers, then? Nope. Only that I'd probably die on a long rescue mission and should work on not running into walls, Meina summarized. Encouraging. Meina glanced at him. You sure you don't want to read yours? Oh, absolutely not, he scoffed into his drink, tipping the last of it back and returning the empty mug to the table. But it could be useful. Meina pressed, mock earnest. Doubt it, he denied as he stood, taking his mug over to the sink to wash up. I bet it's got some useful feedback, she insisted. I haven't even read my feedback from our exams last year, why the F would I read this one? He retorted, rinsing his mug and placing it on the drying rack next to the sink. But you got full mark. Don't bother, Meina, May interrupted as he came wandering over. He's too PP to open it. He came to lean against the table, arms folded across his chest. Are you trying to bait me? That depends. Is it working? I mean, yeah, it probably would have worked, he admitted. Ugh, I knew it, she frowned. You just want to hear what it says so you can laugh at it with Meina. Obviously. Yeah, never gonna happen, he refused. That's not fair, we told you ours, Meina protested. You volunteered to tell me yours, Izuku countered with a raised brow. I'm not walking into a firing squad just because you two got hit first. That's cowardice, Mei said plainly, slurping up the last of her coffee. I never claimed to be a hero, he said like it was obvious. Yeah, Mr. Moody and Broody over here, Mei rolled her eyes as he started making his way towards the stairs. Ah, I love it when you use cute nicknames, he teased. F off, Midoriya. She shouted back and his laugh echoed all the way up the stairs. He made it back to his room pretty quickly after that, shutting the door behind him with a dull thunk. He could hear the doors of some of his other classmates opening as they made their way downstairs to breakfast, thankful to have been up before them so he didn't have to interact. His room was dim, lit only by the lamp at his desk and various monitors or tech that had LEDs attached. His floor was layered in a carpet of blueprints and disassembled parts, and the air was filled with the soft mechanical whir of fans, processors, and half a dozen machines in various states of life. Fujita's gauntlets, meanwhile, sat in the dead center of his desk, already disassembled with their components carefully laid out like a forensic reconstruction. He rubbed at his eyes, then carefully navigated through his room to his desk chair. Right, he could do this. He still had time. He settled into his chair, grabbing a freshly sharpened pencil from the Monster Cantern penholder and got back to work on his blueprints. There was something satisfying about the way a sharp pencil drew on paper compared to a blunt one that had his hand moving a mile a minute. Time trickled by like water through a sieve and soon, as he had finally started reassembling various joints of the left gauntlet, he heard feet approaching his door. From the sounds of things, he knew exactly who it was, and prepared himself for her presence. His door flew open moments later, almost crashing into the wall as Mei announced herself. She walked in without knocking, which was standard practice at this point. As was her waltzing over to his bed and launching herself amongst his duvet and pillows. So, she began, sitting cross-legged near his pillows, his fat gum squishmallow now clutched on her lap. You almost done? Here, he replied, not even bothering to look up from his work as he grabbed her notebook from his top drawer and tossed it over his shoulder. You finished it already? She gasped and he listened as she flicked through the pages with a joyful squeal. Ah, I can't believe it. This solves the entire thermal dispersal feedback loop issue. How do you do this so easily? Thank you so much, Zuku. You're the greatest. No stress, he shrugged off her compliment, tightening a final screw before spinning round in his chair to face her. I can leave this here if you want to go soon? I'm ready when you are, she shrugged, and it was only now that he saw she was already dressed in her favorite pair of cargos. She loved how many pockets it had since it allowed her to bring all her doodads with her, and an appropriate vest and jacket, with her handbag sat by his door. He looked down at his oversized fat gum shirt and red riot pajama pants. Yeah, I need to get dressed. Yeah, Mei agreed, rolling onto her back to stare at his ceiling as a way to give him some privacy. Do you think you'll get the gauntlets done in time? She asked as he made his way across the room to his cupboard. Yeah, if I can adjust my calculations this evening, I'll have most of tomorrow to try and test the different kinetic dampening sequences, he explained as he slid on a pair of baggy jeans and a matching t-shirt shirt. Is it gonna be cold? Or should I go like this? Mei sat up just enough to appraise him, Izuku giving her a slow spin. Model material? He joked. Hardly, she scoffed. More like a before photo. Beach. He picked up one of his pillows and chucked it at her. I mean, that top looks like sheet, so maybe add a hoodie. It's supposed to rain later, she shrugged before flopping back again. This is my favorite top, he frowned as he looked around for a clean hoodie. He'd showered last night and had, somehow, managed to wrestle the knots free from his hair, which he had since tied up into a bun on the back of his head. It still housed many stray curls, but it was more manageable. Maybe he could get a haircut while they were in town or something. I know, and it's a cute top, Mei spoke, tossing the fat gum toy up and down as she waited for him. But it's not very stylish. Ugh, he rolled his eyes. The day I start caring about my outfits, shoot me. Only if you promise to dedicate your body to science, Mei bargained. I swear we signed something about that last year? He furrowed his brows as he slid on his hoodie, head popping through the top and dislodging even more of his curls from his bun. Ugh, how irritating. No, we tried to, but they said we had to wait until we were 20, remember? Oh yeah, and then your mum found out and got said, he laughed, going to grab his rucksack and slung it over his shoulders. She didn't get said, Mei denied, though even she knew she was lying. Izuku shot her a look as she sat up, and his pink-haired friend sighed. Okay, she was a little bit said. But it's only 'cause she wants us all to be buried together at the family grave. What? Scared of being cremated? No. She jumped up, slapping his arm as they headed for the door. But why be put in a box and turned to ash, when you could help further postmortem cybernetics and Neuralink research? You don't have to convince me. He held his hands up in surrender, having heard this argument before. They'd spent many nights debating ethical limits of posthumous data preservation. Among other things. I'm already an organ donor. Ugh, May pulled a face as she stepped through his door, waiting for him to lock it behind them. Why do you get to be an organ donor and I don't? I'm just better than you, aren't I? He teased and immediately took off towards the stairs, hearing May's shouts of protest and thundering feet chasing after him. He laughed, practically launching himself down the stairs, using the banister to whip himself round the corner to the next flight. Midoriya Izuku, I will PSS in your sink. Get back here. May threatened, which sent him stumbling with laughter. Makabe. Protect me. Izuku gasped, jumping behind Makabe Seiji, the kid in their class with a density manipulation quirk and the patience of a saint. Wah! Makabe blinked in confusion, looking up from his lunch just in time to see May thundering down the stairs. Midoriya, get off me. She's on a rampage. Izuku pointed a finger over his shoulder, keeping a hand on his back like a baby koala clinging to his mother for safety. May skidded to a stop, hands on her hips. Don't you use Makabe as a meat shield. Coward. A meat shield? Makabe looked between the two of them with almost horror on his face. I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna go. He carefully slid from Izuku's grip and stepped away from them. Enjoy your lunch, Izuku offered a smile, moments before May was bringing her hand round and slapping him upside the head. Ow. May. It's your own fault, she retorted, turning without another word to go. Collect her shoes. Izuku followed close behind, sliding on his red trainers with ease. You got the cons. May flashed the signed consent form in his face. I'm sorry. Good, she beamed, hopping up to her feet with the energy of a fully charged capacitor. Now let's go. The next train leaves in 20 minutes. She grabbed his sleeve and practically dragged him from their dorm before he even got the chance to respond. He stumbled down the steps behind her, then pulled his sleeve away from her hand. May, slow down. Stop pulling me, he protested weakly, though she was already skipping ahead of him. We still have time to catch the train. Yeah, and we'll have less if you slow down, she shot back. Yeah, fair enough. He jogged after her, following the main path between the dorms and UA's front gate. The security office was tucked away round the corner from the main gates, its design equally complex and the interior far more advanced than it looked from the outside. Izuku held the door open for May, who practically slapped the signed permission form on the counter before the security officer inside had even looked up. Afternoon, Mr. Nakano, she greeted with a grin. Afternoon handsome, he responded, picking up the form to check it over. Where are you going? We're going into Muzutafu, and we'll be back by 8, she reiterated what was already written on the form. The man looked up from the piece of paper, glanced between them, then nodded. Everything looks to be in order. You've both got your IDs? Izuku pulled his from his pocket and watched May flash hers like a police badge. They pressed them against the scanner pad on the desk, waiting for the soft green beep to confirm their departure, logging it into Nedzu's system. All right, that's you two sorted. Just make sure you're back by 8. I don't want to have to call your teacher on a Saturday, Mr. Nakano warned. Don't worry, we will be, Izuku promised. Thank you, May added as they made their way to the exit through the security office. Izuku gave Mr. Nakano a polite nod before following her out into the sunlight, blinking as the warmth hit his face. They decided to take the shortcut through the woods out front to get down the UA hill, cutting across the worn footpath students had trampled into the grass. There was a paved route further along, but it took almost twice as long to get down. Thankfully, it was a short walk and they were soon buying their tickets and making their way onto the platform. The station itself was tucked away beside a few cafes, which the pair frequented when they wanted a change of scenery, and some quiet shops just outside the school zone. A few other UA students in weekend clothes were already waiting under the awning, chatting in groups or sitting with earbuds in. Someone from 2A waved vaguely in their direction, but May didn't notice, and Izuku offered only a small smile of recognition. He actually had no idea what their name was and dreaded the thought that they may come over to speak with them. He'd only just bothered enough to remember the names of everyone in his class, there was no way he was gonna bother with the others. He and May shared casual conversation as they waited for their train. Well, May spoke enthusiastically about a new polymer coating she'd been looking at for heat-resistant wiring, and Izuku half-listened while mentally calculating resistor thresholds in his head. Less than half an hour later, they were walking into May's favorite smoothie place in all of Japan, Funkijus. It was a tiny, aggressively vibrant shop wedged between a laundromat and a stationery store that sold notebooks shaped like frogs. The juice place looked like it had been designed by a sentient pair of sunglasses, loud colors, mismatched furniture, neon menus, and a wall covered in Polaroids of customers holding towering smoothies. May had 3 photos up already and excitedly pointed them out every time they came. Izuku wasn't on the wall. Well, he was in the background of one of May's photos holding a lopsided smoothie that looked like it had been attacked by sprinkles, but he didn't think that counted. I'm going for the strawberry matcha, May declared as they joined the short queue. Really? I never would have guessed. Izuku said, voice dripping with sarcasm. It wasn't like he'd had to listen to her go on about her strawberry matcha the entire journey there or anything. No, not at all. Yeah, it's so good, she nodded, eyes jumping about the menus above the counter. Izuku rolled his eyes but couldn't help the small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Her enthusiasm was like static electricity, annoying if you touched it wrong but kind of energizing. What are you getting? She asked suddenly, turning to him like he was the deciding vote in the great smoothie election. Probably the dragonfruit blueberry thing? The one with the chia seeds that look like frog's pawn. Sounds lush, she cringed. Yeah, well, you like avocado, so. Huh? She made a face. The F is wrong with avocado? What isn't wrong with avocado? You're a cretin, she decided as they approached the counter. The barista, unsurprisingly, greeted May by name and she placed hers and Izuku's orders. As promised, she was the one to pay, and they were soon sliding into a booth near the front window with a flickering novelty sign that read, "Slurp your best life," in slanted calligraphy hung beside them. The table was lopsided and wobbled every time either of them leaned their elbows on it, but it had a good view of the street and was covered in enough stickers that it was practically a tablecloth. Their drinks came pretty quickly, followed closely by a couple plates of food for them to pick at. It wasn't anything substantial, though Izuku doubted it was supposed to be since this was still primarily a smoothie place. Izuku was halfway through his drink when May flipped her phone round to show him whatever was displayed on screen. He squinted, leaning closer to see she was on the school's baseball page. Are you gonna watch their match this week? She asked. McAbe is on the starting lineup this year. Really? Oh, congrats to him. Izuku made a mental note to congratulate him when they got back later. Who are they playing? Seijin. Oh, that's an easy win then. May snorted. Right? Their pitcher last year couldn't even throw a straight ball without crying. God, that match was painful to watch. Izuku shook his head, recounting the 18-1 slaughter they'd achieved a few months prior during their first year. The one-run Seijin managed had been a mercy slip, and everyone knew it. Imagine the scores though, if they let the hero course compete, May mused as she scrolled through their page on her phone. Someone like that Ida kid could practically rocket between the bases. He'd also need to know how to hit the ball, Izuku added. It wasn't that the hero course student were outright banned from taking part in extracurricular activities. No, they were basically banned. The school gave the usual spiel about scheduling conflicts and prioritizing professional development, but everyone knew the real reasons: insurance liability, injury risk, and legal gray areas. You didn't put a kid with engines in his calves or someone who could generate small earthquakes into a casual sports club unless you were actively seeking lawsuits. Not to mention most of them already had combat training and extra physical conditioning crammed into their week. It was unlikely they could commit to the training. Their schedules were so packed that UA had to build a dedicated medical wing for preventative care. And still, students in the hero department went through crutches like disposable chopsticks. Izuku hated that he knew all of this about the hero course, but when every single student you agreed to help with their gear gives you the same mini rant about not being free half the week because of their extra training, you pick up on the similarities. Bet Bakugu would just blow up the ball if he got struck out, May joked around a tofu bite. He'd blow up the pitcher, Izuku replied flatly, rolling his eyes at the mention of the blonde. May was already well informed of what went on there. Sounds about right, she agreed with a laugh. Hero students do the dumbest stuff with so much confidence. Izuku agreed, clinking his smoothie against May's like a toast. Support course supremacy, May declared, grinning. Besides, it doesn't help that 3 first-year hero kids have already been suspended. Izuku almost spat his drink all over the table. She blinked at him. What? No, backtrack, Izuku spoke through choking coughs. Who's been suspended? Yeah, those 3 kids from Class 1B got suspended last week. Don't tell me you didn't hear about it? He blinked. Wait, seriously Zuku? I swear I told you about this last week. Literally everyone's been talking about it. He blinked again. Oh, you cannot be this dense. She gaped, slurping her drink as she turned to check a notification on her phone. Izuku waited, eyebrows raised, for the explanation. May could be such a little sheet sometimes. Well? He gestured with his hand for her to hurry up. Tell me then. He would never go so far as to call himself a gossip, but he'd also never not listen to May when she relayed stories she happened to overhear, by accident, definitely not intentionally, during her 100% real maintenance checks in the hallway where people just so happened to be talking really loudly. Pure coincidence, really. All right, no need to snap, she rolled her eyes, his own narrowing as he watched her take a prolonged sip of her drink. She was being a little sheet and she knew it. Beach, he muttered, sinking into the back of his chair. What was that? You don't want me to tell you. She cupped her hand round her ear before settling back into her seat with a teasing pout. Oh well, I guess you don't want to know about how they snuck into the faculty wing through the vents and tried to steal the provisional exam questions and sport festival mock-ups. What the f dash dot, he gaped at her. Oh well, she fake-sighed. It's a shame you also don't want to hear about how a certain hero course student's father also has sway over who gets spotlighted in the sports festival, and how he wants to make sure his kid doesn't get shown up again. Izuku stared at her. Downright just stared. May's grin turned wicked. Oh, and did I mention? The business staff caught 2 of the 1B idiots on camera. Stuck halfway in the ceiling vents. But first. Izuku slapped a hand over his face. This school is a FING soap opera. May grinned into her straw. And you love every second of it, gossip gremlin. He peeked at her through his fingers, muttering, I do not. You absolutely do, she sang. Oh, that reminds me. Did you see the news earlier? She leveled him with a flat stare. Of course she hadn't seen the news. The only news May gave a sheet about was tech advancements and publications. Anything outside of that was mere background noise for her. Well, apparently one of Endeavor's sidekicks went missing. Wait, what? May gaped. What do you mean, missing? Which one? What happened? They didn't say which sidekick, Izuku replied, unlocking his phone and scrolling through to find the last article he'd read. It was on the midday update. Someone from Team Alpha, apparently. She was last seen leaving a patrol post in Yatsuya last night and didn't check in after. Apparently they found signs of a struggle but no footage. Whole area's under review. That's not normal, right? May asked, frowning as Izuku handed over his phone for her to scroll through. Not in the slightest, Izuku murmured, his gaze narrowing slightly as he turned to glance out the window. Endeavor's agency doesn't let its people go dark unless it's tactical. He would know. They're calling it a targeted disappearance, May recited from the article she was reading off his phone. Which is a very fancy way of saying they think someone took her, Izuku supplied as he chucked the last of his food in his mouth. Plus, they probably don't want to say it was a villain on record. Endeavor has a reputation to uphold. May scoffed. I thought you hated him. Me hating him has nothing to do with the fact he has a reputation. He is the new number 1, after all. Ugh, May pulled a face, sticking her tongue out as though the mere mention of him left a sour taste. I mean, look at him. She turned her phone round to show Izuku the fire hero's photo in the latest article. Something about him saving workers from some textiles factory after a small fire broke out. Isn't he just so punchable? I was going to be more mean, but sure, punchable. Izuku snorted into his drink, wiping his hands on a napkin before taking his phone back from his friend. They finished up soon after, heading out to get some shopping done since, if Izuku knew May half as well as he thought he did, there was no way they were returning to campus without at least 2 shopping bags. They followed their usual route, May spending far too much money on random crap she didn't need. Izuku was always down for blind boxes and collectibles. Lord knows his shelves were packed full of the stuff, but buying a 10,000 yen mystery box because the shopkeeper told her it had good vibes was where he drew the line. You don't even know what's in there, Izuku pointed out as she hugged the large red box to her chest like a dragon with its hoard. That's why it's called a mystery box, Zuku, she responded, grinning. Think of it like a science experiment. Hypothesis, this box will contain something I can turn into a flamethrower. Izuku shot her a flat look. Hypothesis, that box contains 3 keychains, a sticker sheet, and regret. Then why is it so heavy? She countered with a quirk of her brow, giving the box a small shake as if to emphasize her point. Well, when you fail to reject your null, I'll be ready to laugh at you. Always so cynical, she shook her head at him. Even if it does SCK, it's still fun. You just lack vision. I have vision, he denied. I can clearly see you running out of space on your shelves in 2 weeks if you keep this up. That earned him a snorted laugh, loud enough that a passerby turned to glance at them. May didn't care, and Izuku had stopped trying to be embarrassed about it. If anything, he found it comforting to know May gave no sheets. By the 6th shop, he'd given up trying to keep a running tally of her nonsense purchases and just went along with it. Neon zip ties, a half-off LED panel, an armful of cheap gacha figurines, and his personal favorite, a plushie shaped like a traffic cone. "Why do you even want that?" he asked as she jammed it into a bag. She seriously didn't have the space for it. "Why wouldn't I want it?" she replied, as if it were the dumbest question in the world. Izuku opened his mouth, then closed it again. Fair enough. Anyways, I'm gonna head to get myself some new underwear. I really don't have to know that. Well, you're gonna hear about it anyway, she informed him as she took her bags from his arms. I'll meet you back here in an hour? Yeah. Izuku nodded, glancing to check the time on his phone. I'm gonna head over and see my mum for a bit, anyway. Perfect, May grinned, already headed towards the shopping center. I'll text you when I'm done. Tell her I said hi. Will do, Izuku nodded, adjusting his bag on his shoulder. He turned down a side street leading off the main road, letting the crowd swallow May up behind him. Time to see how his mother was doing. He turned left halfway along, heading down yet another alleyway, and began walking toward the quieter residential district. The crowd slowly disappeared, the chatter and foot traffic thinning until it was just the echo of his own shoes against the pavement. Shopfronts gave way to shuttered corner shops and faded vending machines, their displays sun-bleached and half-empty or entirely empty where someone had just smashed open the glass to take what they wanted. The air smelled faintly of rust and old cooking oil, and the hum of the train lines in the distance filled the silence where city noise usually lived. He turned the corner and didn't have to check for cars as he crossed the road and cut through the decrepit park the council had installed as part of some initiative a couple years ago. It had lasted barely 2 weeks before the swings lost their seats and the slide had become an obstacle course of dents and hidden blades. It was safe to say none of the neighborhood kids ever paid it a visit unless they were using it as a spot for, underage, not that Izuku cared, drinking. It took just under 10 minutes before he arrived at his mother's building, which was tucked against a rundown factory just past the train lines. The building was a squat, ugly block of flats with peeling paint, rust stains crawling down from the gutters, and a buzzer panel that hadn't worked properly in years. Izuku had debated fixing it, but he knew it would only get broken again, so there was really no point wasting his time. Laundry hung from balconies like tired flags, some lines drooping under the weight of blankets, while others had pegs missing the clothes altogether. As he approached, his feet crunched over broken glass from a bottle that had evidently been smashed against the side of the building. He shouldered open the front door that led into the reception, the hinges squeezing slightly in that way that made his skin break out in goosebumps. The reception desk was empty, though it usually was their landlord preferred to do collections in cash, in person, and with the subtlety of a crowbar. He didn't waste his time sitting around at reception, nor care about a single complaint ever raised by a tenant. Izuku would have complained if the rent wasn't so cheap and the landlord didn't conveniently forget to file paperwork with city inspectors, meaning anyone who asked questions about residents or their quirks was usually turned away. It was the kind of place where people didn't ask too many questions, and that made it worth the peeling paint and leaking pipes. The air was musty with old cigarette smoke and fried food as he crossed the space, slipping into the stairwell instead of even attempting to brave the lift that he was confident hadn't been serviced since the building was built back in what was probably the 20th century. He climbed the stairs slowly, keeping a tight grip on his bag as he went round and round each flight. Why did he have to pick the flat on the 6th floor? His thighs were already protesting, though it wasn't like he hadn't done worse during Power Loader's first training session. He couldn't wait for that whole shit show to be over. What was it now? Only 6 weeks left? Or was it 8? He hoped for the former. By the time he reached the landing, his breath fogged slightly in the cooler stairwell air, and he paused to roll the ache from his shoulders. His mother's flat was halfway along the corridor, past a door with police tape that had never been properly removed, and another with a lock clearly pried open and replaced with something cheaper. He nodded a greeting at old Mr. Tanaka, who was crouched in the hall fiddling with his radio antenna again. The old man shot him a gummy grimace, mumbling something about static. Afternoon, Tanaka, Izuku greeted, automatically crouching down beside him. Still giving you trouble? You'd think with all this tech nonsense the kids get these days, someone would fix the DMN signals, Tanaka grumbled. Twisting a bent wire with far too much force. DMN thing only wants to play idle music. He smacked the side of the dented radio. You keep smacking it like that and you'll snap the antenna clean off. Here, let me. Izuku pulled a multi-tool from his pocket, one he always carried thanks to Mei's insistence that a true support course student should never leave home unprepared. He'd originally thought she was talking about condoms, since she'd gone on a whole rant about being safe and protected, and was confused as to why it only applied to support students. She had laughed in his face when he told her. That was the last time he admitted to misunderstanding one of her rambles. A couple quick adjustments and a twist of the screws, and the radio crackled to life, fuzzy voices sharpening just enough to make out the announcer. O'Day's rankings, it seems Endeavor is holding firm at number 1 despite the mounting criticism of Bah. Tanaka cut the announcer off with a sharp twist of the knob, switching the channel over to his preferred public radio station that Izuku knew he called into from time to complain about local heroes. All the same bloody faces every year. Heroes, politicians, the commission, doesn't matter. Flashy uniforms, and no common sense. Half of M couldn't change a tire if their life depended on it. Izuku smiled faintly, slipping the multi-tool back into his pocket. He'd learned long ago not to argue with Tanaka when he went on one of his rants. At least you've got it tuned properly now. Should hold for a while. We'll see. These things are made cheap these days, everything is. Make M so they break in a month and they want you to buy a new one. Back in your day, they didn't have pocket-sized computers that could do your shopping for you, Izuku finished for him, having heard it all before. Tanaka snorted, then jabbed a thumb toward the door with the replaced lock. Speaking of broken, you hear the racket from that one last night? Useless brat had half the building awake with whatever friends he's running with. Council won't do a DMN thing. Bet it's those villain wannabes from across the tracks sniffing around again. Izuku didn't respond, though his shoulders tensed slightly. He knew all about that lot, but drawing attention never helped in this place. It was usually best to just leave it alone. It wasn't like they were much of a threat anyway. Maybe they'll quiet down when the new heroes come in, he offered instead. He'd read all about it on his laptop, how the commission were revamping hero routes in the lower wards as part of their community safety initiative, a shiny new program meant to cut down response times and build trust between pro-heroes and the public. It was supposed to be the first stage of their soft relaunch after last year's whole All for One and League of Villains scandal, a way to show they still had control. Spoiler, they didn't. Izuku could almost laugh at how little the commission had control of, but who was he to comment? He only read up on their plans as a way to amuse himself when he was down, not to offer alternatives. None of this had made public news yet anyway, but it was only a matter of time. Doubt it. No DSPLN anymore. All these kids growing up thinking they'll be the next big hero just 'cause they can shoot sparks out their butt. Heroes ain't really heroes. Just celebrities with better lighting. Izuku ducked his head, mumbling something noncommittal as Tanaka adjusted the antenna again. Izuku had heard this rant 100 times before, and while he didn't fully disagree, he still held out hope that there were a few heroes out there that could prove him wrong. The old man sighed and leaned back against the wall, the joints in his knees popping loudly. You're a good kid, though. Smart. Don't waste it chasing after capes. You stick to your gadgets, you'll make yourself useful that way. Yeah, Izuku nodded, offering the old man a tight-lipped smile. That's the plan. Tanaka grunted approval, then waved him off with a dismissive flap of his hand. Go on then, don't keep your mother waiting. See you later, Tanaka, Izuku said as he pushed to stand, fishing his key out of his pocket. The man grunted as he moved his radio once more, muttering something about catching the news broadcast at last. Izuku moved on, finally stopping in front of the familiar scuffed door. The key took 3 attempts to get into the lock and he had to force it to turn, but soon the door creaked open with its usual sticky resistance. Izuku had meant to oil it, he always meant to, but something else always came up. He kicked off his shoes by the entry, careful not to knock over the low row of supports and walking aids lined along the wall. Mum, I'm home. His voice bounced through the flat. The smell of lavender and warmed rice hung in the air, comforting, if faintly stale. There was no answer. He stepped into the main room, blinking in the low light. The curtains were only half open, and the low mechanical hum of the monitoring systems he'd rigged droned softly in the background. Mum, he tried again, quieter now as he walked through to check the kitchen. Her tea sat untouched on the counter, though no steam wafted from the mug, so she must have made it earlier. The faint ring of condensation had already dried into the table. Her pillbox sat beside it, lid open and 2 doses missing, so at least she hadn't forgotten today. Mum? You home? He called again, louder this time. He moved through the small space quickly, his steps automatic. Her bedroom door was ajar, and when he pushed it open, the growing tension in his shoulders dropped with a soft sigh. She was sat in her chair by the window, chin tilted slightly down and one hand limp in her lap as she dozed in the sun. A thick knit blanket lay pooled across her legs, a blanket she had made when trying to teach him to knit as a kid. It hadn't worked and he still couldn't knit to save his life, but at least they got a cool blanket out of it. Hey, he spoke gently, approaching on soft feet. You awake? He didn't want to wake her up if she was in a deep sleep, but he doubted that was the case. His mum stirred slowly, eyelids fluttering open. It took her a moment to find him in the light, but a kind smile grew on her face at the sight of him. Zuku, she rasped, her voice dry and soft with sleep. Hey baby. I didn't know you were up. Did you want a tea? Oh, no, I'm okay, thank you, he shook his head. Did you want one? I could go make you one. She pondered his question for a moment, eyes staring at the clock on her bedside table. The silence lingered, each second dragging out until he knew he wasn't going to get an answer. Mum? Huh? Oh, yes. A tea would be lovely, she nodded, looking up at him with that same soft smile that always cut him down to the bone. Okay, I'll be right back, he agreed and promptly returned to the kitchen to make her a fresh cup. She'd always loved the chrysanthemum blend he bought for her from the little stall outside the station. He moved the kettle under the tap, listening to the slow groan of the pipes as it filled. It was always too loud, too drawn out, like even the plumbing was tired. He popped it on the base and poured away her old cup. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck as he leant against the counter, counting the seconds until it began to whistle. When the water was ready, he poured it carefully over the dried blossoms, watching them bloom and swirl in the cup like tiny parachutes. He added a little honey she always forgot unless he did it for her and mixed in some cold water from the tap to make sure she wouldn't burn herself. Here you go, he murmured once he returned, crouching down beside her chair. He set the tea on the small table within reach, nudging aside a stack of half-opened letters and the remote she never used. Inko blinked at it slowly, then at him, as if she'd only just remembered who was in the room. Oh, thank you, baby. You're always looking out for me, my Zuku. His throat tightened, but he managed a soft laugh. Someone's gotta do it, right? Can't have you running around causing trouble. She huffed a laugh, shifting slightly in her seat to get more comfortable. Izuku offered a hand, adjusting the blanket on her lap before picking up the stack of letters to have a glance through them. They were usually just bills or notices, maybe the occasional letter from the hospital or random flyers, but nothing too serious. The first envelope was from the electric company, another polite warning about late payments that he swore he'd made on time. The second was stamped red, some bureaucratic threat about overdue fees on her medication deliveries. Izuku pressed his lips into a line, tucking both to the bottom of the stack where she wouldn't see them. One envelope was still sealed, with the logo of the city hospital printed neatly in the corner. He slipped a thumb under the flap, scanning the first couple lines. Just an appointment reminder. Good, no bad news this time. He slid the safe letters back onto the table in a neat pile and tucked the worrying ones into his back pocket for later. He'd sort it out. He always did. How is school? His mum asked, taking a sip from her tea. Did you have that test? Yeah, it went well, Izuku gave the same answer he always did when she asked. I'm sure we'll get our marks back any day now. Oh, that's good, she nodded, her eyes growing heavy again. You're so clever, Zuku. Always have been. My boy. Her words trailed off into the hum of the monitoring equipment. We have the sports festival coming up, he decided to tell her as he took a seat on the edge of her bed, her eyes reopening when he spoke. School's already buzzin', and May's planning some new attachments for her gear, so it's going to be. Yeah, pretty hectic. Oh, his mother hummed, eyes crinkling. Yes, the sports festival. I remember. Power Loader even has us training with the hero course staff to prepare, he half laughs, watching his mother's mouth thin. Heroes, she whispered, gripping the blanket tighter in her lap, knuckles pale. You don't want to do that, do you, Zuku? It's so dangerous. Heroes always end up hurt. He shook his head quickly, leaning forward. No, nothing like that, Mum. It's just practice drills, basic stuff, nothing risky, he assured her. They just want us to learn how our gear works under different conditions, that's all. Her shoulders eased, though her fingers still clung to the fabric. Izuku could only sigh as he took her hand into his, rubbing his thumb across her knuckles in a weak attempt at comfort. She was silent for a few moments, her brows still furrowed. You did it last year, didn't you? She said suddenly, her voice warming. I watched you on the telly. You were so fast. I remember everyone was cheering when you. She faltered, brow knitting as she searched for the memory that wasn't there. Izuku didn't correct her. Instead, he smiled and spoke softly. Yeah, it was. Pretty cool, huh? I couldn't even believe it myself. Her face lit with a tired pride, and for a moment, it didn't matter that her memory was wrong. All that mattered was that she was proud of him. He'd take that. He shifted back, moving her tea more firmly into her hands as he spoke. You'll have to watch me again this year. I'll make sure to do even better than last time. Of course, baby, she murmured, eyes slipping half closed again. You always make me so proud. His chest warmed from the compliment, but he brushed off the feeling quickly. She didn't even know what she was saying. Here, have some of your tea. Oh, right, yes. Did you want some tea? She looked up at him after taking a generous sip. Oh, no, I'm okay, he gave her shoulder a soft squeeze as he stepped past, then slowly moved around the room. He checked the monitors he had installed, adjusting a couple settings he'd noted were a little off during the week, then began to restock her pill case for when her carer next paid her a visit. She asked questions as he worked and he answered as best he could, offering a couple stories that he knew would make her happy. He even got her to laugh, a proper laugh this time, when he told her about one of May's most recent lab fires. "That girl. She sounds like trouble," she wheezed through a laugh and shook her head. "The good kind," Izuku assured, smiling faintly as he clicked the pillbox lid shut and tucked it away behind an old photo of him and his mother from when he was a kid, a small label stuck on the bottom reading, "Me and Izuku." "Mostly." She hummed as though she wasn't quite convinced, though her eyes sparkled with that soft amusement she used to wear all the time. For a heartbeat, it was like seeing her again, really seeing her, but the spark faded almost as quickly as it came, leaving behind that faraway, glassy stare he'd come to know. Izuku's chest tightened, a dull ache blooming behind his ribs. He hated the way it made him feel, like part of her was slipping through his fingers no matter how tightly he tried to hold on. It wasn't fair. It never felt fair. He hated it. That stupid hollow feeling that sometimes grew in his chest. It was stupid. So stupid. They sat together a little longer, talking softly, Izuku prompting her to tell him what she'd gotten up to this week. He made sure she finished her tea and adjusted her blanket so it was tucked more firmly around her legs. She murmured her thanks in that drifting, distracted way of hers, already forgetting she'd thanked him 2 minutes before. Eventually, he checked the time on his phone and winced. "I should get going, Mum. I promised May I'd meet her to head back to school soon." She blinked up at him, as though waking from a dream, then gave him a small smile. "Always so busy these days." "Not too busy to see you," he reassured her, crouching by her chair so she didn't have to crane her neck. "I'll come by again soon, okay?" Her hand lifted weakly, trembling just enough that he leaned in to make it easier for her. Her fingers brushed across his cheek, tucking an unruly curl behind his ear the way he used to when he was small, and for a moment, for a brief, bittersweet moment, he felt like he was 8 years old again, curled against her side on the sofa. Felt like everything was back to normal again, back to when she could remember. Back to when her touch was safe. He hated dwelling on the past and forced himself to stand. He needed to get going anyway, no point lingering. He had stuff to do. "Love you, Mum, I'll see you soon, yeah?" He leaned down and kissed her forehead, still cool from the room's AC. She smelled like lavender and warm wool, though the undercurrent of her favorite perfume still lingered. At least some things never changed. As he turned to go, she called softly after him. "Zuko?" His steps halted. "Yeah? Do you know when Hisashi gets back?" His hand clenched around the strap of his bag. He didn't look back, not fully. "No, I don't." He left the flat pretty quickly after that, almost jumping down the stairs 2 at a time until he was back amongst the bustling streets of Mizurufu. He shook the tension from his shoulders, moving the letters in his pocket into his bag as he went. "Ugh," he groaned, running a hand through his hair and giving his cheek a light slap to shake that horrid feeling from his shoulders. God, he hated when she asked him that. Sometimes he wished he could just grab her by the shoulders and shake the truth into her. "Stupid," he grumbled, kicking a particularly large pebble and watching it skitter across the pavement. He still had 40 minutes until he needed to be back to meet May, and the streets were loud enough at this hour that nobody would notice him. Not the office workers in suits streaming back from late lunches and business meetings. Not the young families getting some last-minute shopping in before the shops shut. Not the occasional hero flickering past overhead, capes snagging in the wind, and their names being shouted from below by wide-eyed children. To all of them, he was just another teenager with a hood tugged low, trudging toward the train line. Invisible. Which was exactly what he needed to be. Izuku pulled his hood lower over his eyes as he crossed the cracked pavement, the faint smell of fried oil and old rain mixing to form an almost rotting-like scent in the narrow backstreet. The laundromat looked as lifeless as ever with its neon 24-hour wash sign flickering above the entrance, only half its letters still working. Izuku pushed through the glass door with little fanfare, the bell jingling overhead to announce his arrival. Inside, the machines droned in hollow rhythms, most out of order, a few tumbling clothes that probably hadn't belonged to paying customers in years. A single old woman dozed in the corner with a basket of sheets on her lap. Mrs. Mamoru. She lived in a small house nearby with her 9 cats and the memory of her long-dead husband. Izuku only knew she had 9 cats since he used to frequently help her catch them after they escaped and ran away. She would always reward him after with cookies and a cup of tea. A terrible cup of tea that he would always sneakily pour into one of the litter boxes in her home, mind you, but a kind gesture nonetheless. Deciding not to disturb her, he moved round the washing machines and crossed to the row of dryers in the back corner, just past the change machine. He counted along until he was at the 3rd machine from the end. He crouched, appropriate coin clinking softly against his ring as he twirled it back and forth between his fingers. He opened the money tray and slotted the gold coin in before shutting it once more. The machine rattled, gears inside clicking in a rhythm far too complex for a mere load of washing. The sound shifted into something deeper, lower, like a note held too long on a bass string, and then there was a small cling as the coin dropped through. Izuku straightened and pulled his hood further forward, making sure his mask was in place as the drum shuddered once, the false bottom rolled back, and a narrow gap yawned open. The hum beyond rose to meet him like a living thing. Izuku slipped inside. The stairs down were narrow and spiraled, the metal painted black so the edges disappeared underfoot. He was so glad they finally caved and added a small handrail. He couldn't count on two hands how many times he'd accidentally slipped and tumbled down these stairs like a slinky. He still had a K&K in his finger from the time he'd broken it when trying to catch himself on one of the steps to halt his fall. Yet at not one of his proudest moments. It hadn't even worked, so he broke his finger for nothing. The air changed with each step down, colder, heavier, buzzing faintly with that familiar low static hum. By the time he reached the bottom, the walls shook with the muffled beat of bass lines that weren't quite music. The static lived up to its name. It was always the first thing that hit him, the sound. A constant wash of layered white noise, a storm of audio filters designed to drown out conversation, to erase the edges of words so no recording could catch them clean. To most people, it was unbearable after a few minutes, but Izuku had long since learned to push past the thrum. It almost soothed him now, like pressure on a bruise. If it isn't the bug. The greeting came from Tusk, the tusked man-mountain stationed by the inner door. His grin split the scar tissue across his cheek as he eyed Izuku's hooded figure. "Haven't seen you round here in a while." "Been busy," came Izuku's response, voice twisted by the mask strapped across his lower face. An old respirator rig, modded with a slimline filter and a built-in voice scrambler he'd soldered himself. The effect turned his words metallic, a buzz overlaid with faint distortion. Coupled with the hood, the shadows across his eyes, and the faint tick-tick-tick of the modulator, it was enough to keep Cicada faceless. A dumb name, he was fully aware, but he also hadn't been the one to coin it. The blame for that went entirely to RJ. It would seem so, Tusk agreed as he stepped aside, revealing the iron door behind him. Izuku handed off a couple coin as he passed, a small thanks to the bouncer as he stepped through the entryway. The static sprawled wider than it had any right to, a long room broken by crooked pillars and patched-together soundproof panels. It was a half-lit warren of booths and counters, smoke curling through vents, the buzz of neon strips painting the low ceiling in fractured color. The air reeked faintly of oil, alcohol, and ozone. There were a number of doors dotted around the space, each leading somewhere entirely different. Izuku hadn't had the privilege of exploring all of them, but he had hoped he'd get there someday. The crowd shifted like currents, hustlers trading hardware, mercs lounging with heavy boots propped up on tables, scavengers hawking stripped drones and gutted villain tech from crates stacked like market stalls on the far side. And on the left wall, the battered sign behind the bar still read "Spin Cycle," an inside joke amongst the regulars. No cameras. No questions. Everyone here had something to buy or something to sell. No exceptions. RJ spotted Izuku before he'd even cleared the main floor. The bartender's smile was sharp under the glow of the old jukebox, her calico hair caught up in a mess of pins. She raised two fingers in greeting as she came to lean against the counter, toothpick flicking between her teeth. "Where you been, bug?" she spoke in greeting, voice carrying through the layers of white noise like it always did. RJ had a way of being heard. "We were starting to think the paranoia had finally gotten to ya." Izuku muttered something unflattering under his breath about the nickname, but his mask blurred it to illegible static. "Patch here yet?" he asked as he slid onto a stool, moving his rucksack onto his lap. "Yeah, he's in the one of the ports," RJ answered as she turned to grab Izuku his usual. "Should be back in a bit. Left me to babysit his junkers." She jerked her chin toward a milk crate stuffed with broken drone arms and stripped-out signal jammers stacked at the end of the bar. Izuku appraised the man's small haul and felt his lip curl in confusion. What on earth did he think he could make or pay someone else to make with junk like that? And Izuku didn't call stuff junk lightly, since he made a habit of seeing potential where everyone else saw landfill, something he was fully aware set a few people off. But this? This was the kind of mess you only picked up if you were either desperate, stupid, or running on some half-baked conspiracy theory about building an anti-surveillance crown out of duct tape and wishful thinking. Patch really was one unique individual. RJ set the glass down in front of Izuku with a clink that grabbed his attention once more. "So what is it this time, bug?" Her eyes dropped to the bag on his lap before returning to his covered eyes. "Another one of your miracle fixes? Or you just here to dig through trash and make the rest of us look stupid again?" Izuku tapped his ring against the glass, his modulator clicking faintly with each shift of his breath. Depends who's paying. RJ chuckled low, swapping her toothpick out for a cigarette. Funny you say that. Someone's been asking for you. Wanted code, not scrap. Big money. You interested? Izuku's hand stilled on his glass. He didn't answer right away. What kind of code? Beats me, RJ shrugged, moving to look busy by wiping down the bar. He mentioned something about corporate backends, but you'd have to ask Hound. Izuku grimaced at the mention of the broker. It wasn't Hound's information that bothered him. The man's intel was usually reliable, but his quirk made him insufferable to deal with. Hound had a nose for chemical signals, which meant he could smell emotions like other people smelled cheap perfume. Useful, sure, especially in this line of work where being able to sniff out a rat could be taken quite literally, but by God was that the only good thing about him. Hound wasn't any kind of stellar crook. In fact, he got picked up by the police almost weekly. His information was good, but his inability to lie and overall lack of subtlety made him a disaster to work with. Not to mention his constant, wet chewing of gum. Smack. 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 It was disgusting. The mere thought of working with him was enough to set Izuku's teeth on edge. Why did it have to be him? Izuku shifted his glass an inch to the side, watching the condensation slide down onto the bar's warped wood. He didn't like where this conversation was going. You're not selling it very well, he muttered, voice flattened by the modulator. RJ snorted. Since when do I have to? You'll go see him anyway. Curiosity's your worst habit, Bug. Stop calling me Bug, he remarked as he mulled over his options. He knew the request was futile, but he made a point of saying it at least once every time he came in. RJ's smirk was easy, practiced, but her eyes flicked down the bar, tracking the flow of bodies moving in and out of the various entrances. Sure, Izuku used the laundromat, but this place had 5 locations across the city that spat you out here, though Izuku was almost 100% sure there were more that people like RJ knew about that the rest of the patrons weren't privy to. Someone had probably already clocked him sitting here, too. Izuku hated that thought, hated that familiar itch crawling up the back of his neck. He wasn't nearly paranoid enough for this job, and still he never felt clean. RJ leaned against the bar, one eyebrow raised. So, you in? Or do I tell Hound you're busy knitting sweaters with scrap metal again? Izuku tilted his head, hood shadowing the movement. What's the pay? Enough you'll be able to buy out every bin in this place for a month. That pulled at him. Just a little. His hand stilled against the rim of the glass. A score like that could keep him flush with parts for weeks. Maybe even long enough that May wouldn't notice how much of his stipend disappeared into projects that never made it back to Power Loader's workshop. RJ watched him. Think, one corner of her mouth twitching upward. I'll set the meat, then. I didn't say yes. You didn't say no. She winked, already sliding down the bar to serve a man who just banged his empty glass for attention. Izuku sat there a long moment, the music pressing in, the conversations blurring into noise. His fingers drummed against the bag in his lap, the patched strap warm against his palm. He hated Hound. He hated being this visible. But damn it, he couldn't ignore big money when it landed in his lap. Even if it now meant full-blown cybercrime. Okay, yes, this wouldn't be the first time. But Izuku didn't want to make a habit out of it. The more involved he got, the more likely the police would come sniffing, and where you got the police, the heroes were soon to follow. With a quiet sigh, he shifted his mask to quickly drain his drink, the modulator clicking faintly as he shifted it back into place. Izuku wasn't supposed to be reckless when he came here. Cicada was smart. Cicada was careful. Cicada kept his head down. Cicada knew not to end up on the police's radar. How else would he have been able to do this work for almost 5 years without a single policeman or hero sniffing around? Cicada was smart. But Cicada also couldn't afford to walk away. The medical and electrical bills in his bag felt like they were burning through the fabric. Fine. Fine. He'd work with Hound. But this would be the last time. The last time. It wasn't long after that RJ nodded her head over Izuku's shoulder, and next thing he knew, Patch was sliding into the seat beside him. Cicada, 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 Patch sang, his voice half laugh, half sigh. Kid, you're too punctual, it makes me nervous. Izuku didn't even glance at him. Or maybe you're just always late. Patch clutched his chest like Izuku had stabbed him. It wasn't like that thought hadn't crossed his mind a time or two. Ouch. Straight to the heart. You wound me. You'll live, Izuku muttered. Debatable, Patch grinned, leaning in with that manic light in his eyes. So, what have you got for your favorite, most reliable customer? Don't tell me it's another bundle of code my clients still don't know what the hell to do with the last one. Sell me something they can hold this time, eh? Izuku adjusted his bag and unzipped it. Inside was a compact, jury-rigged stabilizer rig, a portable mount meant to absorb vibration from drones or cameras, reassembled from scrap and old Euro parts. He wouldn't call it his best work, but he also hadn't used some of his good parts since he was saving them for another project he was working on for a different client. Shock dampener stabilizer, Izuku said flatly. Custom rig. You won't find one this smooth unless you shell out for imports. Patch's scarred hands were already reaching out, fingers twitching with greed. This the toy? Careful, Izuku warned, waiting for Patch to stop pawing. The man was like a kid in a candy shop when it came to tech. For all his misgivings and obvious personality quirks, Patch sure did have a brain in his head. He played the game well. Izuku pulled it free and set it down on the bar between them. Patch was quick to pounce and spun it experimentally in his grip. The device hummed perfectly, the stabilizers kicking in with seamless grace. No wobble, no catch, just smooth correction. Patch's grin stretched, wolfish and delighted. Oh, now that's secretary smooth as silk. Your skills are wasted here, Cicada. You should be on somebody's payroll, building toys for the big leagues. He winked, teeth flashing. Though that's lucky for the rest of us bottom feeders. Means we get first dibs on your genius. Izuku arched a brow. Big leagues don't pay in cash, and they sure as hell don't pay on time. Patch barked a laugh. Good, you're learning. Next you'll be charging a finder's fee and a hazard bonus. That's when I'll know you've fully embraced the dark side. Don't lump me in with you, Izuku shot him a distasteful glare under his mask. It was almost insulting. You say that, Patch wagged a finger, still beaming, but you keep showing up when I call. Because you keep paying. Patch slapped the bar, cackling like Izuku had just told the world's funniest joke. You're a freak, Cicada, he said finally, turning the rig over once more. Don't know how you do it. Torque ratios, Izuku said flatly, reclaiming his drink from the bar when RJ placed down his refill. People ignore the basics. Basics, he says. Patch laughed, looking to RJ with pure amusement in his eyes as he turned the rig over in his palms. You'd be surprised how many so-called geniuses forget to even check load bearing before they wire things together. Then maybe I should start charging more. Oh ho! Patch wagged a finger. Careful, kid. I've only just scraped enough together to pay you this time. Don't break my fragile heart by raising your prices. Pretty sure your heart's collateral by now. Patch cackled, head tipping back. God, you're brutal. A folded stack of bills slid across the bar under Patch's palm. Izuku counted quickly, lips pressing into a thin line, then tucked the money away. The stabilizer vanished under Patch's coat like it had never been there. Patch winked. Pleasure doing business with you, as always. Business, clean and simple, how Izuku preferred it. RJ, polishing a glass behind the counter, shot Izuku a knowing look. What? He asked, tilting his head. You keep showing up with toys no one else can fix, RJ said it like it was obvious. So? He'd been doing it for almost 5 years, what was different now? People have started asking how you keep pulling it off. So? Izuku reiterated, still not really caring. RJ sighed, leaning over the counter. You've got eyes on you, kid. Word gets around. Too many clean handoffs, too many ghosts in the code. Folks are starting to whisper. Whispering's fine, Izuku dismissed with the same amount of care he does his English lessons with present Mike. It's when they shout I'll worry. RJ arched a brow, lips twitching. Cocky little sheet. She stepped away and reached for another glass to start wiping down. Speaking of whispers, something floated through earlier. Izuku raised a brow, pretending disinterest even as eyes flickered up to hers. Yeah? Some lab contracts are getting reassigned from Hosu to Jaku City. Heard it's funding redirection, boring corporate stuff mostly, but people are sad about losing the Hosu money. There's some doctor's name tied up in it but nobody's ever met Gem. Izuku's brows ticked inward, mulling over the implications. So what, rich people got bored of one playground and bought another? Maybe. But when rich people start moving money around this fast, someone's either covering tracks or clearing space. RJ pointed the glass at him. And when people don't know who's holding the purse strings. That's the sort of thing that bites kids like you. Izuku looked away, pretending to scan the bin stacked near the back wall. Good thing I'm not a kid, then. RJ chuckled. Sure you're not. I could just be short. Come on, RJ scoffed. No matter how many modifiers you use, your voice still hasn't hit PBRTY yet. Geez, Izuku huffed. I could be a girl. Not with hips like those you're not. Wow, Izuku deadpanned. If I was a kid, not saying I am, you've just admitted to checking me out. RJ froze midwipe, then laughed so hard she nearly dropped the glass. You little BSTRD. Don't you twist this on me. Big words from someone checking out a kid. I can still have you banned. Underage drinking is illegal, you know, she reminded him. I'm pretty selling to minors is worse, he countered. Thought you said you weren't a minor. Last I checked, this bar wasn't even legal. Touché, her eyes narrowed, but Izuku could see the underlying amusement. So, he changed topic, how much stuff can I get 4.3 coins and? Izuku flicked through his freshly acquired wad of cash and pulled out a neat chunk, 100,000? RJ barked a laugh, though mulled over his question for a few seconds. Depends. You want legit stock, or you want to go dumpster diving in my bins again? Izuku smirked faintly. You say dumpster diving like it's not the highlight of my week. RJ shook her head, chuckling. Kid, you're the only one who gets excited about fried processors and busted drone shells. Everyone else brings M in for scrap weight. Everyone else is an idiot, Izuku said flatly, sliding the bills across the counter, 3 coins balanced precariously on top. So, what'll it be? RJ scooped up the money, counted it with an experienced flick of her thumb, then tucked it into the strap of her bra. For this much? I'll give you half a bin to yourself and first pick of the new drop that came in yesterday. Only half a bin? Izuku's eyes narrowed. Half a bin and 1 sealed crate, RJ countered. Don't push your luck, cicada. Fine, Izuku conceded, hopping down from the stool. There was no point haggling further, the deal was already generous. But if the crate's full of fried alarm clocks again, I'm sending them back gift-wrapped. RJ grinned, shaking her head. Yeah. Go on then, kid. Bin's in the back. Don't cut yourself. Izuku tugged his hood lower and headed toward the side door, pulse ticking faster than his feet admitted. The bins were a mess. Rusted metal tubs shoved against the wall, half covered with tarps, stacked with battered tech that had filtered its way down from black market suppliers, police auctions, or, liberated, from warehouses by people who knew how to move fast and not get caught. Broken laptops with missing screens, smart tablets bent clean in half, Quirk monitoring devices stripped of their casing, here a licensed support tech that had been bricked but not destroyed properly. A treasure trove disguised as a junkyard, if you knew what you were looking at. And Izuku knew. He crouched down, running a practiced hand over the pile. Most of it was garbage, true, but a fried circuit board here, a busted exosuit actuator there, stripped power regulators, cracked HUD visors. There was a lot of potential. Things he could fix, rewire, or strip for parts. By the time he was done, he'd pulled half a bin's worth out into a pile, everything organized into a puzzle only he seemed to understand. It mostly consisted of small components, nothing that would draw too much attention. He did have to hide this stuff in his UA dorm, after all. He doubted he could get away with bringing in the Quirk regulation scanner that he found buried under a pile of smashed printers. Yeah, Nedzu would definitely have questions. Don't mind me, Nedzu, just lugging in a large piece of contraband medical-grade surveillance equipment, nothing to see here. Right. That would go over so well. Well, the rest of this stuff was also contraband. What was one more piece? Caving to literally no pressure whatsoever, he grabbed the device and wrapped in some loose cloth floating round the bins so it wouldn't clank against the other pieces. Nobody had to know. He loaded as much as he could into his rucksack, the remaining pieces getting stuffed into a small shoulder sack he'd found mixed up amongst the rubble. He doubted RJ would care if he took it. She rarely did. The bin still looked like a junk heap, but he could already see half a dozen projects in his mind: patchwork rigs, power rerouters, even something May might actually find useful if he could get the actuator housing rebalanced. And check to make sure there were no logos left printed anywhere. May in her eyes could sniff out just about anything. He hefted his rucksack onto one shoulder and the sack onto the other, wincing at the uneven weight. Probably too much to be hauling through campus without drawing attention. Then again, May was coming back with probably 5 times as many bags given her shopaholic tendencies. He'd be fine. Maybe. Nedzu had also given up on scanning staff and students' luggage after the whole situation at the end of last year, wherein someone though everyone knew who had been flagged for having a mysterious device in their possession. It was a VBRTR. Safe to say, the mole rat principal was horrified and thus began the slow loosening of security surrounding UA. The school was probably more secure than a maximum security prison still, but at least there was no airport scanner at the front gate. Find everything you wanted? RJ asked as Izuku came wandering back through. Just about, he confirmed as he watched her drop a crate on the bar top with a heavy thump. As promised, 1 sealed crate. She waved a hand at the dirted wood. Don't say I don't take care of you. Izuku leaned in, running his hand over the faded logo burned into the side. The lettering was half scraped away, but he could still make out Takoba Freight Company stamped under a layer of grime. Dockside. Probably fell off a truck or was pushed. The edges of the crate were dented and scored, the kind of damage you didn't get from careful handling. You sure this wasn't on the manifest? He asked, brow raised as he tested the lid for give. RJ snorted, pulling out a box of cigarettes and taking one to her lips. Kid, if it was, you wouldn't be looking at it. Doc Ratz barely cracked the seal before moving it along. Fresh enough that I didn't even peek. Figured you'd enjoy the surprise. Or it's a bomb, Izuku muttered, more to himself than her, though RJ laughed anyway. That'd be a hell of a way to thin out the competition, huh? She grinned around her smoke. Izuku rolled his eyes but dragged the crate a little closer, his rucksack tugging at his shoulder as he shifted. Whatever was inside rattled faintly, a scatter of metal, like loose bolts or components that had shaken free in transit. Not heavy enough for full machines. Sounded more like dot parts. Useful parts. RJ tilted her head, eyeing him as he worked the sack strap higher on his shoulder. So? Worth your while, or am I gonna hear you beach about me swindling you next week? You'll hear me beach either way, Izuku deadpanned, but there was a faint spark in his eye as he tapped the lid again, mentally cataloging possibilities. But yeah, this'll do. RJ smirked, flicking ash into an empty shot glass. Knew it. This sheet is like candy for you. Guess that makes you my dealer, he shot back, tugging the sack strap once more before straightening. RJ's laugh cracked through the room, rough and genuine. DMN right. Now, she leaned forward on the counter, voice dropping low. I got a whisper off the new drop, too. Nothing flashy, nothing I'd usually bother telling you. But you like boring sheet, so maybe you'll bite. Izuku frowned faintly. Define boring. Some corporate shipment rerouted last minute. Paper said it was just redundant diagnostic kits for hospital gear. She shrugged. But the suits don't call in extra security for boxes of spare monitors unless something's hiding in the stacks. Izuku's frown deepened, thoughtful. Hospital gear. Extra security. He filed it away for later, though doubted it meant much. A lot of business had increased their security in the last year, especially since the rise in villain organizations following the League. This was likely just RJ or her contact reading too far into things. Yeah, he nodded, feigning a casual shrug. That's boring. RJ snorted. Fine. Here, she flashed a USB, this was in the new drop yesterday. Thought you'd make the most sense out of it. You're not trying to bug me, are you? Izuku quirked a brow even though he knew she couldn't see. Isn't bugging people your job? She shot back. Little spy boy, scavenger rat, crawling through junk with your nose in everyone else's business. Izuku snorted, slipping the USB into his pocket without hesitation. If I were spying, you'd already be in jail, RJ. If I were worried about that, you wouldn't be standing here, she countered, dragging hard on her cigarette. Her eyes narrowed through the smoke, sharp and amused. Now get out before I start charging you rent. Pleasure as always. Izuku rolled his eyes as he grabbed his newly acquired crate and left the same way he came in. When he emerged back into the laundromat, blinking against the stale fluorescent lights, the sun had already dropped lower in the sky and his mask was safely tucked away from prying eyes. Much to his surprise, by the time Izuku made it back across town, he'd actually beaten Mei to their meeting spot and settled for passing the time on his phone. They would probably be heading back to UA soon anyway. He really didn't need the hassle of Mr. Nakano calling power loader because they were late back. It had happened once the year prior and Izuku still had nightmares about that man's glare. It was horrifying. He shuddered at the memory, just as he heard his name being called. He glanced up just in time to see his shopping bag-clad friend running along the pavement with a sheet-eating grin. Zuku, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be late. Mei was quick to apologize. I found another capsule machine and okay, I might have gone a little overboard, but in my defense it was the rare glow-in-the-dark edition. You? Overboard? I would have never guessed, Izuku remarked, voice dripping with sarcasm as he slipped his phone into his back pocket. Hey, don't give me that look. You would have done the same thing if it was one of your hero figurine blind boxes. Fair, he admitted reluctantly, though his lips twitched despite himself. Mei's eyes dropped to the side of his bag as she adjusted her own endless stack of shopping bags. What's in the crate? Don't tell me you finally caved and bought another one of those limited-run circuit boards without me. Izuku shook his head quickly, careful not to let his expression waver. Nah, nothing like that. Just some old stuff Mum wanted me to take back with me. Couple pictures and I think she threw in some snacks, not sure yet. It's supposed to be a surprise. Oh, Mei nodded, though her curious eyes lingered a moment longer. Man, I wish my parents made me care packages. The closest I get is my dad sending me invoices for parts he thinks I borrowed, which I definitely didn't, by the way. Oh no, you definitely didn't scrap your mum's panini press last time you went home, Izuku agreed. It was the thinker fairies. A-hole. Mei huffed, though the grin on her face gave her away. She was always meddling with her parents' tech. Since he met her, He could recall 14 times she'd called him up in the middle of the night for help after she broke one of their kitchen appliances in an attempt to upgrade them. They walked a few paces in easy silence before she glanced at him again. "So, how was your mum? Have a nice time?" "Yeah, it was nice. She made me lunch and we just chatted for a bit." The lie was easier than explaining how he'd spent most of the visit making sure she'd actually taken her meds and coaxing her awake long enough for a cup of tea. May beamed. "That's great. I'm glad. You look way more relaxed than when you left." He hummed in acknowledgement, his newly acquired tech weighing him down significantly. It was the USB burning a hole in his pocket that he was most curious about. He never got given USBs. Something about people not trusting him to not take apart the files inside and poke at them until they revealed more than they were supposed to. Which, okay, fair. He would do that. He just wasn't sure what he was going to spend the night prodding and poking on his laptop. Oh shit. He still had those gauntlets he needed to finish for Fujita. He'd get it done. He always did. "Come on," May tugged his arm, "let's head back. I have so much stuff I want to show you." "Oh no, please don't tell me you're going to do a fashion show." Izuku couldn't hide his frown if he tried. "I don't think there are enough words to express how much I don't want to do that." "I don't care." She handed him half of her bags as they walked. And now he was her personal butler. What was new? Monday came round far sooner than Izuku liked, his head throbbing with a wicked migraine and fingers jittery as he ventured across campus. He hated how long the walk took. It always felt like dead time. Maybe he should invest in a bike? No, he'd never learned how to ride one. Perhaps a skateboard or some roller skates would be more up his street. Izuku didn't think much on it as he used the side entrance and made his way up to the third floor in hopes of finding Class 3B. He'd have gotten Fujita to come down to the support labs, but he'd left the dorms early for once and felt like passing the time. The gauntlets weren't too heavy, something he'd been incredibly conscious of when designing them, so he didn't struggle to lug them up the multiple flights of stairs. They were also tucked carefully into a protective case, one Izuku wanted back since he'd spent ages designing it for one of his other inventions, an invention that now sat carefully in one of his sock drawers for safekeeping. His socks, however, had been tossed onto the floor. He'd clean it up later. Maybe. Yeah, he wasn't cleaning them up. He exited the stairwell and rounded the corner to the third-year homerooms, counting his way along as his music blasted through his headphones. A yawn broke out as he spotted a door that he hoped led to Fujita's room. The doors up here had been replaced near the end of Izuku's first year and some had yet to have their class number printed outside, his being one of them. If Izuku was wrong, he could just check another room. Not the end of the world. He yawned again, hand coming to rub at his bloodshot eyes. He was tired. He hadn't slept more than 2 hours since Saturday, too enthralled by the crate RJ had shoved at him and the stack of half-dead processors he'd dug out of her bins. One thing led to another, stripping down casings, testing conductivity, cataloging the Quirk regulator scanner he really shouldn't have taken back to campus, and before he knew it, dawn was leaking through his blinds and his desk was buried in so many circuit boards it was practically May's wet dream. He'd caught a nap yesterday evening, curled awkwardly in his desk chair after finishing the gauntlets, but his head still felt foggy and his eyes burned from staring too long at solder joints. He shook off the exhaustion as he reached the door, pulling his headphones down to sit around his neck. He wasn't here to think about his black market scores or the USB still burning a hole in his pocket. Even though that was all he could think about. He'd had a precursory look, but he knew better than to skim code that dense. At a glance he could already tell that it wasn't just simple documents. The USB carried self-propagating scripts that didn't sit still when he ran a dry trace. He'd found little lines of logic designed to crawl and nest into whatever system they touched. Bots, effectively. And it wasn't some kiddie malware either, it was modular, written by someone who understood persistence. Segmented payloads, encrypted callbacks. Nothing noisy or dramatic, just quiet hooks that waited, dormant, until they had a reason to wake up. Izuku had recognized that kind of sophistication instantly. You didn't stumble across it on a forum or scrape it from some half-baked tutorial posted by some guy in his basement at 3 a.m. This was bespoke. High-end. The kind of thing people in masks and expensive suits pass to each other in windowless rooms. The kind of thing not shared with the general public. The kind of thing governments and the HPSC among them denied making while hoarding for themselves. The kind of thing Izuku himself sold in static. And he'd been stupid enough to peek at it between bites of cold ramen. He says stupid, but that was only because he'd gotten himself excited and could do nothing about it. He couldn't wait to crack this thing open properly and see how it worked. Izuku clicked his tongue against his teeth, pushing away the urge to fidget with the USB. He wasn't going to touch it again until he had the time to sandbox it properly. Air-gapped machine, triple contained, no network path in or out. Anything less and he might as well send the author a postcard with his dorm address and a signed mugshot. Not that he was too worried, if anything managed to trace back to him, Nedzu's monitoring systems would probably catch it before anyone else. Then again, the fallout of that happening would be exhausting. Maybe he should wait until he was off campus? No, he couldn't risk it. Off campus meant more cameras, street cams, storefront cams, city cams, traffic cams, and more cameras meant more people could be spying on him. Too many eyes, too many feeds that someone other than a little mouse with a scar over his eye could be watching. He rolled his shoulders, irritation prickling through the fog of fatigue. No, the only place safe enough to crack it was here, in his own setup, with his own precautions. Layers upon layers of coded defense, virtualized sandboxes nested like Russian dolls, traffic redirected through enough dead-end proxies to make even himself dizzy. Nothing got in. Nothing got out. That was the rule. He'd done a pretty good job following that rule so far and he wasn't about to F it up now. The moment he slipped, the moment he got lazy, he'd have strangers at his door. Heroes, police, villains, didn't matter which, didn't matter who. He wasn't about to become too big for his boots, he much preferred being left out of the spotlight. Better to stay small, stay overlooked. And that was the thing to worry about, wasn't it? Code had fingerprints. Tiny quirks in structure, the rhythm of how loops were written, the way functions branched and nested. It was like hearing a voice you couldn't quite place but knew you'd heard before. If someone stared at it long enough, you could map the print. Reverse engineer the intent, maybe even identify the author. He was sure that if someone made the connection within his own code, even if he tired not to make his fingerprint glaringly obvious, they would tie it back to the cicada. If they even knew such a person existed within that part of this hero-driven world. Well, it also didn't help that he used a tagline in most of his work. But that was mostly for his own amusement more than anything. Still, 5 years in and they still hadn't caught on. A pat on the back was very much needed by this point. He was very good at his job. He wondered, briefly, whether the USB had anything like that. If he knew hackers as well as he thought he did, he had no doubt there would be some dumbass inside joke hidden somewhere among all the mess of Easter eggs and self-referential code loops, the kind of thing only another programmer would spot and laugh at. But he couldn't think about that right now. He had classes. He had May nagging him about deadlines. He had that stupid mandatory training session later today. And he had to get these gauntlets to Fujita. Then he could play around with the toy in his pocket. So he shoved the thoughts down, the way he always did, and shook the exhaustion from his shoulders. He reached for the door handle, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead as he took a breath. He hated unnecessary social interaction. Why couldn't everything just be done through a proxy? The door slid open with a sharp rattle, cutting through the muffled chatter inside. Heads turned, a dozen upperclassmen eyeing him like a stray cat that had wandered into the wrong alley. He noticed that conversations faltered, one kid muttering something Izuku really didn't care enough to hear, before his friend elbowed him silent. Too many eyes. Too long a pause. Izuku's skin prickled. They weren't scanning him the way firewalls did, but it felt the same, an invasive probe, searching for vulnerabilities. Ugh, since when did he sound so melodramatic? Oi, Fujita. Got a DLVRY for you. He raised the case and waved it slightly as if to motivate the guy, wherever he was, to come grab it. Better to posture casual than let the tension eat at him. The silence deepened, suspicion thick, and Izuku caught more than one dubious glance at the case. His scowl twitched into place on reflex. Oh, he was already fed up. He should have just gotten Fujita to come down to the support labs, spent his extra time this morning doing something useful like organizing drill bits or something. It wasn't like he had a bomb. And even if they did think he was carrying a bomb, they were all final-year hero students. It was a bit embarrassing that they were scared of a mere second-year support student. Stupid heroes, saving with their egos. Honestly, what were they teaching them these days? All these people staring. How rude. Izuku grumbled to himself, fully prepared to turn and leave. This was why he rarely left the lab. All these imbeciles judging him. Even cameras didn't make him itch as much as eyes did. He hated being perceived. Midoriya? Fujita's voice sounded from across the room. The tall third year pushed up from his desk near the back, grinning as he waved him over. Yo! Over here! Izuku exhaled quietly, ignoring the whispers as he threaded past desks. At least he had the right room. A couple of students leaned over to peek at the case, while Izuku's eyes narrowed at the laptop open on one student's table, wireless adapter still plugged in. No light. It's fine. Fujita stood from his desk as Izuku approached, broad-shouldered and sun-bright even in the washed-out classroom lights. His uniform looked like it had been thrown on in a rush, shirt untucked, tie loose, hair sticking up in every direction. It the kind of mess that somehow came off as effortless confidence instead of sleep deprivation like Izuku's did. He frowned, jealous. Man, I was waiting for your text. I thought you were gonna get me to come to you. Didn't think you'd leave your robot cave, Fujita laughed, clapping him on the shoulder in what Izuku had learned was supposed to be a friendly gesture. He scowled faintly, shifting away from the hand, and shoved the case at Fujita. Try them on. I'm not fixing sheet during the test run if the fit's off. Fujita didn't protest as he took the case, kneeling to pop it open right there in the aisle. The metallic gleam of the gauntlets caught the light, drawing more eyes. Izuku huffed, shaking off the feeling of sad eyes on his back. Why were they so nosy? Holy crap. Fujita muttered, hands hovering briefly before lifting one of the gauntlets free. The weight settled into his grip, and his grin split wider. Midoriya, you're a genius. Izuku shoved his hands into his hoodie pocket, pulse quick with nerves despite himself. He hated this part waiting, watching, the fear that something he'd overlooked would blow the whole project apart. He was normally pretty confident with his work, but he still hated having a room full of 20 people appraising his half-butted weekend creation. Could he have done something better if he had more time? Definitely. Did he care? Not in the slightest. But then Fujita slid the gauntlet on, flexed his fingers, and the segmented plating moved smooth as water over stone. Oh yeah, that looked good. Fits like a glove, Fujita beamed, laughing at his own pun as the servos whirred faintly. Izuku frowned at the joke, hoping his sudden wave of irritation wasn't showing on his face. He really hated people sometimes. He could just about manage Mei and Meina half the time, let alone strangers like Fujita. The hero student flexed his fingers again, the gauntlet whirring smoothly as the plating shifted. Izuku watched him cycle through the movements with sharp, restless eyes, cataloging every little reaction, the micro-delays in the servos, the faint hum of the regulator core, even the way Fujita's wrist rolled under the weight distribution. It was working exactly as designed. Pfft, Mei could never. He fought off his amused smirk at the thought. Holy crap, Fujita murmured again, almost reverent as he turned his hand in the light. The balance, Midoriya, seriously, this is insane. I thought you'd just tweak the old set, not do this. You made them better than Steelworks. Izuku shifted his weight, uncomfortable at the praise. Compliments always sat on him like wet clothes, clinging and heavy, impossible to peel off. Just test the second one, he muttered instead, nodding toward the case. I didn't rebuild these for decoration. A few of the 3B students had drifted closer now, curiosity outweighing whatever else they'd been talking about before. One of them, a lanky boy with a mop of orangey brown hair and sharp eyes that tracked every movement, crouched down as Fujita slipped on the other gauntlet. DMN, Fuji, the boy said, toned somewhere between impressed and suspicious. Izuku couldn't tell. Since when did you start rocking custom builds? Fujita grinned sheepishly, flexing both hands now, the plating sliding over his knuckles in perfect synchrony. Since Midoriya decided to take pity on me, I guess. Izuku almost scoffed. It took Mei threatening him to even look at his gear, but yes, he was taking pity on the third-year student with the kinetic battery quirk. Sure. The boy's gaze flicked up to Izuku, sharp, appraising, far too curious for Izuku's liking. Midoriya.as in that Midoriya? Support course, second year? Izuku's jaw tightened. He hated when people said it like that, like his name carried weight. He wasn't Mei, blasting fireworks over campus every other day and throwing himself into every commission that came his way, or power loader, with his official support and hero license. He was just someone who knew how to make things work when he felt like it. Power loader did always comment on his fed-up work ethic, and he was sure it would get commented on at the next parents' evening, not that he had any intention of going. His eyes narrowed on the orangey-haired guy. Depends who's asking, he deadpanned. The boy didn't flinch. If anything, his interest sharpened. Suda, he introduced as he stood. Fujita's partner for most of our drills. I've heard about you from half our school. You're the guy everyone keeps trying to bribe into fixing their gear. Bribe is a strong word, Izuku muttered, shifting his headphones against his collar as his fingers began to tap in his pocket. He was not someone who was easy to bribe. No, it isn't, Fujita cut in cheerfully, clapping his metal-plated hands together with a grin. Half our year are said you won't touch their stuff. Some of them have been talking about pooling money just to get you to take a look. Izuku grimaced, already itching to leave. That kind of talk and notoriety was exactly what he didn't want. Ignoring the fact that he was already incredibly busy with his own sheet, the more he fixed gear for the hero students, the more likely it was that people would start asking questions. Questions like how he got his parts. He doubted UA was handling crashed drone tech, and no matter how much he scrapped them, some of the pieces he got his hands on just weren't available in the support labs, nor could he blag his way out of it by saying he made them himself. He couldn't be butted with the hassle of it all. He just stood back and watched as Fujita and his friend buzzed around the new gear, a few of their fellow classmates also coming over to inspect. Izuku moved his hands to his trouser pockets, fingers idly playing with the USB as he listened to the future heroes use words like torque and mass-to-weight ratio to discuss features that Izuku had barely given a second thought to. He felt so awkward being just stood here. Was he standing strangely? Did he need to do something with his hands? He still has his backpack on, should he take it off? No, he wanted to leave. Yep, he decided. It was time to go. He was about ready to head out when Fujita lifted an arm and fired a short pulse through the built-in emitters. A flash of compressed force burst out, enough to rattle a few desks and make a couple students near the windows jump when the glass began to rattle beside them. "Dude," someone yelped. Izuku didn't even care to mention the whole "no quirks in the classroom" rule the school had in place. He wasn't a teacher, why should he care? Fujita laughed, clearly thrilled. "Oh yeah. These are perfect, Midoriya. You're a lifesaver. You can run them through hell after school," Izuku spoke, fully preparing to leave. "I booked one of the gyms. Don't break them before then, or you'll have to duct tape your fists for the rest of the semester." "You got it," Fujita nodded, still grinning like a kid on Christmas. "Hey, Midoriya," Suta's voice followed him as he reached the door. DMN, he was so close to leaving. "Seriously. If you ever want another project, hit me up. I'll pay, no questions asked." Izuku nodded so he knew he heard, but didn't bother to answer since it was almost always a resounding no. He tugged his headphones back up over his ears and let the music drown out the rest of their chatter as he slid the door shut behind him. The hallway felt blessedly empty compared to the classroom. His stomach knotted with something akin to irritation as he started back toward the stairwell. Ugh, he was too tired for this shit. He should have just made Fujita come to the support labs like he'd originally planned. FS Sake. They probably all thought he was a weirdo now. And he also forgot his case. Oh, this is just amazing. He made a mental note to get it back at their training session after school, though also knew there was a chance he would still forget. By the time he hit the first floor landing, the shrill clang of the school bell split the air. Late. Again. Izuku didn't bother pick up the pace as he turned the corner. Registration was pointless anyway, just a box-ticking exercise. Power Loader was already well aware of Izuku's time management skills. He practically expected this of him. If Izuku turned up early, that would somehow be more concerning. Besides, he always turned up most of the time. Yeah, okay, that was a lie. He always got his work done. That was true. He very rarely missed a deadline, and only ever when he had a valid explanation. The echo of his boots on the linoleum matched the bass in his headphones as he strolled lazily down the hall. He didn't see a point in hurrying. He was already late, jogging through the hallway wasn't going to change that. Plus, Izuku hated running. He turned once more, ready to head to his room when his shoulder bumped into something very solid and very not wall-shaped. What the F dash? He cursed, stumbling back a step, headphones slipping askew on his ears. The something, or rather, the someone didn't move. A slow, unimpressed voice followed. Language. Ugh, great. Here comes a lecture. Izuku blinked up at the person stood in front of him and quickly realized he'd run into one of the oh-so-amazing pro heroes Nedzu had on his payroll. Tall, gaunt, capture scarf hanging loose around his shoulders, hair like a nest of black wires framing half-lidded eyes, and a tired expression that read, "I don't want to be here any more than you do." Eraser head. Great. Because he was definitely the guy you wanted to bump into in the corridor. Both figuratively and literally. Izuku exhaled sharply through his nose and adjusted his headphones, trying to sidestep without further comment from the pro. My bad. Eraser head shifted just enough to block his lazy path forward, scarf trailing like a warning. Most students run when they're late to class. Yeah, well, most students are idiots, and I hate running, so. Izuku fired back, flat. He gave a half-smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, already regretting that pointless remark. Was it so hard to just say sorry? God, he should smack himself. Eraserhead's eyes half-lidded further. You're still late. So are you. One of Eraserhead's brows twitched, the closest thing to an outburst. Are you being smart with me? Would you rather I play dumb? Izuku replied, his voice sounding far more humorous than he intended. He wasn't making a joke. The silence stretched until Izuku could feel it prickle under his skin. He adjusted his headphones again, irritated. Can I go, or are we doing the whole teachable moment thing? The pro's eyes narrowed further somehow, his displeasure over the situation displayed clearly on his face. Izuku was tempted to pop a hip as he waited for whatever lecture he was bound to receive, but it never came. No talk about responsibility, no warning about tardiness, no order to move faster. Just a prolonged silence and then Eraserhead stepping aside, no longer blocking Izuku's way. Izuku cast him a confused glance, not entirely sure if this was some kind of trap. Get to class. And no music in the corridors. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, to say something, but nothing came to mind. Thinking better of it, he nodded, shuffling a few awkward steps further from the pro, before continuing on his way. Eraserhead's gaze tracked him as he left, eyes sharp despite the exhaustion draped across his face. Izuku shook it off, shifting his headphones down to his neck as he continued on to his homeroom. He opened the door without knocking, offering a dull apology to Power Loader as he meandered over to his seat. May shot him a look, goggles perched crookedly on her forehead, a spanner dangling from one gloved hand. I was starting to think you fell asleep on a pile of wires again. Better than falling asleep listening to you snore, he muttered. May blinked, then barked a laugh, spanner clattering onto her desk. From across the row, Mayna twisted in her seat, raising an unimpressed brow. Who said in your cereal this morning, Midoriya? Izuku took his headphones off and shoved them in his bag, staring flatly at his desk like it owed him money. I don't like cereal. You already know that. It's a saying, Izuku. Don't take it so literally. Mayna spun round her chair with a roll of her eyes. It's an idiom, he corrected as he pulled out one of his notebooks and flicked to the newest page. He still had math homework he hadn't started and it was due in like 2 hours. He didn't want detention, so he may as well use the time now. Gosh, so touchy, Mayna huffed, turning back to her own desk. Did you forget about Ecto's homework again? May interrupted his thoughts this time. No, I just didn't do it, he shrugged as he flicked through his textbook to the right page. Oh, you are so Izuku. It took me like 2 hours to finish that, May pouted, coming to lean against his desk, chin propped in her hand. And I've got 2 hours, he reminded her. Plus, I'm better than you at maths. You so aren't. She gasped, appalled. Oh, no. I never check your calculations for you, he agreed with just enough sarcasm to receive a punch on the arm. May didn't straighten back up, probably just trying to be nosy and check she put the right answers for her homework based on what he got. It wouldn't be the first time. Did you sleep at all last night? May asked, and when he looked up again, he found her staring at him. She tilted her head one way, then the other, eyes narrowing. Assessing. I had a nap, he leant back from her. May huffed, you're gonna crash in the middle of class. Don't think I won't draw on your face if you do. As long as you don't turn my freckles into a connect the dots again. Don't worry. I was gonna draw a D on your forehead, she assured. I look forward to Midoriya. Power Loader's voice interrupted him and his eyes shot to the front of the room where the pro was stood with a hand on his hip. Not good. Sassy Power Loader was so not good. Care to share with the class? Izuku opened his mouth. He was saying he wants a D on his face. May blurted out without hesitation. The room erupted in terribly subdued laughter. Oh, for F's sake, May, Izuku slapped a hand over his face, not quite mortified but very much getting there. Power Loader pinched the bridge of his nose. Handsome. Yes, sensei, she chirped, absolutely unrepentant. If you could stop volunteering for detention, I might actually believe you want to graduate someday. Sorry, she offered him one of her guilt smiles. Power Loader simply sighed like a man who had just aged 10 years, then turned back to Izuku. And you, Midoriya? Yeah? He straightened up, not wanting a detention. The pro gestured vaguely toward Izuku's torso. You're not in uniform. Izuku blinked down at himself, then frowned. What? I am. Shirt, tie, trousers. The hoodie, Power Loader interrupted flatly. Izuku hesitated, glancing down at the black hoodie beneath his jacket. It's cold? This is a hero school, not a streetwear convention, Power Loader deadpanned. Off. Now. A chorus of snickers rippled across the room. But. Now, Midoriya. He groaned under his breath and tugged the hoodie over his head, frowning when it caught on his hair and he basically had to rip his head through the hole. Who knew taking off a hoodie could feel so embarrassing? Maine snickered, you look like you lost a fight with a Van de Graaff generator. And you look like... Zuku, stop being moody, May interrupted him and he sighed. She was right, he was not in a good mood. Yeah, he nodded, stuffing his hoodie into his backpack before turning back to his maths homework. Power Loader continued to run through morning announcements, something about class reps or whatever. He never cared about the daily updates anyway. Izuku hunched a little further over his desk, pencil scratching against paper as he worked through an equation that refused to cooperate. He tuned most of the chatter out, announcements always dragged on longer than necessary anyway. He'd already heard everything worth knowing through the school's online bulletin hours ago. His numbers blurred for a second. He blinked, fighting off a yawn and rubbing the heel of his palm. against his eye. He really shouldn't have stayed up so late, but the USB was still buzzing in the back of his mind, the mystery of it gnawing at his curiosity like an itch he couldn't scratch. Midoriya, Power Loader's voice snapped him back to reality. Yeah? I said, you and Hatsum are on cleanup duty this week. Don't let the lab look like a scrapyard again. Izuku grimaced. Yes, sir. Good. Power Loader tapped something into his tablet, then clapped his hands once. All right, get to work. I want progress updates on your personal projects by Friday. At least he was already on top of that. Izuku always kept meticulous notes on all of his projects. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of metal clinking, sparking soldering irons, and the faint, familiar smell of ozone that clung to every piece of tech in the room. Izuku managed to finish his math homework in an hour, after which Mei asked if she could check her answers against his. He'd handed it over like a parent with their car keys when a toddler was being needy. He tweaked a few calibrations on one of his prototypes, started on a few new designs, and almost forgot about the little black rectangle sitting in his pocket. But not quite. Every so often, his hand patted his pocket. It was right there. When the lunch bell rang, he didn't even realize how much time had passed and Mei was already dragging him to the cafeteria. He put up no protest, grateful to finally have a proper meal. Unfortunately, lunch was finished faster than Izuku liked. Then came 5th PRD History, 6th PRD Applied Math and Mechanics, and finally, their specialist training for the oh-so-coveted sports festival. Izuku soon found himself huddled with the rest of his class outside Gym Delta, a smaller, newer facility the school had finished building just the year prior. It was tucked round the back of the main building, half hidden behind a row of storage sheds and tall hedges. Inside, the gym felt more like a research dome than a sports hall, walls fitted with modular panels, a built-in rock climbing wall rising up one side, rows of collapsible training dummies, and scattered balance beams and mats. Izuku's eyes traced over the walls in slight awe. Everything was spotlessly new, humming faintly with the low electrical thrum of automation. Oh, the gear in here was definitely high-tech. Izuku felt his fingers twitch at his sides, eager to get his hands on some of the tech, pull it apart to see how it worked. This gym, unlike the others, was built with the non-hero courses in mind. Since the start of the year, it had only really been used for PE lessons, sports clubs, and the occasional engineering or gear test in a controlled environment. It was rare to catch any of the hero students round here too, which was another plus. They had their own fancy training grounds, and from what Izuku had heard, they practically lived in ground beta. Gym Delta was also where Izuku would have booked to test Fujita's gauntlets, if he could have been bothered to get a teacher to supervise. All students were supposed to have faculty present if they intended to use their quirks or test gear, but Izuku hated filling out forms. He'd planned to meet Fujita at Gym Gamma instead, booked for fitness training. No teacher oversight required. There was always a loophole, and if one existed, Izuku would find it. Okay, welcome back everyone, Power Loader began, arms crossed and voice echoing slightly in the domed space. I trust you've all read my feedback from last week's obstacle course assessment. Nope. Izuku could almost scoff at the thought. Today, we're moving on to reaction and mobility training. The dome's been fitted with an automated drone maze in order to test how well you move, not just how fast. You'll be dodging foam projectiles, crossing shifting platforms, and avoiding pressure plates. Think of it as an obstacle course that fights back. Oh great, that's just what they needed. An obstacle course on steroids. A few of the students groaned. At least Izuku wasn't the only one who hated this. Izuku stayed quiet, eyes flicking up to the ceiling where a faint grid of sensors shimmered blue. The maze platforms were retracted into the walls for now, but there were faint seams in the floor that showed where the rising tiles and moving panels were. Some were probably the pressure plates Power Loader was talking about too. The polished metal gleamed under the overhead lights and Izuku winced at how sterile it felt. This place looked more like something out of a robotics lab, or a contamination room, than a gym. He shifted his weight from one leg to the other, suppressing the little knot that had started coiling in his stomach. The thought of being smacked by some stupid projectile really did not appeal to him in the slightest. Mei elbowed him lightly. You're making your constipated thinking face again. Izuku blinked, then huffed. Am not. R2. Am not. Oh, you so are. I'm pretty sure this isn't how arguments work. It is if I'm winning. Izuku gave her a flat look. This isn't a competition. It's not a close one, that's for sure, Mei remarked under her breath, adjusting her goggles. Izuku rolled his eyes, turning back to the front to listen to Power Loader as he explains the drill to them. This test will run in phases. You'll each go one at a time and the maze will track your movement patterns, reaction speed, and quirk integration. You'll have 60 seconds to reach the far platform. He pointed to a red tile flashing across the room, without being hit by a foam projectile or triggering a pressure plate. Every hit adds to your time, and every plate counts as a penalty. Izuku shifted slightly, peering past his classmates' heads to see the tile for himself, eyes scanning the various marks on the floor between them. Once everyone's gone through their solo run, their homeroom teacher continued, we'll move to paired trials. The maze will randomize both terrain and drone patterns between each pair. Teamwork counts. You'll be graded on coordination and situational awareness, not just your finish time. Mei, of course, was already bouncing on her toes. Oh, I like this, she beamed. It's just like laser tag. This is nothing like laser tag, Izuku countered automatically. He worried about her thought process sometimes. It's more like dodgeball, Meina agreed, coming to stand over both their shoulders to get a better view herself. Laser tag, dodgeball, who cares? Mei waved a dismissive hand. Point it, it's fun. Power Loader pressed a few buttons on the tablet in his hand, and the panels around the gym began to shift. Metal groaned as various panels rose from the floor, forming uneven platforms, slanted steps and narrow ridges, clicking into place like puzzle pieces. Slowly, a maze built itself round the room and half the class instinctively took a step back as the tiles beneath their feet tilted and adjusted to the new terrain. A low hum filled the gym as a swarm of drones began to descend from the ceiling. They were small, round, and armed with what looked like rotating foam launchers that whirred as they powered up. Guns. Squinting his eyes, Izuku began to assess what he could see of the devices. The design was familiar and he was certain it wasn't in-house UA work. The matte plating and modular ports on their underside screamed Hyzotech Industries, a support tech company known for its crowd control drones. He remembered reading a press release about them last year, about how they'd built autonomous units for riot simulations and rescue coordination. Drones were about the only thing Hyzotech Industries was good at. Izuku could just about see how their stabilizers shifted in micro-adjustments every second, correcting airflow like they were alive, AI, most likely. Lightweight carbon shells, probably polymer reinforced, using low-impact pneumatic systems. He thinks that was what he had read the last time he'd hacked their systems to get his hands on some schematics. He subtly hoped one would crash, just so he could scrap it for parts. Maybe he should get in touch with RJ or Smokes. They might know if there's some old Hyzotech drones floating about. He made a mental note, eyes glancing to his bag tucked away in one of the boxes by the door. He'd wrapped his USB up in his socks and stuffed it into one of his school shoes for safekeeping, but he still worried they would somehow grow legs and walk away. He knew it wasn't possible, but if it was going to happen to someone, it would be him. He was so close to opening the USB. He just needed to make it through this stupid training and gear testing with Fujita, then the night was his own. There are 3 difficulty tiers, Power Loader continued speaking and he turned back. Level 1 is basic, with low drone fire and predictable floor movements. Level 2 adds randomized shifts and dual drones. Level 3. He paused, eyes glinting behind his helmet. Is for the overachievers. Several students groaned again and Izuku was very confident that he was not a member of that third group. Don't worry, Power Loader added dryly. You'll all get there eventually. For now, the difficulty is set to level 1. He turned back to his tablet, probably to check everything was ready to go, and the room filled with murmurs as the class appraised the gym's setup. Those drones are awesome, Mei gazed almost longingly, as did half their class. She narrowed her eyes, evidently using her quirk, before turning to him and Meina. Hyzotech Industries. DMN, Nedzu went all out building this place. They're like $500,000 each, aren't they? Meina gaped, leaning sideways as though that would somehow grant her a better look at the tech. Try 800,000 yen each, Mei corrected, glancing back at the swarm. They have HX-12 printed on them. Hyzotech's top-tier crowd control models. Dual gyro stabilization, mid-range proximity sensors, self-correcting trajectory coding. These things are designed to dodge attacks, not just track movement. And they weren't even intending on attacking the drones. Not yet, at least. Meina gaped, saying something about their applications and how it was overkill for a school gym, while Izuku's brows furrowed slightly. Why had Nedzu bought state-of-the-art drones that were capable of autonomous target recognition and predictive strike calibration when he only intended them to be used in Gym Delta? There had to be a secondary purpose. Nedzu never did anything just because. Having this many high-tech drones online at once required some serious infrastructure too. Power Loader was clearly routing commands through his tablet, but even that had to connect somewhere. A relay hub? Maybe a localized server buried under the gym floors, or linked through UA's internal grid. HX-12s, he murmured absent-mindedly. That means they're still running on Hizoteka's proprietary software, Kirin OS. It's an adaptive framework, which means they collect movement data in real time and adjust targeting based on predicted reactions. Basically, the longer you take, the more accurate they get. Meina blinked. So that they learn how to hit you? Pretty much, Izuku said flatly, stuffing his hands in his pockets. His fingers reached instinctively for the USB that wasn't there, eyes flicking towards his bag when he felt the empty space. That's so cool, Mei said immediately. That's horrifying, Meina countered. Izuku gave a small shrug. Depends which side of the dun you're on. I'd kill to get my hands on the controller to one of those things, Mei said wistfully, though Izuku already knew how that would go. Despite her insane abilities to build tech, she was dreadful at controlling it. If the 7 remote control planes she'd crashed the year prior were anything to go by. I mean, hypothetically speaking, Izuku started, voice lowering slightly, Hizotech leaves a backdoor code in their AI subsystems for patching. If you had a handheld override or a frequency scanner, you could. How do you know they leave a backdoor? Meina interrupted, squinting at him. Izuku shrugged again. It's common knowledge that Hizotech encrypts with dynamic signatures but keeps a failsafe line for developer access. That's true, Mei agreed instantly, nodding along. Plus, I read a lot. He does that too, Mei nodded again. Meina groaned. You two are going to get us banned from this gym, I can feel it. What did I do? Mei said, mock offended. I'm just appreciating craftsmanship. You were so gonna try put one in your bag, Meina countered. Like a stray kitten, Izuku mused, receiving a glare from both of his friends. What did he say wrong now? I so was not. Meina hummed disbelievingly. Assholes, Mei frowned. I'm an innovator, not a criminal. Izuku snorted. That's exactly what criminals say. Oh, please, like you've never tampered with a school security bot before. Define tampered, Izuku said after a beat. Meina threw her hands up. You know what? If one of those drones explodes today, I'm blaming both of you. Mei gasped dramatically, hand shooting to her chest with a look of feigned shock. Izuku almost rolled his eyes at her theatrics. Everything you do explodes, Meina deadpanned. That's innovation. Mei said brightly. That's arson, Izuku muttered. Power Loader's voice returned, snapping all 3 of them back to attention. All right, if you're done discussing how not to void the insurance policy, let's get started. Sensors are calibrated to each of your stats, so no cheating the system. Meina immediately straightened up, turning to the front, while Mei grinned at the prospect of getting closer to the drones. She was definitely the kind of kid that had to be told not to climb the fence at the zoo. Midoriya, you're up first. Izuku blinked. Wait, what? Mei's grin widened with wicked delight. Huh. Go get Zuka. What? Izuku looked round him, hating that his classmates had already stepped aside to clear a neat little path leading straight to the start zone. Fuckers. I don't want to go first. Too bad, Power Loader said dryly, tapping his tablet. Izuku muttered his frustrations, though put up no real fight. There was no point to it, he'd just embarrass himself further. He dragged his feet through the crowd, his classmates snickered either side of him. He took the few steps up to the starting platform, the tile flickering to life and emitting a faint blue glow around the edges. Across the dome, the red finishing tile blinked in a similar fashion. So the ground had some real high-tech sensor sheet going on. Izuku honestly felt like he'd just entered the cube. All right, Power Loader said, moving closer to the platform. Izuku turned to look at him, though his eyes caught on Mei, who was giving him an enthusiastic thumbs up. Against his better judgment, he returned it. He'd have felt mean otherwise, since he did actually appreciate her support. Level 1. 1-minute timer. Go when you're ready, Midoriya. Izuku stared at the maze ahead. Raised panels, tilting plates, narrow beams, drones whirring like metallic hornets up above. His stomach knotted, but he had to admit, there were worse ways to spend his Monday. He could be in the hero course and have to willingly listen to All Might. He shuddered at the thought, turning his attention back to the task at hand. There didn't seem to be many places to duck or hide for cover, so it looked like he was supposed to just run like hell. What was it people said when someone was shooting at you? Run in zigzags or something, right? Yeah, he could do that. So doable. This wouldn't be the first time he'd been shot at and he was still alive, so evidently he must be doing something right. Yeah, this was fine. It's all fine. Everything was fine. He could do this. Just get to the red platform. That was doable. So doable. He exhaled through his nose, flexing his hands once, then stepped forwards. The tile beeped the second his weight was gone, and suddenly the maze came to life. Right, Izuku muttered under his breath. No big deal. Just don't die in front of everyone in the next 60 seconds. He could last 60 seconds. Probably. The first drone swooped low, firing a foam round that whizzed past his shoulder. Izuku ducked instinctively, feet moving faster than his brain caught up. The second drone came from above, targeting his torso. Izuku twisted sharply and felt the projectile graze his sleeve. How fast were those things being fired? His eyes flicked upward, tracking the drone's rotor speeds, estimating their firing intervals from the pitch of the motors. 3 seconds per burst. No, 2. Predictive targeting angle 30 degrees. They're sinking fire across quadrants. He sidestepped a shifting platform, landing cleanly on the next tile before it tilted away. 2 projectiles shot in quick succession, one high, one low. Izuku leaned back, dropped to a crouch, and rolled forward just as the floor ahead dipped down in a sudden drop. He heard a chorus of gasps and flinched. Could they not do that? Not helping, he muttered, ignoring the cheer of support May sent his way moments later. He slid off another tile, leaping across to the next and landed on a narrow beam, arms out slightly for balance. Somehow, this was worse than the beam he'd ended up crawling along the week prior. He never thought he'd miss those pendulums of death. He was halfway along when a series of shots fired right at him, forcing him to dodge while praying he didn't get knocked off. The fall wasn't far, maybe a meter or so, but like that falling was never a good thing. Okay, he just needed to think, like he did last time. Well, last time didn't have projectiles, but these things were also controlled by an AI. Izuku was smarter than some measly AI. What did he already know? HX, 12 models, mid-range gyro control, optical sensors calibrated to motion first, heat second. They overcorrect when their target changed height too fast. Their main weakness was their lateral perception lag. His mind was already running calculations, angles, inertia, timing. A few of the drones flew closer, their rotors whining as the AI tried to predict his next steps based on his previous movement patterns. All right. Yeah, he knew what to do. He slowed his steps deliberately, letting the drones read him, then feinted right and dropped low left. The second the bullets fired, he darted forwards, stepping up a wall and pulling himself over the top just as another projectile zipped past, right where his head had been. They were doing headshots now. His heart thudded in his chest and he could feel his hands shaking with the adrenaline. This kind of sheet should not be setting off his fight or flight response. For FS sake. Regardless of how he felt, he refused to lose to a machine. Foam rounds whistled past as he sprinted the last stretch, the red tile flickering closer. He vaulted over the final tilting platform, one hand bracing against the edge to steady his landing, and his foot hit the finish with a solid thud. The gym went quiet for a beat before the system chimed. Time, 00, 1 hits. Izuku glanced down at the bullet that had hit him, a small yellow projectile just larger than his thumbnail. He recognized the material immediately, a high-density foam composite. Furukawa Tech, huh? Figures. Detnerat made better ones, but also charged triple the price. May whistled. You smoked that course, Zuku. That was awesome. Thanks, May. Izuku offered an almost shy smile. Power Loader's helmet tilted up slightly, surprise plain as ever in his face. Midoriya. I didn't take you for the agile type. I'm not, Izuku said automatically. I just didn't wanna get hit. He also hasn't really trusted the bullets they were firing when he started. He wouldn't put it past Nedzu to have accidentally forgotten to buy the foam rounds and instead used rubber or those dud bullets he'd bought in bulk before realizing they were real. Maina barked a laugh. Well, congrats, you look like a professional parkour.er. Izuku frowned. I don't do parkour, but that doesn't mean I can't run. Sure, he hated running, but he still did it. When he was late. No, that's a lie. He never run out of choice. May snorted. From what? Consequences? From you, usually. All right, Midoriya, grab a drink, Power Loader spoke as he read off the next name. The mazel reset. Everyone else, you've got your work cut out for you. Izuku trudged off, rubbing the back of his neck. The hum of drones reset overhead, and he couldn't help the ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. He'd done better than he thought. And for the briefest second, just one, he almost felt like that meant something. He shook his head, eyes glancing over to his bag before reaching for his water bottle. The stubborn side of him didn't want to admit it, but this training session wasn't too bad. Last week's had been horrendous, but this one wasn't exactly trying to kill him, not directly at least. When it came to May's turn, she caught her foot and face planted within 5 steps of leaving the first platform, got hit by almost every bullet sent her way, though Izuku was pretty sure she was doing that just so that she could pocket them for later, then stood on the final platform with a successful grin and both arms up in celebration. Smashed it, she beamed. Hatsum, the timer already ended, Power Loader informed her. So? I finished, didn't I? Her smile never left as she made her way back round to Izuku, who was holding a water bottle out for her, as well as one of those instant ice packs that he knew she'd need to put on her nose. She took both with a grin and a laugh, half her face already turning pink. "You saw that, right? Perfect execution." Izuku stared at her for a long moment. "Yet I don't think those are the words Power Loader used." "Potato, tomato," she wobbled her hand back and forth. "Wah." Izuku stared, then just sighed and accepted it. Fighting that was a lose-lose situation for everyone involved. By the time Mei's nose had stopped swelling and Meina had survived her own run, barely, with 2 foam bullets stuck in her hair and 1 still clinging to her sleeve, Power Loader finally called the group back to the starting platform. "All right," he said, tapping his tablet to bring up a new interface. "The maze will reset and randomize for the next phase. This time, you'll be working in pairs, focusing on coordination, communication, and mobility under pressure. The drones will adjust targeting based on your collective movement patterns, so try not to run into each other, or do, if you want to make my job entertaining." A low rumble of nervous laughter rolled through the class and even Izuku couldn't hide his amused smile. It was then that he noticed Mei's head had snapped towards him like a turret locking into a target. "Oh no. Zuku. Oh no." "Oh, yes," Mei beamed, already reaching for his arm. "We're going first." "Wait, what?" No, we're not, Mei, we don't even know the pair." "Doesn't matter," she declared, practically dragging him forwards by his wrist. She was stronger than she looked. "Come on, partner. Tech Dream Team, here we come." "Tech Dream, what are you talking about?" Izuku dug his heels in, attempting to free himself, though it wasn't doing much since they were almost at the start platform. "We are not a dream team. Not with that attitude, we're not." Izuku was tugging at her arm, trying to get her to disengage like one would a rabid animal that had locked jaw. He didn't want to accidentally hurt her, but if she kept this up much longer he'd threaten to bite her. He'd do it too. "Handsome," Power Loader spoke, voice perfectly even. Mei froze mid-stride and released Izuku, who rubbed his wrist like he'd just had shackles removed. Such a movie clique. The pro didn't even look up from his tablet when he continued, "You and Midoriya aren't allowed to pair up still." "But that rule is only in the lab," she argued. "No, that rule is anywhere I say it is." "That's not fair." Power Loader sighed, lowering his tablet to offer the duo his full attention. "Fairness has nothing to do with it. I value my job, the school's insurance policy, and the continued existence of this gym. We've never even used this gym before. Nothing's gonna happen." Famous last words, Izuku muttered, already looking to the drones like Mei had somehow already jinxed them. "You're supposed to be on my side," she all but whined at Izuku, turning back to their teacher. "Look, PL," she strolled over to him with far too much confidence, "so we caused a school-wide evacuation and trapped a couple students in a classroom. Nobody was hurt. All 4 of them made it home safely in time for dinner, and were smarter for it." Izuku had to bite his lips to keep his amusement at bay. Think about it, if that hadn't happened, Nedzu would have never known that the fire doors in the robotics wing can trap people in during an emergency. If anything, we should have been praised for our quick thinking, innovative testing methods, and selfless contribution to school safety. Silence lingered after she was done, almost the entire class staring at Mei like she'd grown a second head, while Izuku hid his laugh behind a cough and Power Loader slowly raised his helmet like he needed to see her audacity with his own 2 eyes. "Please?" She batted her eyes at him, using her biggest and most hopeful smile. "No. Wah. No. But No. Izuku. Midoriya, if you so much as utter a single word about pairing up with Hatsum, you'll both have your lab privileges revoked for the rest of the week." Izuku's smile fell instantly, eyes snapping to Mei, who looked equally horrified by such an idea. Having their lab's privileges revoked for an entire week? He was being dead serious when he said he'd rather be forced into a room with all them. No, that was too far. Let's be realistic here. He would indeed rather cut his arm off with a plastic spoon, though. The pro waited, and when neither of them spoke he called forward the first pair. "It's fine, Mei, I'm sure we can pair up another time," Izuku said in a weak attempt at comfort. "No, this is so unfair. They never let us work together. Why does one mistake mean we can't do projects together anymore? Isn't this a school? Aren't they supposed to help us learn from our mistakes or whatever? This is so stupid," she huffed, arms folding across her chest as the first pair began their run. Izuku hummed noncommittally. He understood her train of thought and he agreed, to an extent. The rule was unfair and completely disproportionate to the situation. That being said, he also understood why they came to that decision, especially given the amount of property damage that had been involved. It wasn't even that bad, in his opinion. The ceiling had only partially collapsed and the smoke cleared within a few hours. Still, Power Loader hadn't seen it that way. Neither had the rest of the teaching staff. Not to mention that Time Power Loader had called them both into a meeting for a chat during their first couple weeks at UA, when he had mentioned his concerns regarding their social behaviors, specifically the fact that they were only ever seen speaking with each other. Apparently, he, along with several other members of staff, had raised concerns about their social development. Something about peer integration and dependence patterns. The phrasing had been carefully picked, but the meaning was clear. The teachers, though they were spending too much time together and not enough time with anyone else. Power Loader had called it social isolation and interpersonal over-reliance. Izuku had called it having one friend. His first real friend, actually. As a result, they were both forced to join a school club to broaden their social circles, and no, they weren't allowed to join the same one. Mei had, unsurprisingly, chosen the robotics club, which was basically just her sneaking in more lab time under a different name. Izuku, however, had gone out of his way to find one with the least amount of work and contact hours. Astronomy club had seemed right up his street. No noise, no crowds, just quiet nights and data logs. It hadn't lasted long, of course. He got kicked out a little over 2 weeks in after modifying one of the telescopes to stream through an encrypted feed directly to his dorm room. Apparently, that wasn't an appropriate use of club resources. He remained firm that they were being narrow-minded. He was merely improving data accessibility. Yet at the head of the club had not been impressed when Izuku had used that as his defense. Well, that had been the end of that. Mei had laughed herself hoarse when she'd found out. Now, watching her sulk beside him, Izuku couldn't help the faint smile that tugged at his mouth. She really hadn't changed much. He didn't mean that in a bad way, though. If anything, it was grounding. Reliable. Mei was still Mei, as chaotic and relentless as always. By the time Power Loader called Mei up for her turn, she had cheered up massively. She was back to her usual giddy self, shooting Izuku a challenging grin as she made her way over. Watch and learn, Zuku. This'll be a masterclass. In what? How to be an easy target. She didn't respond, instead shooting him a withering glare as she took up a stance next to her partner. When the buzzer sounded, her partner barely took 2 steps before Mei had darted ahead, yelling something about efficiency as she charged straight into the fray. Within seconds, she was being pelted by foam bullets and her partner was having to fight his way through to help her up. So much for watch and learn, Izuku snickered. By the time they made it to the platform, the system chimed. Time, 137 hits. At least you made it in under a minute this time. Izuku called out, receiving an immediate middle finger from his friend that made him laugh. When it was Izuku's turn, he found himself stood next to Aizawa Shouta? He knew it began with an I, but Izuku had never really interacted with him before. Midoriya and Ishikawa, go when you're ready, Power Loader spoke. So that was his name. He was so close. So how did you want to do this? You did way better than me, so I can just follow you or something? Ishikawa asked, voice quieter than Izuku expected. He shook his head, scanning the slight changes in the layout from his run earlier. No, that'll slow us down and make it easier for the drones to target us. They calculate based on movement patterns, so if we move unpredictably, they'll struggle to track us both. They fire every 2.8 seconds, so we'll need to move on alternating beats to stay ahead of their targeting cycles. You take the left path over those blocks, Izuku pointed to where he meant, and make sure to keep low. That way I can draw the fire to the right and redirect their tracking algorithms. Once they lock onto me, you move to the center beam so I can climb over those hurdles without getting hit too much. Got it. Ishikawa blinked for a moment, the silence drawing Izuku's eyes away from the drones and back to his partner. You already figured all of that out? Izuku suddenly felt his face flush, hand coming to scratch the back of his neck. He felt self-conscious all of a sudden, very aware of his hands for some reason. Were his hands in weird places? Did he sound like an a-hole saying that? He just sounded like an pompous twat, didn't he? I mean sorta? It's mostly math, Izuku shrugged it off. Right. Sure, math. Power Loader soon gave them the go-ahead and, after a few more moments of brainstorming, Izuku and his partner were off, moving through the space with a surprising level of coordination considering they'd never really spoken before today. The drones flew low, bullets rained down on them, but they managed to make it to the red platform in one piece. Well, mostly. Time 0:31 hits. Izuku winced. Yeah, okay, that wasn't great. But given how trigger-happy the drones had been, it was almost a miracle they'd made it at all. He'd admit that majority of those hits were probably his fault anyway. He'd forgotten to mention that the drones had thermal sensors, so he'd had to make himself the more obvious target by deliberately heating up his side of the field. Smart in theory, painful in practice. He brushed foam bullets off his shoulders and plucked a few from his hair as he joined Mei and the rest of the class near the benches. "I hate you, you know that?" Mei said in greeting as the last few pairs finished up their turns. "No you don't," Izuku denied. "I do. Nah. Cheater. Gremlin. Broccoli. Dork. Insomniac. Fire hazard. Excuse you? Why are you guys arguing now?" Meina interrupted before Izuku could fire back his next retort. "He started it." "She started it," Meina groaned, dragging a hand down her face. "Oh my god, you two are so annoying. It's like watching siblings fight over the last brain cell." It wasn't long after that the final pair had their turn and Power Loader was drawing the session to a close, offering a few words of encouragement before letting them leave with the promise of emailed feedback at the end of the week after all 3 sessions had been completed. Izuku couldn't wait to ignore that email too. Their class moved to grab their bags, most choosing to just go back to the dorms as opposed to using the changing rooms. It was the end of the day, after all. Izuku went to his bag, using this time to check his USB was still where he left it, and it was. Yet again. He moved it to his pocket, preferring to have the physical reminder that he still had it with him. "I can't wait to have a shower," Meina spoke with a longing sigh. "I can't wait to have dinner. I'm so hungry." Mei rubbed her stomach for emphasis, and even Izuku could see how exhausted she looked. She usually had that zombie look going for her, but today she looked like Frankenstein's monster realistic version, not the adaptations that made him CC. Mei and Meina began making their way to the door with the rest of the class, while Izuku took another minute to drink some water. He sometimes forgot how hydrating water felt compared to energy drinks. Maybe doctors were onto something. "Zuku, you coming?" Mei turned back when she realized he hadn't followed, her head tilting in that way it always did. "Nah," he slung his bag over his shoulders. "I'm meeting Fujita, remember?" "Oh shit, yeah. Let me know how it goes, I'll save you some food in the fridge." "Thank you," he called back as she headed off with Meina and the rest of their class. He lingered a moment longer, deciding not to change out of his kit since his school uniform was technically still clean enough to wear the next day. Plus, he needed to make it believable that they were doing fitness in the gym, just in case a teacher turned up. After double-checking his USB was in his pocket, he headed across campus. It was quieter at this hour, the late afternoon sun filtering through the trees, with only a few hero students milling about on their way back from their 7th PRD. His trainers scuffed slightly on the path, his eyes dropping to the old pair of shoes that were more duct tape than actual shoe by this point. They still worked, so he saw no reason to splurge on a new pair. Fujita was already waiting outside Gym Gamma when he arrived, leaning against the wall beside the door with Izuku's case between his legs. Yes, he needed to remember to get that case back before he left. "Midoriya." The hero student greeted, an immediate smile growing on his face. He was so happy, it was unnerving. "Yeah, hi," he awkwardly responded, heading straight for the door. He swung it open, holding it with his foot. "Come on, let's go." "Right, yes. Thanks." Fujita scrambled to grab his bags and hurried inside. Izuku followed, though Fujita lingered a few steps inside like he was waiting for Izuku to tell him what to do. Izuku felt equally awkward, so he made a beeline for the benches along the wall. He dropped his bag and fished out the notebook he was using for the gauntlet schematics, flicking open to the most recent page as he wandered round to the storage area. He dragged one of the weighted crash mats and a few training dummies into position, then keyed the nearby terminal to bring up the localized sensor grid. Nedzu loved his sensor grids. Izuku would put money on there being one in the main building too, or some other kind of device that enabled Nedzu to track students down if need be. He was also sure Nedzu would have had trackers placed in all the students on their first day if it wasn't morally or ethically wrong. "Alright," Izuku spared a glance over his shoulder to Fujita. "I want to see how the discharge flow handles output under normal conditions first. Don't go all out initially, I need baseline readings. Once I have those, feel free to wreck them. Not literally." "Copy that," Fujita said, heading over to drop his bag beside Izuku's. "Should I change into my hero gear?" "I don't care. I'm just here to test the gauntlets." Izuku waved a hand dismissively, crouching to attach a small set of telemetry sensors to the gauntlet's wrist plating. Thin wires linked back to his tablet, each one blinking green as they connected. He continued to set up while Fujita got ready, changing into sports kit as opposed to his hero suit. Once ready, Izuku helped him adorn the gauntlets, then had him go through a couple basic movements to check everything was connected as it should be. Fujita flexed his fingers and the faint shimmer of energy crackled along his arms, visible even through the matte finish of the gear. His quirk was so cool. Izuku watched the readings begin to climb. Good. Looks like the internal regulators are syncing properly. Your last pair spiked at around 62% output, then they fried. These should level that out. Izuku had spent around an hour running output testing and doing calculations on Fujita's old pair so that he was sure he could make better ones. Fujita grinned. So, theoretically, I could go harder for longer. Izuku gave him a look. Depends if you want to keep your hands attached to your body or not. He stepped closer, watching the numbers shift. Alright, start building energy. Maybe do a few short sprints, jump sequence, whatever you usually do to trigger your quirk. Fujita didn't need to be told twice. He broke into a quick dash across the gym floor, footsteps echoing sharply as kinetic light built along his arms and legs. He launched himself off one of the reinforced mats, twisting midair before landing hard enough to make the ground shudder. Izuku shifted back a step, regaining his balance. The gauntlets flared a soft blue, energy pulsing down the inlaid lines as the readings on Izuku's tablet spiked, then evened out. His eyes flicked between numbers and Fujita's movements, his brain already breaking down the data. Regulators are holding. Pressure nodes are absorbing the strain evenly. Try releasing 30%, directed forward. Roger that. Fujita turned, moving a fist toward one of the dummies. The air cracked, a visible shockwave rippling out as the dummy flew backward and smacked against the far wall with a heavy thud. Wow. Nope, don't get distracted. He was assessing the gauntlets, not planning to do quirk analysis on Fujita's quirk in his notebook. Nope, not at all. Gauntlets. He looked back down to his data and his eyebrows rose slightly. That's actually stable. No backflow, no thermal bleed. Huh? Why do you sound so surprised? I didn't know if it was actually gonna work first go or not, Izuku admitted. It wasn't like he'd run many, or rather any, algorithms to test out different settings. He'd basically just picked some ballpark values and gone with them. Either you're lucky, or I missed something catastrophic that hasn't broken yet. Fujita snorted. You have a real talent for inspiring confidence, you know that? Optimism, realism. Izuku waved his hands either side of him like scales before returning to his tablet and notepad. Do another round. Build more momentum this time. I want to see how the internal dampeners handle sustained kinetic buildup. Fujita nodded and sprinted again, faster this time. The blue glow deepened along the gauntlets, pulsing brighter with each step until the readings on Izuku's screen started to flicker. There it is, Izuku muttered, stepping forward. Left gauntlet's output valve is throttling early. You're losing efficiency past 80% charge. Is that bad? Your capacitor feedback loop's overcompensating. It's bleeding current before release, Izuku continued to voice his thoughts. So bad, then. No, I can fix it pretty easily. Let's run a few more tests, then we can call it a day, Izuku decided. They spent a little over an hour putting the gauntlets through the ringer before finally parting ways. By then, Fujita was buzzing with excitement and Izuku had an entire page of adjustments to make before the next test the following afternoon. Izuku took the gauntlets back to his dorm with him, though spent majority of the walk running calculations in his notebook. He nearly walked straight into a lamppost twice, not that he'd ever admit it. By the time he made it back to his dorm building, the downstairs of his was mostly empty, only a few people milling about in the living area watching TV, while the rest were probably holed up in their rooms or showering off the day's grease and exhaustion. Izuku didn't give it much thought as he trudged up to his room. He kicked the door shut with the heel of his boot, making sure not to slam it too loudly given that most of his dorm was likely already in bed. His bag slid down his arm and hit the floor with a dull thump, the weight of his half-finished schematics and empty energy drink cans shifting inside. He didn't bother turning on the lights, sliding his feet out of his shoes with little fanfare as he dragged himself over to his desk. He squinted to see the various socks and notebooks scattered about his floor, making sure not to slip. Sure, he could have turned the light on, but the glow of his monitors would be enough once he turned them on. He dropped into his chair with a heavy flop, headset slipping automatically into place around his neck as his monitor hummed to life. His stomach grumbled, reminding him that he'd missed dinner again. He debated trudging downstairs to grab a snack, but the idea of food just didn't sound appealing right now. May had said she would save him a plate from dinner, but that meant walking, reheating, effort. Food could wait. Sleep could wait. What couldn't wait was the little black rectangle he'd been carrying around all day. The USB. He pulled it out his pocket finally, turning it over between his fingers and watching the metal casing catch the light from his monitor. A stupid smile tugged at the corner of his mouth despite the exhaustion dragging down his body. He'd wanted to dig into this thing all day. Now he finally could. He was so excited. He slid the USB into an isolated port on the side of his rig, not his main system, never that. This was a separate machine, bare bones, stripped of anything personal. An air-gapped box he'd built for exactly this kind of work, sitting behind a physical hardware firewall he'd soldered by hand. The drive mounted with a soft chime. Izuku flexed his fingers, cracking his knuckles and opening a fresh can of Monster from the pack under his desk, before leaning in. It took a few moments for the hardware to buzz to life, the fan emitting a low hum as the machine came fully online. The first sweep was always reconnaissance. Contents inventory, directory mapping, a scan for anything hidden with simple tricks like 0-byte files, alternate data streams, or directories set to invisible. The usual traps. Except, this wasn't usual. The structure was too neat. Compartmentalized. Filled with decoy files scattered like breadcrumbs. He recognized the basic patterns, nothing too advanced so far. Whoever built this didn't just want to protect their data, they wanted to waste the time of any amateur poking at it. Classic misdirection. Izuku's lips twitched. Cute. He ignored the decoys and dug deeper, finding layers of encrypted containers nested within one another like Russian nesting dolls. These weren't just basic encryption files either, they were high-tech. AES, 256 at least, maybe something more exotic wrapped around it too. Breaking this manually would take days. Weeks, maybe. He didn't have that kind of time. And, thankfully, he didn't need it. He didn't plan to do this manually. He took a long sip of his second can of Monster, tossing the empty one over his shoulder with the rest. Izuku opened his bottom desk drawer and fished around until his fingers brushed against one of his plug-ins, a custom brute force assistant he'd written months back when he was bored and wanted to see if he could make a distributed password cracker that ran smarter than the current ones on the market. Surprise, surprise, he could. His code didn't just throw random guesses at a wall, it learned. It used pattern recognition, analyzing file names, metadata, timestamps, even linguistic quirks, and predicted the kind of passwords an actual human would have chosen. He didn't want to toot his own horn, but DMN was he smart. He loaded it up, pointed it at the first container, and set the parameters. He throttled the CPU cycles so that the fans wouldn't scream loud enough to wake the dorm, deciding to have the heavy-duty programs run tomorrow while everyone was at school. He let it run, allowing the program to begin its silent siege, iterating, adapting, self-correcting, line after line of code streaming across the screen. He leant back, eyes half-lidded as he watched the screen and finished yet another can of Monster. If he kept going, he was gonna need to PSS soon, and he really didn't want to get up. His body still felt like sheet, muscles aching from their training earlier that day. Maybe this was a wake-up call for how sedentary of a lifestyle he was living. Yeah, like that was something he cared about. He shifted a hand to his shoulder, rubbing the strain out of it with a slight wince. Even though he felt tired, his mind was still wide awake and buzzing with excitement. This was so much fun. He was itching to get his hands on his keyboard and have a deeper browse himself. Alright, he shifted, swapping his sports shirt out for a more comfortable hoodie. Just because he was staying up all night, didn't mean he couldn't be comfortable. He burned through the decoy files in minutes. Most were lazy and pointless stock PDFs, memes, empty folders with misleading names and dates that were probably supposed to seem incriminating. It was almost insulting how simple they were. Once those were out of the way, he moved on to the real work. Hidden executables, scripts written in languages he spoke as fluently as he did Japanese. Perl. Rust. Obscure dialects of Python, twisted and mangled into something deliberately unreadable. Junk code designed to trip up automated parsers. Izuku tore through it, half scowling, half grinning. Whoever had written this wasn't stupid. They weren't subtle, either. He found some bots, not regular malware, but specialized crawlers. These ones in particular were tuned to slip through government-grade firewalls without tripping any kind of intrusion alarms. He passively recognized some of the techniques, most he'd used himself when he was a beginner, but the workmanship was brute force and inelegant. That being said, they were undeniably powerful. Izuku couldn't control his smirk as he read the code. The HPSC would lose their sheet if they saw this. Nedzu would probably salivate too. That then raised the question as to why this was found on the black market. Who was selling this kind of tech? More importantly, who was buying it? Izuku scoffed at his own thoughts. He'd sold bots 10 times better than these and had never once cared about where they went. As long as the money cleared, ethics were someone else's problem. Maybe that was cold, but so was survival. And back then, he'd needed every yen he could scrape together. He cataloged what he could, scribbling shorthand notes in a mix of Japanese, English, and fragmented code across a fresh notebook. Page after page after page was filled with notes and diagrams, ideas and annotations. 2 Monster turned to 3. Then 3 to 4. The longer he worked, the deeper his fascination became. There was so much to go through, but it was somewhere around 3 in the morning that he found it. Buried 3 layers down beneath junk data and false trails was a single encrypted container. It wasn't just locked but wrapped in so much armor it could be a medieval knight. Someone really didn't want anyone to see what was inside there if they weren't already supposed to. There you are, Izuku's tired grin sharpened. He debated how he wanted to go about cracking it, whether he should wait for his other script to do its job or if he could have them running simultaneously. He had a bot that could probably shred this thing in about a week, less if the author was sloppy. F it. He'd never been a very patient individual. He wandered over to his chest of drawers and pulled out his sock drawer, careful not to disturb the tech he'd put in there for safe keeping. He reached through, hand moving up and over the back to where he'd duct-taped his device to the back panel. He'd written this script years ago for when he was doing work as Cicada. It was good, so good in fact that it never left his dorm room. He practically bounced his way back over to his desk, spinning in his chair and booting the device up. His old custom Cicada logo flickered briefly across the screen, something he'd thought was so cool when he was new to computers before the script came to life. Lines of code began firing instantly, the system logs ticking over as the bot started its slow, methodical assault. Each attempt logged. Each failure folded into the next educated guess. Izuku leant back, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he fought off a yawn. This USB was better than he ever imagined. The sheer volume of data on it was insane. With a smirk, he leant back in his chair and pulled his hood over his messy hair. He may as well get a start on Fujita's gauntlets while he waited on his bots. He flicked open the case, tossing both gauntlets on his desk as he did a spin about his room to try find his toolkit. Where did he leave it? Under his socks maybe? Or was it under his bed? Cupboard? Desk? FS sake. Why did it always go missing when he needed it? With a huff, he settled back into his chair, closing his eyes to try and remember back to the night before. The last thing Izuku registered before sleep dragged him under was the low hum of his monitor's fan, and that his toolkit was tucked next to his bedside table. Come on, Midoriya. You're hardly trying. Power Loader called out as Izuku dodged a large, flaming projectile. It's not my fault. He shot back, ducking behind a barrier as sparks rained down. I'm being shot at by a goddamn flame-throwing Roomba. You'll be shot at by worse during the festival. Izuku frowned, barely ducking in time as a metal disc whirred past his head, spitting sparks in its wake. Since when was it normalized to have teenagers shot at by buzzsaw blades? He really hated this school sometimes. Obstacle courses, they said. It'll be fun, they said. What part of being threatened with losing a limb sounded fun? Today the course was supposed to simulate realistic arena conditions, which apparently meant Bube trapping the gym with disappearing floor tiles, moving platforms, FING projectiles, and an array of non-lethal, training bots armed to the teeth with foam bullets and why not? Bloody flamethrowers. Since when did the sports festival involve FING flamethrowers? Seriously, what part of this is realistic? He yelled, stumbling to his feet as a mounted turret popped out of the wall like a video game sentry. The part where you adapt or get your butt handed to you. Power Loader called from the sidelines, clipboard in hand and mask perched on his head so he could enjoying every second of this madness with his own 2 eyes. He was way too entertained by all of this. Izuku grit his teeth and sprinted forward, trying not to hyper-focus on the whir of servos behind him. He could hear the DMN. Flamethrower drone circling back, because of course it had. This was so stupid. Wasn't the point of these sessions to train them for the festival, not run a trial by combat? Oh, he would so put in a letter of complaint if he didn't already know Nedzu did not give a flying F-. The pro would probably frame it and have it hung up on his wall. In fact, Izuku was pretty sure the little rodent would laugh in his face if he even tried to complain about just about anything. How was this even fair? They'd gone from a death trap cement obstacle course, to one with armed drones, and then to one that felt like the inside of May's video game. This certainly didn't feel like a slow progression. At this rate, next week would feature live ammunition. You might want to duck, Midoriya. The warning from the pro came a second too late and suddenly Izuku found himself on his back, having been smacked in the face by a rotating metal beam. F-. He muttered, flat on his back, tapping his hand on the floor in hopes it'd call a timeout. If he was wearing white underwear he'd have gone so far as to raise a flag of surrender. Shizuku, are you okay? May shouted from where she was watching with the others. I'm fine, his voice wavered more than he'd have liked, raising a hand in a weak thumbs up. He heard Power Loader's voice, then a couple sets of footsteps, before May and Makabe appeared in front of him. So, how's it feel to know I did better than you? May asked, hands on hips as she leant her face close to his. Izuku blinked, clearing the slight blur and hoping the black spots he saw clouding the sides of his vision were the normal ones and not the need-to-see recovery girl kind. I thought it'd hurt less, he groaned, pushing up onto his hands. Come on, Macabe leant down to offer him a hand, hauling him back to his feet and guiding him off the course, while May continued her teasing. Training wasn't even halfway done and he was already on his butt. This was only their third session of 19. He wasn't going to last that long if he kept getting brain damage every other day. Power Loader crossed the gym to meet him, looking slightly more worried than before. You alright, Midoriya? Izuku had been sat on a bench, water bottle in one hand, ice pack in the other, and someone's jacket tossed over his shoulders for warmth. You could tell they'd never been taught first aid in this class. Feeling great, he confirmed, leaning his head against the wall as he held the ice pack to his temple. Let me see, Power Loader insisted, crouching down and gently culling the ice from his face to have a look, before returning it. Well, the good news is, you're not bleeding. Oh, how reassuring. But, he continued, you may want to go visit Recovery Girl. That bump's already swelling. Izuku grimaced. He knew plenty about Recovery Girl's quirk, specifically the part where the patient needed to have loads of energy to be healed if they didn't want to risk dying. And if he was being honest with himself, he did not have the energy for that sheet. I'll go after, he dismissed, turning the ice pack round to get the colder side once more. Alright. But if you start to feel dizzy or nauseous, you need to let me or May know right away, okay? Power Loader gave him a serious look. Yeah, okay. Good. Okay, you go next then, handsome, Power Loader decided, pointing at her without looking up from his tablet. Izuku assumed it was deliberate, so that May could sit with him after her run to make sure he didn't pass out within the hour. He also assumed this meant he was done for the session, which, honestly, not a bad trade. Head trauma came with perks, it would seem. So, getting injuries meant he wouldn't have to take part in the session. Good to know. Oh, hell yeah, May cheered, already jogging toward the starting platform. Izuku sighed, dragging a hand down his face. Why is she always so excited about this? Macabe, still lingering nearby, chuckled. Because she's insane. You should know that by now. Yeah, Izuku said quietly, but I keep hoping she'll grow out of it. I thought you were smarter than that, Macabe teased, much to Izuku's amusement. He huffed a laugh, but said nothing in response. He saw no point as he watched May begin her run, tearing through the course with manic glee. They had been given 5 minutes to complete the course today, and by the time May skidded to the end of her turn, she was covered in soot, had half-singed hair, and was grinning like a maniac. Not to mention the new hole in her kit top and the bruise blossoming on her elbow from a fall. Izuku wouldn't be surprised if her knees came out the same shade of purple. Despite all of that, Power Loader actually looked impressed, nodding to himself as he made some notes before turning to his next victim. Not bad, handsome, Macabe said as she bounced back over, a few of their classmates saying the same. Thank you, she grinned, plopping down next to Izuku with zero concept of personal space. So, what did you think? Power Loader looked chuffed, so you should get a more positive email this week, Izuku shrugged, pushing her hand off his shoulders. While yeah, he was already sweaty, he didn't need her gross hands making it worse. He felt sticky as is. Hearty ha ha, she rolled her eyes just as Macabe was called up for his second turn. Are you still not going to read yours? Absolutely not. Especially not after this. He emphasized his point by removing the ice to point at the bump on his head. Oof, yeah, she said, leaning in for a better look, and he could smell the faint tang of burnt fabric wafting off of her. That's a solid bump. Wow, great assessment, May. I'm so glad I have you here. I'm not your mother, I don't have to baby little Izuku, she teased, making the same face and voice she used whenever she saw a cute animal. Oh shit, what's your mum gonna say when she finds out? Have you told her? Izuku tensed for half a second. Sometimes he forgot that people updated their parents when things like this happened. He hummed, glaring at his hand that had frustratingly begun to shake in his lap. Oh, no, she'd freak out if I told her I was within 10 feet of a training bot. I'll just tell her I bumped it on the door or fell onto my sock drawer or something. You use your sock drawer way too much, she snorted. You should really work on coming up with some fresh lies. Hey, it works, he said, shrugging, trying to keep his tone light. Besides, she worries enough as it is. No point making her panic over a bruise. Fair. But you know, if she ever does find out you're hiding stuff from her, you're toast. Yeah, he said, quieter this time. Wouldn't be the first time. May gave him a sideways look, something thoughtful flickering behind her eyes, but she didn't pry. She never did, and he was grateful for that. Instead, she smirked and nudged his shoulder. You should tell her you fought off a horde of robots single-handedly. Make it sound cool. Maybe she'll stop worrying and start bragging. Izuku chuckled, grateful for the subject change. Yeah, or that I saved a baby from an alligator's mouth. Does Japan even have wild alligators? May thought aloud, rubbing her chin. I dunno. Wow, something even the Midoriya Izuku doesn't know? Well, why don't you know, huh, May? He retorted, but regretted it soon after when a sharp pain in his head caused him to wince. Ugh, so annoying. My brain is too busy thinking about important things. Yeah, like, how can I make this prototype explode too, he muttered. Their back and forth carried them through the cooldown portion of training, power loader running through everyone's times and some general feedback for them all to work on before Friday. By the time he finally dismissed them, the sun had dipped low through the gym's tall windows, painting everything in warm orange light. Most of the class filtered out in pairs or groups, groaning about bruises and various scrapes. Come on, May slung her arm round his shoulders. Let's go get food. Ugh, Izuku groaned, the sound gravelly, like it had been dragged out of his chest. He slung his rucksack over one shoulder, the weight heavier than it had any right to be, and dragged his feet toward the exit. Sweat still clung to the back of his neck from training, making his shirt stick unpleasantly to his skin. Every muscle in his legs felt like lead, his lungs still raw from the drills he hadn't had the energy for in the first place. Ugh isn't a real answer, May shot back, steering him with casual force as if she didn't notice him leaning sideways under her arm. But don't worry. I'm fluent in zombie. That was a yes, May, you are the smartest and most amazing person alive and I will gratefully accept the gift of food. Izuku snorted, which came out more like a cough. That's a generous translation. You just don't understand the language like I do. You're right, it's far too technical for me. She hummed in agreement. Most people struggle to differentiate between the UF and the UHAN, she lectured, adopting a mock-serious tone. Oh, there's a difference? Of course, she said, eyes gleaming. Zombies aren't uncivilized, despite how the media portrays them. You know, it's people like you that give zombies a bad rap. Oh, I'm sorry, he said dryly. I didn't realize I was offending the undead community. You are. Grossly. Have you even watched the documentaries? Documentaries? Yeah. Zombocalypse Zero, Resident Mayhem, Dead Horizon. Cultural masterpieces. You'd understand if you actually educated yourself. Those are video games, May. He'd both watched and heard her screaming at her computer at ungodly hours whenever she played them. It usually resulted in Power Loader having to come by and warn her to shut it, or confiscate her console until the weekend. They're representations of societal decay and human greed, she countered. And also the reason I know how to survive when the apocalypse hits. Izuku rubbed at his temple. Right. Because welding goggles and a wrench are going to stop a horde of brain-eating monsters. Don't mock the wrench, Zuku, she said, wagging a finger at him. The wrench is mightier than the shotgun. Pretty sure that's not how the saying goes. I'm pretty sure it is, she countered in her own sing-song voice. Izuku chuckled lightly. So, your plan to survive is to what? Outsmart them with a wrench? It's exactly that. I'd rig up an EMP, shut down the cities, build a fortress, live off canned beans and solar panels. Boom. Instant apocalypse queen. Yet I don't think I'd want to share an apocalypse bunker with you. Oh please, she scoffed. You'd be begging to visit my apocalypse bunker. I'd have Wi-Fi. Why would Wi-Fi matter if we were in an apocalypse? I don't know, Izuku. What do you suppose we do between zombie attacks? Knit? Read? You know what, let's just stream right. No, Wi-Fi. Guess we'll just talk about our feelings. Oh, shut up, he groaned, shoving her arm. You've thought about this way too much. Wrong, she corrected. I've prepared myself. There's a difference. I even drew up blueprints for my zombie-proof exosuits last year. Remember? You helped design the joints. That's what that was for? Yup. Baby number the first prototype of my Mecha Mayhem, Undead Edition line. Right. And if the zombie apocalypse hits, will I get one of these exosuits? She narrowed her eyes at him, assessing. If you know the difference between a gra and a gug. You know what? If the zombie apocalypse ever comes, I'll just kill myself. Ah, don't do that, she said cheerfully. That's a waste of perfectly good human resources. Charming, May. I'm glad to hear that in the event of a zombie apocalypse, you value my organ so much. I would love to have a look at your brain, she mused, rubbing her chin. But you're too valuable alive. I'll need you to help me when I make version 2. Version 2? Yeah. The plan is, we release version 1 to show them what it's capable of. Right? Then we make version 2. It'll be bigger and better than ever. That's the one we make fully commercial. Zombie apocalypse or not, capitalism must live on. Wow. So even the end of the world can't stop your marketing department. Exactly. Supply and demand, baby. Fear drives innovation. He shook his head, mildly concerned for the future of support tech when May becomes the next top dog. You are so going to be one of those morally questionable geniuses in the disaster movies. Correction. I'll be the morally profitable genius, she said with a grin. The one everyone hates but still buys from because my products actually work. Right up until they explode and the zombies break in. At which point I activate my escape mech, fly off into the sunset, and leave everyone else to fend for themselves. Obviously, he rolled his eyes. Yet I am definitely not sharing your bunker. So boring, Zuku, but it doesn't matter. Your name is already on the schematics. Great. So when Judgment Day comes, you're still going to try to blame it on me. Yep, she nodded. It's your legacy. More like shared liability. It's revenge for them not letting us work together at school. She laughed, jostling his shoulder until he stumbled, then caught him again. Seriously, though, you look like you're about to fall over. Food, shower, bed. Dr. May's orders. I would actually be terrified if I ever went to hospital and you were my doctor. I'd be the best doctor, she rebutted. I'd even replace all of your organs with better, shinier ones for free. When I decide to become a cyborg, I'll be sure to remember that. See? It's all about who you know. Izuku couldn't hide his laugh this time, shaking his head at May, who seemed equally amused. We should watch a film later, she decided. Ooh. Mum actually sent me the new Zombie Cheerleaders film. They made another one? Yeah, this one is Zombie Cheerleaders from Mars. She waved her hands in the air to emphasize each word. Izuku sighed, hating that deep down he did indeed want to watch it. Fine, but it better be better than the last one you made me watch. Zombie Cheerleaders 4, Rise of the Pom-Poms was amazing and you know it. It had a 30-minute cheer routine in the middle of a zombie siege. He exclaimed. Exactly. It was art. She laughed as they turned the corner to reach the dorms. The symbolism, the choreography, the way Tiffany still had perfect eyeliner after reattaching her own arm. Cinema, Izuku. Don't forget the part where they cured the infection with glitter hairspray. Hey, that spray had essential oils. Lavender and eucalyptus. Obvious zombie deterrence. I'm just saying, maybe realism isn't this franchise's strong suit. She looked at him like he'd insulted the undead yet again. It's called suspension of disbelief. Ever heard of it, Mr. Critical? We live in a world of superpowers, I don't think healing eyeliner is that far-fetched. Fair. She was right. So you're watching it with me? Yeah, he muttered, already mentally preparing for another 90 minutes of undead high kicks and inexplicable plot twists. But if they break into song again, I'm going to punch you. No promises, she grinned. I heard this one has a rap battle with the Martian zombies. He groaned. Why do I let you do this to me? Because you love me, she sang. He muttered, I love peace and quiet. This is the opposite. Whatever, Zuku, she laughed, rubbing his hair, then cringed at the feel of his scalp. Ew, you're all sweaty. I never would have guessed that running around for an hour would make me sweaty, he retorted. Yeah, but I thought you. Never mind. You need to shower. I'm aware. He felt all gross and sticky, the collar of his shirt still clinging to his neck and his hair damp and tangled. He even had some grease on his arms from the lab earlier that just wouldn't come out no matter how much he scrubbed with the school's cheap soap. At this point, it was practically part of him. The setting sun painted the dorm buildings gold as they approached, long shadows stretching across the path. Izuku squinted against the light, head pounding in rhythm with each step. Do you not think this whole training thing is going a little far? I dunno, she shrugged, unbothered. Do I think Power Loader is trying to kill us? Probably. May. But at least it's in the name of education. Seriously, May, his voice came out flatter than intended. Don't you think these training sessions are a bit much? May seemed to ponder his question for a moment, tipping her head to the side like she usually did when thinking. I mean, maybe. It all depends on what you consider a bit much. Well, we're 3 sessions in and already half our class has been sent to Recovery Girl. Again. That feels excessive, he reasoned. Eh? She waved it off like it was nothing. That's just part of the UA experience, Zuku. You're not really a student here until you've been patched up at least twice in 1 week. That's not what I meant. I know, she agreed, losing her humorous tone. Look, I get it. It's brutal. But it's also UA, you know? They're not training us to be average. He frowned at that, but didn't argue. She wasn't wrong, just frustratingly right. Getting said at UA for being too pushy was like getting said at a dog for barking completely stupid. I mean, I'd prefer a little less blunt force trauma, he muttered, rubbing at his shoulder. He was definitely going to have a headache tomorrow. Ah, poor support course baby, May teased, poking his side. Hey! He smacked her hand away. Don't overthink it. It's only 6 weeks, then we're back to normal, right? Plus, if we survive, we can add, did not die at UA, on our resumes. That's a depressing realization. See? She bumped his shoulder again as they climbed the dorm steps, already flashing her key to let them inside. Come on, zombie boy. They were greeted by the faint hum of chatter and laughter as they entered the building. A few of their classmates were lounging on the sofas, nursing ice packs or slumped over their phones despite the TV being on. The faint scent of disinfectant and muscle bomb hung in the air, along with whatever was being cooked in their kitchen. Smelled nice, whatever it was. Izuku was forever grateful that his cooking night wasn't until the following Thursday. All right, go shower, May instructed the second the door shut behind them. If you skip the shower, I'm not sitting next to you at dinner. He exhaled through his nose, the corner of his mouth quirking. Threats. Nice. Not threats, May corrected, wagging her finger at him as if scolding a child. Incentives. Izuku shook his head, too tired to fight her on it, and started dragging himself up the stairs. The ache in his muscles protested with each step, his body begging him to just stop moving and melt into the floor. But his mind, jittery and wired despite the exhaustion, was already circling back to the USB upstairs. He headed to his room, kicking the door shut with his foot and refusing to sit down. If he sat down, he wouldn't get up again, and he was more than desperate for a shower at this point. After doing a quick check on the USB's progress, and by quick, he meant a good half an hour scanning code as he leant over his desk, still pointedly not sitting down, he finally headed for the showers. The dorm shared a two-gendered bathing room, and while most of the guys in his class usually used the communal baths, Izuku opted for the private showers that had been installed. Later. Apparently, some students had complained about body image and not feeling comfortable sharing the baths with people they didn't yet know, hence 5 showers were installed in each gender's bathroom. Izuku picked the cubicle second from the end, as he usually did, and promptly turned the water up as hot as it would go. Steam curled around him, turning the small cubicle into a mini sauna that left beads of condensation rolling down the tiled wall. He stood with his head bowed under the spray, letting the water pound against his sore shoulders until he could feel them loosen with reluctant relief. Even though he hadn't done as much today, his muscles were still screaming, a dull ache woven deep into his bones. The warmth dulled the edges, but it never went away, just smoothed them until it was an almost tolerable pain. He leaned one hand against the wall, fingertips pressing into the cool, slick surface as his eyes slipped closed. His legs felt weak beneath him, that heavy, floating exhaustion that lived somewhere between dizzy and numb. The hiss of the water filled his ears, drowning out the buzz of his own thoughts and leaving him in a sort of limbo. It felt like when you washed your hands in warm water first thing in the morning, when every nerve begged you to crawl back into bed and disappear. It made him realize how badly he wanted to sleep, really sleep. Not the broken half nights he usually got. Not the nightmare-riddled hours that left him gasping for air and clutching at his sheets until the trembling stopped. Not the kind that came after spending hours bent over code and shouldering everything, his grades, his secrets, his mother, until his body physically gave out. He wanted the kind of sleep where the weight drained out of him and he woke up not already tired. He exhaled slowly through his nose, tipping his head back to feel the water on his face and across the fresh bruise on his temple. The showers were so much hotter here than at home, less prone to cutting off at random. He was used to rattling pipes that clanked the second you turned the water on, praying they didn't explode in the short time you were in the bathroom. Even if the water came out warm, it never lasted. He could remember his mum banging on the door once in middle school, apologetic but frazzled, asking him to hurry because she needed to get ready for work. Izuku had selfishly used up all the warm water. It was easier now. The water stayed warm as long as he wanted it. He glanced down, looking for any remaining smears of grease or dirt he'd missed. If he was going to shower, he was going to do it properly. He usually just did a quick rinse, a run-through of soap, and hoped for the best. Water streaked down his too pale skin, over old marks and imperfections he barely noticed any more faint lines, scratches, uneven ridges. They'd all blended into the background noise of his life by now, just more lines on a page already written full. Most of them weren't clean, so why would he want to look at them anyway? There were a few on his arms from his work in the support labs, the kind of marks you only noticed when the light caught them just right. Most of them, though, came from his work as cicada squeezing through crawl spaces he shouldn't have been crawling through to plant hardware he shouldn't have known how to code. That one time he accidentally brushed up against a live wire because timing hadn't given him another choice, the thin, silvery scrapes from when he cut through alleys too fast and clipped the edge of a dumpster or metal grate when trying to lose a tail, the shamefully large scar on his left knee from when a roof had been a little higher than he planned and he hadn't perfected the landing, and a few from the nights he'd had to defend himself when words hadn't been enough. His knuckles bore the small white ridges of split skin from back alley fights he hadn't gone looking for but never walked away from. There was also a long scar down his shoulder from when a job had gone sideways. He'd caught it on shattered glass while ducking out a window he shouldn't have gone through. It had healed, but still itched sometimes and it drove him crazy. The worst was on his ribs, a raised, twisted line that tore diagonally across his side. Even years later, it still tugged faintly when he breathed too deeply. His fingers ghosted over it, his jaw tightening. He didn't often think about the night he got it, not in detail, but the memory still flickered sharp all the same. It hadn't actually been late, though he remembered thinking something about the sun setting and needing to get home before dark. He hadn't wanted to worry his mother. Then the kids from across the tracks had turned up. The ones who liked to pretend they were villains, running in packs through alleys and side streets, causing a scene at the corner shop, stealing cigarettes because it convinced them that they were cool. Izuku had been smaller then, thinner, weighed down by the second-hand laptop in his too big school bag, and too stubborn to take the long way home. They'd cornered him. Laughed. Pushed. Cheered. Tested how far they could go, how long it would take for a hero to show up. Not that they ever did. Not in that part of town. It hadn't been a fight. A fight meant equal footing. This had been hands grabbing, fists shoving, sharp laughter, and then the flash of something worse. The burn of a blade sliding under his ribs. He didn't even remember the pain so much as the sound. The wet gasp. The world narrowing down to the pulse in his ears. He remembered staggering away, clutching his side, his whole shirt soaked through. He remembered the panic tightening in his chest. He remembered that dizzying numbness that claimed his fingers, his hands, his body. But there was no one for him to call. No hospital. No police. No heroes. Just him. Just Izuku and his mother's long-forgotten emergency kit he'd found in the back of her cupboard, containing only a couple plasters and bug bite cream. Useless. He'd used staples, a pair of socks, and the roll of duct tape they kept under the sink to fix the pipes. He'd read enough to know how to close it, how to clean it, how to not die, but not enough to leave a surgeon's tidy mark. It had healed, but not right. His eyes didn't linger on the scar, his attention turning back to the shower head. None of them mattered much now. They were just geography. A map of choices he couldn't take back. He reached for the shampoo and began working it through his curls, wincing when his fingers snagged on the tangles. His nails scraped lightly across his scalp, ridding the dirt and grime and making himself feel clean again. His fingers brushed against a vicious scar that cut across his hairline and he froze. A raised, uneven mark starting near the crown of his head and trailing towards his temple before vanishing under his curls. His hand jerked away on instinct, head shaking to dispel the memory, but it still flashed in his mind. Hard pavement. Wind in his ears. A crash. Then cold. So cold. The water suddenly felt icy on his skin. He forced himself to rinse the suds out, shutting off the tap before the images could take shape again. He left the shower quickly after that, and the silence without the water hit hard, heavy in his ears. What was coming over him? Since when had he become so sentimental? The air was cool, steam rolling off his skin in waves as he grabbed his towel. His reflection in the mirror was a blur of motion and ghosted shapes, eyes sunken, shadows under his gaze like bruises, wet curls plastered to his forehead, freckles a stark contrast on his pale skin. He tugged the towel tighter around his shoulders and didn't look again. Back in his room, he gave himself 2 sharp slaps to the cheeks. Get it together, Deku. Shaking his head at his own stupidity, he grabbed some clothes from his cupboard, long sleeve, baggy hoodie, and trackies tucked into socks. He stuffed his feet into his battered Crocs before plodding back downstairs. The common room was already buzzing when he got there, most of his classmates waiting for their turn to serve themselves dinner. Izuku grabbed a plate before being waved over by Mei, slipping into the seat beside her. She had her hair wrapped in a towel still, though that didn't stop half of it from hanging out the bottom and dripping water into her vest. She didn't seem to notice or care. Mei spent half of dinner animatedly discussing their earlier training session, which had mixed reactions. Half the class listened attentively and joined in on her excitement, while the other half, Izuku included, wanted to take her bread roll and shove it in her mouth until she shut up. Unsurprisingly, this was the same group that had briefly discussed making loyalty cards for their visits to Recovery Girl. Gosh, Zuku. My grandmother eats faster than that. Mei nudged him and Izuku blinked back to life, looking up at Mei before his eyes returned to his plate. He'd barely touched it. Right, yeah, he nodded, taking a mouthful. Sometimes he forgot how good a real, hot meal tasted. Unsurprisingly, once he started, he didn't stop. He finished his first plate in minutes and went back for seconds, scraping together what was left in the serving trays. If Mei was surprised, she didn't comment on it. When dinner finally wound down and their classmates began to peel off, Mei was quick to take Izuku by the arm and drag him upstairs to her room. The door to her dorm room was plastered with stickers, nameplates, and at least 3 authorized personnel only signs she'd stolen from the design studio. She shouldered the door open and quickly moved to grab what Izuku assumed was her dirty clothes, shoving them into the basket behind her door before he saw them. Contrary to popular belief, Mei kept her room pretty neat, or at least neat in the handsome Mei kind of way. Every surface was occupied, sure, but there was intention to her chaos. Half-assembled gadgets sat beside photo frames, a row of tiny hero figurines lined her windowsill. She was still hunting the collection's rare, which she and Izuku debated constantly, All Might or a pile of sheet, and her walls were covered in Polaroids, picture frames, and a smothering of posters that hid large dents and burns from projects that definitely didn't explode in her room, because obviously she 1000% always followed power loaders, no tech in the dorm rule. Her bedazzled toolbox was tucked away next to her desk, which was decked out with her gaming setup, a triple monitor arrangement, an RGB keyboard, the custom headset Izuku had built her for her birthday last year, and a controller cracked open mid-repair. There was also what Izuku assumed was a half-empty can of energy drink, since Mei almost never finished them before opening a new one, sat between a pile of wires and a cup of screwdrivers. It was cluttered, but the kind of clutter that reflected her brain perfectly and only made sense to her. If it ain't broke. Okay, she clapped her hands as she moved across the room to her bed, grabbing the blankets, duvet, and pillows, and chucking them on the floor in an unceremonious heap. Sit, she pointed, throwing another pillow down for emphasis. Izuku raised a brow but didn't object, walking over and sinking into the pile of bedding. Normally when they had movie nights, they tended to stay on the bed, unless they were building tech or doing homework. Please don't let this be Mei's way of conning him into doing his homework on time. Or worse, helping to assemble another one of her prototypes because she needed extra hands. He still hadn't forgiven her for the hover boots incident. He adjusted the placement of the pile beneath him to make it more comfortable, and made sure that at least one of the blankets could be used as, well, an actual blanket, because Mei would inevitably scream and try to hide behind it. For someone who built grenade launchers for fun and spent her life playing post-apocalyptic video games, she was absolutely terrified of zombies. "What are you looking for?" he asked as Mei wandered around her room, vape now in hand. "Looks like she went back to that old habit. You're going to set the fire alarm off, you know?" "No, I'm not," she scoffed, pointing to the ceiling where she'd covered her smoke detector with a pink sock and 13-themed washi tape. "Seemed about right." He blinked. That's incredibly unsafe." "UHM.no, it's not," she mimicked, pitching her voice up and resting her hands on her hips. "Because it's a smoke detector. And it'll detect smoke if the sock magically sets on fire. Which it won't." "A-hole," Izuku chuckled, throwing a pillow at her head. It hit her square in the face, earning a muffled yelp. Mei tossed the pillow right back at him. "Violence isn't the answer, Midoriya. That is literally the exact opposite of what Power Loader was teaching us earlier." "What does he know?" "He's a teacher. Those who can't do, teach." "Whoa," Izuku turned to her, almost appalled. "That's harsh, Mei. While it may be true for some teachers, say, a retired former #1 hero, it certainly wasn't the case with their homeroom teacher." She paused, as if suddenly hearing her own words. "Yeah, you're right. That was way too far. Power Loader is my third favorite hero," she conceded. "I thought he was second." "He was, but then Velocity Viper upgraded her tech and I just had to promote her." Given the amount of 13-themed memorabilia, the posters, figurines, bobblehead on her desk, and the pajama bottoms she was currently wearing, it was pretty obvious who held first place. Izuku's eyes drifted across the chaos of the room, landing on a 13 figurine wearing a pair of tiny goggles Mei had made to match her own. He couldn't help but grin. "You know, I think 13 might actually need a restraining order at this point." She followed his line of sight. "Shut up," she rolled her eyes, grinning as she waved her vape dismissively. "I thought you said you stopped smoking," Izuku remarked, frowning. Where did she even buy? That was a pointless question. Izuku could name almost 24 people in Muzurafu alone that sold vapes to minors. He didn't need to act so high and mighty about it. He sold military-grade lasers on the black market in his spare time. Vapes, lasers. Yeah, pretty clear which one was the bigger issue here. Well, actually, it was probably the vape. The amount of lectures and assemblies they'd had on not vaping this year alone could fill a small library. The school hallways were lined with posters preaching, "Vape-free, hero strong." Who came up with that slogan anyway? Had they ever had a lecture on using lasers responsibly? Or, say, not selling said lasers on the black market? No, not that Izuku could recall. So really, was he even doing anything wrong? Technically, no. Morally? Also debatable. Legally? Well yeah, okay, legally maybe. But if Nedzu hadn't caught him yet, it probably didn't count. The school had rules against vaping. Nothing about industrial laser trading. That was practically a loophole. Not to mention the kind of robots they had patrolling this place and that were permitted to shoot at the students. Flame-throwing Roombas were definitely a more pressing issue in the grand scheme of things. And you said you would take your meds, she countered, taking another slow drag. Looks like we're both liars. Yeah, like you take your meds, Izuku muttered under his breath with a scoff. It was a weak retort, sure, but better than no retort at all. ADHD meds take away my whimsy, Izuku. Do you want me to be whimsy-less? She huffed and Izuku's eyes drifted to the unopened box of pills hidden behind the photo of the two of them on her shelf. It was a slightly older picture, taken during their first year. Mei had her arm around Izuku's shoulders, wrench in hand, and both their faces were smudged with grease and soot. They were stood in the design studio with their final year projects looming behind them, Mei sparking from what soon became a small fire. They'd both gotten top grades and Mei had insisted they take a selfie to memorialize this moment of brilliance. Izuku was glad she did, since he had a matching frame in his room. It was impossible not to smile whenever he looked at it. You don't lose your whimsy, you lose your pyromaniac tendencies. She seemed to debate it for a second before deciding, can't risk it. Izuku rolled his eyes, but the corners of his mouth softened. It wasn't like he had too much of a leg to stand on when it came to doing things you weren't supposed to, anyway. He was basically a half-butted vigilante with his second identity, and had a secret tech lab in a tunnel. Not to mention the 3 government systems he currently had access to just in case he ever needed it, definitely not because he got bored and wanted to see how easy it would be to gain access to their systems, though if anyone asked he'd deny it and say he was just testing their security. Yet at not exactly the moral high ground. When did you even start again, anyway? Last week, she said simply, taking another drag. Prototype testing makes me anxious, and you already know about the whole thing with my gran, so I decided to start coping a guy aha. Mei straightened suddenly, pulling out a basket from under her desk. Please tell me those are snacks. Izuku muttered, already dreading where this was going. Better. Izuku crossed his fingers, internally muttering please don't be homework, as she approached. Mei did a dramatic spin before lowering the basket for Izuku to see what was inside with a triumphant, ta-da. Izuku glanced over at the hair ties, combs, small bottles of oil, clips, and why was there a wrench? Oh, F off. Nope, no can do, Izuku, she shook her head with a giddy smile. I want to test out my new baby. With that, she pulled out. What even was that? I'm not letting you near my head with that thing. Zuku, she whined, setting the basket down on the mattress behind him. No. Please. She waved the half hairdryer, half medieval torture device in his face. No. Pretty please? No. Just a little? F off. He started to wiggle backward through the blankets like a trapped animal. Yeah, come here, she said, lunging after him. She started to wrestle him down. Mei, no. F off. He clawed at the blankets, looking for traction to escape his, admittedly very determined, best friend. Stop being difficult, Zuku. Come here. This was it. This was how he died. He was going to end up a named victim in the Her documentary. He could see the title now, Mei, The Comb Killer Chronicles. Oh how far he had fallen. Once a top student in the UA support course, now reduced to an obituary headline about faulty hair styling equipment, if he could even call her device that, and a sparkly, pink vape pen found at the scene. Mei, he yelped as she caught him by the collar and half-wrestled him back into the pile of pillows. Stop it. Let this happen, Zuku. No. He practically hissed, like a cat being forced into the bath. She finally managed to herd him into position, settling on the mattress behind him and having Izuku lean against the side of her bed, legs stretched out over the pile of blankets. Stop squirming, Mei flicked his ear with zero sympathy. Now hold still before I make you look like a Wi-Fi antenna. Most hairdressers don't abuse their clients, Izuku grumbled, fully resigning himself to his fate. Most hairdressers are qualified too, who cares, she teased, taking a draw from her vape. A small puff of vapor curled toward the ceiling as she leaned over his shoulder. God. Izuku, when was the last time you brushed your hair? I run my hands through it sometimes, he admitted, cheeks warming slightly. Why was he embarrassed all of a sudden? He never got embarrassed with Mei. Exactly, you need me, Mei concluded, getting to work on his hair. Here, she passed her vape over his shoulder. I know you want it. I don't vape. Aha. And I don't blow up prototypes. Don't ruin my bonding moment. Fine, fine, he caved, taking a drag over his shoulder before she moved his head back into place with a firm hand. Eyes front, grease monkey. Movie's about to start. His attention turned back to the screen, where a ridiculous splash title appeared, Zombie Cheerleaders from Mars, the "From Mars" getting spray painted onto the brick backdrop. May hummed along to the opening theme, blowing out another lazy puff as she separated a section of his hair with one of her clips. "You know," she said, voice muffled around her vape, "you'd look good with braids. You are not braiding my hair." "Just one," she bargained. "No, because just one always turns into more than one with you. You're getting one," she concluded, completely ignoring him. Izuku knew better than to fight her on it. "Ca. Shoo, movie's starting," May interrupted, though he knew it wouldn't last long. May had never been capable of watching anything in silence. Before long she was laughing sometimes at the movie, sometimes at her own commentary rambling about Izuku's hair, the CGI quality, and how one of the cheerleaders' laser pom-poms was actually kind of genius. Baby number 10 million incoming. Izuku didn't say much. He tilted his head slightly, listening to her hum and ramble and fuss with the mess of curls that for once someone else was trying to fix. Beyond the walls of UA, wet streets gleamed under heavy rainfall, and down one forgotten alley of Jaku, a masked figure advanced. His boots splashed through shallow puddles as he moved, the water reflecting the neon spill of a dozen failing storefronts streaked with the grime of the city's neglect. He ignored the ragged figures huddled under rusted awnings, eyes sliding past the group lingering outside the shuttered pharmacy, their nonsense mutterings lost beneath the patter of rain. He could feel the disease in them, the decay of carelessness that spread like mold. A black rat scuttled across his path, tail flicking, and he stepped aside with a sharp twist of his body, noting how the vermin claimed the alleys with the same entitlement as the humans. Kai Chisaki hated this part of town. The stench of damp brick, engine oil, and rot clung to the air like infection. He stepped around a heap of cardboard, hands in his pockets, gloved fingers flexing once as if to keep the idea of cleanliness close. His mask filtered the smell, but not the sight. Not the filth. Not the vermin. Beside him, Chronostasis held an umbrella over his head, sheltering him from the downpour while a small group of subordinates followed half a step behind. One carried a briefcase wrapped in oilskin, a thin handcuff chain glinting faintly in the streetlight. The clinic loomed ahead, its sign half collapsed, Kujira Animal Care. The paint had blistered long ago, peeling like scabs from the sun-darkened wood. The neon above buzzed in and out of life open, then just Each flicker threw shadows across the alley, lighting the cracked tiles and overflowing drainpipes in intermittent bursts of colorless light. The place looked abandoned, but the faint gleam of light behind frosted windows said otherwise. Their footfall came to a steady halt, Chrono taking it upon himself to step forward and knock. Once. Twice. Then a dragged knuckle. After a pause, the faint click of a latch could be heard alongside an automatic buzz, and they were admitted through the back door. The smell hit first wet fur, ammonia, something sharp beneath it, like formalin. His mask filtered the air, but not enough. Filth had a way of seeping through. Everything in this place needed to be purified. They passed the empty waiting area where a single cat mewed weakly in its carrier, and a receptionist's desk sat unmanned. The corridor beyond was long and narrow, the ceiling lights flickering in uneven intervals. Behind him, his subordinates folded their umbrellas and fell back into step. The scent of antiseptic had sunk deep into the walls, masking the rot beneath. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, struggling to stay alive. They passed a few rooms as they went, one lined with medical fridges on the far wall, while another had makeshift workbenches built from mismatched hospital trolleys that had been shoved together. Vials, tubing, injector casings. Half of it clean, the other half corroded by time and failed experiments. Each surface was a contradiction of order and neglect, precision and decay, and that contradiction made his skin crawl. In the back room, a thin haze of smoke curled low along the ceiling. A man leaned against a stack of old animal crates, rain still dripping from the hem of his coat and forming a ringed puddle beneath his muddied boots. The stub of a cigarette glowed under the shadow of his hat, his stained fingers lowering as he exhaled a plume of smoke. The shipment came through as promised, the man spoke, voice low and lazy, nodding towards the crates. Golden eyes flicked to the cargo 3 metal crates, each marked with an increasingly familiar black symbol. He didn't know the source, but it had begun to follow him like a disease. First, it was on crates at the docks. Then as a hidden watermark on forged manifests. Then he found it scrawled faintly on the side of dry ice boxes. And now here. It was spreading. "You know the drill," the man spoke, sounding almost impatient. Overhaul waited, silent, letting the pause stretch before giving a single gesture. His subordinate stepped forwards, setting the briefcase down on what appeared to be an old operating table. The courier watched, taking another long drag as he waited for the cuffs to be removed from the handle. Once satisfied, he flicked ash into a nearby tray and walked over to the nearest crate. With a flick of his thumb, he popped the latches. Batch D, the courier said casually. Refined stabilizer. Smoother uptake, less risk of cell collapse. Should keep your subjects alive longer, or whatever it is you do with them. Overhaul moved closer, the light catching on the curve of his mask. Inside, rows of syringes glimmered in the fluorescent glare, each filled with a viscous amber liquid. And the others? He asked, satisfied with this first crate. You do love your theatrics, don't ya? The courier remarked, though received no response. Being the leader of the shy Hasaikai left little patience for idle chit-chat. The next crate was opened with little fanfare, and it was Chrono who stepped forward to verify the contents this time, checking the internal seals. Inside lay polished metal components, armature joints, synthetic tendons, partial frames, all precision work. C-Series, Chrono murmured. Same manufacturers as the Hosu shipment. Same black symbol. The courier's mouth curled around his cigarette. Doctor said you'd notice. He's got an eye for good clients. The man moved to the table, turning the briefcase towards himself and eyed the combination lock. Overhaul allowed him to stew a moment longer, amusing himself with how fast this guy started to squirm. He supplied the combination, watching the man flick through the contents before snapping it shut with a satisfied hum. I have yet to meet this doctor, Overhaul voiced. He hated working through couriers and middlemen, faceless parasites feeding off someone else's business. He wondered, briefly, if the courier had ever met this doctor, or if the man truly was as paranoid as the rumors painted him. This courier was young, early 20s, maybe. Too young to understand the gravity of the deals he ferried, too used to the illusion of control that came from carrying someone else's secrets. Not tonight, the courier said, answering the unspoken question. But he wants a word. Oh? Overhaul didn't move, though his interest sharpened. The courier pulled a small burner phone from his coat pocket and held it out. The audio crackled before a voice came through, grainy but clear, dry, old, faintly amused. Your manufacturing needs refinement, the voice rasped. Batch A burned through its subjects in less than an hour. Overhaul didn't turn toward the sound. Then you mixed them wrong. My concern isn't dosage, the voice replied. It's design. You're destroying material I could use. This isn't about you, Doctor, Overhaul said, adjusting his gloves with a faint snap. You want monsters. I want restoration. And yet you'll need me for both. Overhaul's eyes narrowed slightly. The voice was calm, too calm. The kind of calm that belonged to a man who'd long forgotten the cost of consequence. You mistake necessity for dependence, he said. What you offer is a component. Nothing more. I could build better from the ground up. And yet, you haven't, the voice almost smiled through the static. You're missing something. Structure. Balance. The formulae you've seen are incomplete, by design. A little flaw to keep me necessary. Overhaul's gloved hand flexed once, the leather creaking faintly. He thinks he's untouchable, he realized. He thinks disease can control its cure. You're playing a dangerous game, Doctor, Overhaul said, tone even, almost polite. And I don't like to lose. Then consider this a test, the voice murmured. You'll have your next shipment soon with the improved materials. If you can keep it stable, we'll speak again. If not. The voice trailed off into static, then a dry chuckle. Well, I imagine you'll clean up the mess, won't you? The line went dead. Only static lingered, faint, like an afterthought. The courier snapped the phone clean in half before pocketing it once more. The silence thickened. Well, the courier finally spoke, evidently having been looking for something to break what he felt was an awkward silence. You heard the man. Everything's square. You get your crates, he gets his samples, everybody's happy. Overhaul didn't move. Happiness, he said softly, is a symptom of ignorance. The courier gave a short, uneasy laugh. Guess that's why I sleep fine, huh? Enjoy it, Overhaul said. It's always the first thing infection takes. The courier hesitated, then nodded stiffly. Message received. He stubbed out his cigarette against the table and took the briefcase into his hand. A pleasure, as always. With that, the man disappeared through a second door, leaving through a side exit. When the door shut behind him, the echo hung longer than it should have. Chrono stepped forward. We'll have the men bring the crates out. Overhaul didn't respond at first. His gaze lingered on the crates, the black spiral cut cleanly down the center. A crude mark, yet deliberate. It had appeared too many times now to be coincidence. A signature disguised as logistics. He didn't voice his thoughts on the matter, not in a place as public as this. The fewer who knew, the better. Still, the repetition of that symbol gnawed at him, an infection spreading through his supply lines, quiet and unseen. He had his suspicions, but knew it was better to wait. Chrono hummed quietly in thought. We've traced part of the Hosu shipment to shell companies on Jakku's north side. Fronts tied to industrial refurbishers, supposedly. But the paperwork's clean. Of course it is, Overhaul said softly. The suits are playing at Revolution again. His tone was sharp and his expression unreadable behind the mask. People like that always think chaos can be controlled if they package it well enough. Chrono gestured towards the open crate of parts. Same sources as before. Identifiers are scrubbed. Whoever's handling these has access to the raw stock, maybe direct siphons from old Hero Tech contracts. Overhaul's jaw tightened. They'll sell anything if it moves. No distinction between enhancement and corruption. Not that he was surprised. Chrono moved to inspect the third crate, flicking the lid up and releasing a low whistle. He pulled the metal out using both hands, turning it slightly to catch the light. Still. These are cleaner. Better welds, reinforced joints. It seems Jaku's expansion was the right call after all. Overhaul glanced at him, then back to the first crate. Progress, he murmured. Even in filth, something adapts. But adaptation without control is mutation. Chrono returned the limb to its container and straightened, the faint sound of rain against the roof filling the space between their words. What about the doctor? If he's useful, he'll stay in contact, Overhaul said. He stepped closer to the operating table, running a gloved hand along its edge, wiping away the thin film of grime that clung there. If not. He looked over at the crates again. Garbage cleans itself. Chrono nodded once, signaling to the men waiting in the hall. They entered wordlessly, rolling the crates one by one. The sound of metal clasps and shifting weight echoed off the tiled walls, followed by the distant creak of the clinic's back door opening to the rain. Overhaul turned toward the exit, the chill of the clinic following him like a shadow. Outside, the rain had thickened. The sign above the doorway buzzed one last time and died completely, the word open finally extinguished. As they stepped into the alley, a freight train roared past on the elevated tracks above, a streak of light cutting through the night. For an instant, Overhaul looked up at it, the thunder in its wake rattling the puddles at his feet. Filthy world, he muttered. Everywhere you look, infection. Chrono adjusted his collar. And the cure? Overhaul started walking again, the glow of the streetlights painting gold across his gloves. It's already in progress. Sneaking through the grounds of UA High School at 11 o'clock at night with his hair tied in braids, hood up, a pair of wet socks squelching in his Crocs, and a suspiciously heavy bag on his back, was not Midoriya Izuku's idea of a good time. For Hatsune, however, this was a dream come true. Not to mention this little excursion was her idea and, apparently, the best possible birthday present ever. Her grin had not dimmed once since she dragged him out of the 2H dorms with a finger pressed to her lips and a bag slung over one shoulder that rattled with something metallic, the kind of metallic that made Izuku's anxiety flare like an allergic reaction. She was going to give him gray hairs one of these days. He should have known, really, that when Mei said birthday wish, what she really meant was an opportunity to perform minor crimes and make you my accomplice. They were so getting detention for this. Izuku was not good with birthdays, or buying gifts, or parties, or anything that remotely resembled celebrating either himself or others. It wasn't that he didn't want to celebrate, more so that he just didn't know how. So when Mei had come into his room and asked, eyes shining and dressed head to toe in all black, he hadn't been able to say no. Now here he was, socks soaked from crossing the dew-damp grass, hoodie sticking to his arms, the bag Mei had shoved into his hands dragging at his shoulder, and heart hammering far too loudly for someone who hadn't technically done anything illegal yet. He was more stressed than that time he'd had to run from the police. Which, to be fair, was his third time being involved in a car chase, but also the first time he'd been the one allowed to drive. Still, the sheer coolness of the situation had entirely outweighed the anxiety and very real possibility of being arrested. This, on the other hand, was just wet socks and impending doom. Yeah, reminding himself of the car chase did not calm his anxiety even an ounce. Relax, Midoriya, Mei whispered over her shoulder, her voice carrying the same manic glee she always had right before testing a prototype. We're almost there. Almost where? He hissed, adjusting the heavy strap on his shoulder. She only winked. You'll see. Of course she didn't explain. She never explained. Izuku sighed quietly, glancing towards the faculty building. No lights. No power loader. No security drones on patrol. He exhaled. You know, Mei, you could have just asked for a cake or like that, I dunno. Some girly sheet, like video games. And miss my chance to make history? She whispered back, mock offended. Yeah, there was no way this was making history. Unless it was UA history of 2 students being expelled on the same night. That was very much doable at this stage. No way. You're the assistant tonight, Zuku. This is important science. He grimaced, the corners of his mouth twitching despite himself. Important science. Right. The last time she'd said that, he'd ended up cleaning melted circuitry off the ceiling. And that had been literally 8 hours ago. Not only had Power Loaded introduced his trial by combat training for the sports festival 3 days a week, but he had also announced during homeroom that 1 hour a week he would swap out a standard workshop hour for specialist training. Unlike the unnecessary extra PE lessons, this was a change Izuku could actually get behind. Today's had been a fix it or fail challenge. 1 hour. No blueprints. No safety nets. Just a heap of broken tech and the order to repair or repurpose it however they deemed fit. The room had been a constant hum of muttering, soldering, and swearing. Izuku had finished his project in just over 20 minutes 30 if you counted the time spent arguing with Mei over resistor values before turning it in. She'd been right behind him, her workstation still smoking as she announced her victory like the important science would win her a Nobel Prize. Izuku had merely teased her for coming in second. Mei had retaliated by throwing a screw at his head. That smoking on her desk? The cause of the melted circuitry on the ceiling. Their reward from Power Loader for finishing so fast? Cleaning it up. Now, hours later, and after their dorm had celebrated Mei's birthday with chocolate birthday cake and balloons, Izuku was shivering in damp socks and sneaking past the empty training fields, the night air humming faintly with cicadas and the buzz of distant campus street lamps as he followed behind Mei. Was it obvious that he was annoyed by his wet FING socks? He glanced back towards the dorms, the warm glow from the windows calling out to him, "No, Izuku. Don't go. We miss you." He sighed through his nose. No point longing for his bed when he knew he wouldn't have crawled into it until gone midnight anyway. "And what exactly are we doing to make this history?" he muttered instead, keeping his voice low. Mei's ponytail bounced as she turned to grin at him, her goggles flashing in the moonlight. Even sneaking around she couldn't lose the goggles. "You'll see when we get there. I'd rather s. Remember Zuku, birthday rules," Mei sing-songed. Izuku grumbled some choice words under his breath. He'd had to be nice to Mei all day because of birthday rules, which included letting her help with one of his prototypes and, worse, complimenting her. He could almost retch at the memory. He and Mei has their own way of functioning, and handing out compliments wasn't how they communicated unless it was done with high levels of sarcasm. Mei shot him a proud grin before hopping up onto the curb and whispering, "Okay. Target's in sight." He blinked. Target? This wasn't suddenly a hit, was it? "The roof," she whispered, pointing ahead. "We're launching from up there." Off are we? "I'm sorry, was that negativity? On my birthday?" Mei held a hand to her ear, and Izuku narrowed his eyes at her. "Didn't think so," she sang happily. "We are gonna die," he concluded flatly. All the more reason to do it fast. All right, if they were doing this, he was at least going to make sure they did it right and hope they didn't get caught. Izuku was well adversed when it came to evading security, but Nedzu was one paranoid mammal. His cameras were motion-sensitive, his drone state-of-the-art, and his gate sensors could tell the difference between a student's uniform and a stray cat. Not that the gate one was new. The school gates had always been unnecessarily high-tech, even before the League of Villains incidents. "Fine, this way," he grabbed her wrist mid-step, tugging her in the opposite direction. "But Zuku, the roof's that. There are cameras lining that side of the building," he cut in. "If we go the long way round, we can pass under the blind spot near the old kit shed." "You've mapped the cameras?" He frowned, confused. "Of course I did. Who doesn't?" She laughed softly. "You're the best accomplice ever." He chose not to answer that for risk of being invited on excursions like this more often. They crept along the back path, sticking close to the wall. Mei excitedly added her own dramatic flair, doing an unnecessary forward roll past a fire exit then quietly humming her own theme song along the next building. It took them a little over 20 minutes to sneak the long way round campus, Mei acting as the lookout for any security guards or staff on site, while Izuku took care of keeping them undetectable to the security drones and cameras. If anyone had a fantasy of breaking out of prison, Izuku would highly recommend coming to UA. Maybe Nedzu could branch out in his business ventures, turn this place into a giant escape room in the holidays. It already had all the necessary security, breaking out would be like trying to escape Alcatraz on steroids. Every corner had sensors, the drones were armed and ran heat signatures, and the patrol rotations were randomized daily. On top of that, it was run by a caffeine-fueled rodent with some kind of complex, Izuku still wasn't sure which one, or how many, and a PhD in paranoia. It was Michael Schofield's wet dream. "It's round here," Mei whispered, peering around the side of the next building. Deciding the coast was clear, she wandered over to where a rusted maintenance ladder led up to the roof. "So is a healthy dose of tetanus," Izuku retorted the moment he saw the state of the ladder. "It would probably be safer to scale the sheer brick." Don't be such a party pooper, May rolled her eyes, wiping her palms on her overalls and reaching for the first rung. She began to climb, humming under her breath like this was one of her action films all over again, not an accident waiting to happen. With each step, her boots kicked off flakes of rust that fell away in small clouds. Izuku shielded his face with his arm, not wanting to get any in his eye and end up in the nurse's office. This would not be a fun, so, how did you get this injury story to tell? May. Izuku hesitated as he eyed the loose bolts along the sides. That thing doesn't look like it's been used in. A loud metallic creak echoed through the night. Both of them froze, muscles tight and shoulders hunched as they cautiously turned to see if anyone or anything had heard them. Izuku looked to the tree line behind them, eyes dancing over the shadows and shapes to see if any moved. Relax Zuku, nobody's here, May called down and continued her ascent. You've definitely just jinxed us, Izuku retorted, rubbing his forehead as though preparing for a headache. Oh relax, negative Nancy, May rolled her eyes as she spared a glance down. You might want to try be a cup half full kinda person one of these days. It's called being a realist, handsome. The latter groaned again. It's called being a buzzkill, Midoriya, she shot back. Now hurry up and get climbing. I will when you get to the top. There was no way he was putting two people on that ladder at the same time. Besides, this way May was the structural tester, and Izuku didn't have to risk breaking his neck. It was a win-win. PP, she shot down just above a whisper. Well, you are what you eat. May huffed a retort that Izuku couldn't hear, neither of them wanting to risk getting caught by getting louder to continue their exchange. Then came a sudden clang. Izuku's eyes shot up just in time to see the rung May was balanced on snap clean in half. Her hands flew out, grasping for the side rails, and she managed to catch herself on the next rung down with a jarring thud. Oh my god, Izuku muttered, hand to his chest as he glanced wildly around. There was no way that hadn't alerted anyone. OF dash. OF dash. OF dash. Just get up here, Zuku. He swallowed hard, glaring at the ladder like it had personally offended him. This was so FING stupid. This is such bullshit, he muttered lowly to himself as May called down for him to hurry up once more. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the side rails and started up after her. Each step made the metal whine under his weight. He knew he was heavy, he didn't need this ladder to confirm it. Stupid ladder. His hands picked up rust and grime with every rung, the metal leaving orange streaks on his palms and under his nails. He took extra care when going past the broken rungs, constantly testing if they'd hold him before committing. If he fell from this height, he'd probably bounce once before dying of embarrassment. When he finally made it over the top, he promptly shifted away from the edge and situated himself safely in the middle of the space as far from the sides as humanly possible. Well, that was fun, May remarked, and when he turned, he spotted her taking a long drag from her vape, exhaling a thin plume of smoke into the air. Great. So now if they got caught, they'd get into even more trouble for having a vape on them too. He'd honestly rather get caught with actual cigarettes over a vape. If he was going to be lectured about giving himself lung cancer, he at least didn't want it to be mango-flavored. Oh, yeah, the best, Izuku agreed with little enthusiasm, making sure to keep his breathing steady even though his heart was racing. He could do this. He was doing it for May. Here. May tossed him the vape. He caught it out of reflex and didn't hesitate to take a pull. It seemed she had gone for the blueberry fluid this time. He dropped the bag he'd been carrying for her and instead turned to the view. From up here, you could see majority of UA's sprawling campus glittering faintly in the distance. It was almost beautiful, and he might have said so if his stomach wasn't busy tying itself into complicated nautical knots. Oi, you're gonna use up all my fluid, May complained and Izuku turned, releasing another puff before heading over to see what she was doing. She had already unpacked some kind of compact metal cylinder, about the size of a thermos, and had her wrench in hand as she fished through the second bag. He eyed the container. Please tell me that's not a bomb. It's not a bomb, she said, affronted. It's a micropropulsion test unit. Those words don't make me feel better. She grinned, turning back to her work. Come on, Zuko. Help me make history already. Hurry up before we become history. Okay, she agreed, holding out a screwdriver for him to take. He sighed, took another drag of her vape, then set it down beside him. Blueberry courage. Despite his obvious reservations, he helped her stabilize the base, checking the seals and adjusting the clamps while she fine-tuned the ignition coil. The faint hum of her reactor made the hair on his arms rise. Once satisfied with her work, she had them step away, her arm shooting out in front of him while the other held the ignition switch, a big red button. Of course there was a big red button. May loved to use a big red button for just about anything. Back up a little more, and lift off. She slammed a hand down on the button. Silence. Did it work? Izuku whispered. Yes, just give it a second, Mei insisted. More silence. I mean, are you sure? Yes, Zuku. Silence again. Izuku rocked back and forth on his feet, eyeing the contraption. Did you? Of course I checked the fuel valve. She snapped. Alright, my bad. He held his hands up in surrender. The silence lingered. If they were in a desert, Izuku would have fully expected a tumbleweed to roll right on past them. Mei tensed. Wait, maybe I didn't. Izuku turned to her, seeing that dejected expression on her face and frowned. Fine, he wouldn't tease her. Walk me through how you made it. Okay, she nodded. A quick 5-minute troubleshoot and one reconnected wire later, Mei was backing them up again and preparing to press her big red button once more. Take 2. She didn't hesitate and her hand slammed down. There was a sharp fizz, followed by a bright burst of blue-white light that shot into the air like a comet. The recoil sent a puff of dust rolling across the roof and Izuku shuffled a step back to avoid a flurry of leaves. It worked. Mei hooped, throwing her arms in the air as the capsule arced high above the training fields before fizzling out with a satisfying pop. It actually worked. Izuku stared at the now empty night sky. You dragged me out here. For that? It wasn't even a firework. Yes, for that. Mei beamed, jumping up and down excitedly. Do you know what this means, Zuku? That we probably could have done this tomorrow? He wished they had done it tomorrow instead of sending up a FING beacon announcing their location to every soul in a 5-mile radius. He could practically hear Netsu's cameras searching for them. At this point, Izuku had just accepted his fate. He was going to be in detention whether he liked it or not. He may as well just get comfortable, maybe bring a pillow to school tomorrow so he could get a nap in. No, you don't get it. She took him by the shoulders, shaking her excitement into him. That was my first successful miniaturized booster test. We're talking altitude stability, balanced move ratio, 0 detonation. That's never happened before, Zuku. Never. I'm glad you made it work, he smiled, though failed to see why she couldn't have prototype tested it the following afternoon with Power Loader. Me too. This is what some of the calculations you looked at were for. Thanks so much. She pulled him into a hug by his shoulders, still ecstatic. He even made a point not to pull away when he got a whiff of her BO. She really needed a shower. He opened his mouth to say as much, but then he saw the look on her face. That bright, wild joy that came from seeing something she built come alive and actually work. He was being a Debbie Downer and he knew it. She was excited about this, he shouldn't rain in bed parade. He smiled, just a little. Happy birthday, Mei. Ugh, he hated being sappy. She beamed. Best birthday ever. They lingered there longer than they should have, talking in low voices. Mei recounted every component she'd tweaked. Izuku half listened, half scanned the horizon for movement as they packed away Mei's equipment. Eventually, she sighed, pulling the strings of her drawstring bag shut. Alright, boy genius, we should head back before someone realizes the night sky just farted blue light. I reckon they already know, he shrugged, already slinging her bag over his shoulder. You got everything? Yeah. Come on, we can stash the bags in case they catch us. I'll come back this weekend to grab them. Mei grabbed his arm and pulled him over to a cluster of cardboard and general rubbish that had accumulated over in the corner. Good shout, Izuku agreed, deciding not to question how often she'd snuck up onto this roof. Once safely stashed, Izuku made quick work of finding the ladder and descending as fast and safely as humanly possible. The second his feet touched ground, he released a heavy breath and nodded in relief. His legs still felt very wobbly, but he'd live. Izuku turned to check on Mei's progress when a sudden metallic clang rang out as a series of rungs detached and clattered to the ground. Oh no! Izuku's eyes shot upwards just in time to witness Mei yelp, lose her balance, and topple backwards. He panicked, stuck between trying to catch her or moving out the way before she crushed him. Unfortunately, she was already upon him by the time he came to his conclusion and the pair fell into an unceremonious heap on the floor. Why was the ground so hard? You okay? He groaned, cheeks smushed into the dirt and one of his Crocs no longer on his foot. He should have put them in sport mode. Yep. Perfectly fine, she confirmed, still sitting on top of him. Get off. He pushed up on his arms, forcing her into a pile on the floor beside him. He was not a trampoline. Whoops. She grinned sheepishly. Thanks for catching me. Birthday rules, Izuku dismissed. Oh shush. We both know you'd have caught me even if it wasn't my birthday. Whatever, he grumbled, not outright denying it. You love me really, she grinned. He snorted. Love is certainly a word. You're right, love isn't a strong enough word, she agreed, jumping to her feet and offering him a hand. I'm more like an idol to you. A god of mechanics, and you, my humble follower. If you say so. He dusted off his hoodie, already mapping out the fastest and least conspicuous route back to their dorm as he looked for his missing shoe. Come on, we should probably hurry, May insisted, giving him a few seconds to switch his Crocs into sport mode. They ducked along the side of the building, becoming one with the wall, as the low buzz of security drones hummed past, far too close for comfort. Both froze, holding their breath until it faded just enough to give them a false sense of security. May took the lead, the pair having agreed to follow the training field fence, duck behind the storage shed, then slip through the trees to the back of their dorm building. Sure, there was still a risk of getting caught, but Hound Dog didn't patrol the grounds on weekdays. He took the weekend shift since he was usually here Saturdays running wellness events and therapy stuff, emotional regulation workshops, grounding practice, that sort of thing. All things Izuku had little interest in. If Hound Dog had been the one on patrol right now, they might as well have started saying their prayers. They skirted the field, May taking it upon herself to army crawl part of the way while Izuku walked slowly behind her with a disappointed frown. Now, with twigs in her hair and mud on her clothes, they climbed round the back of the shed, almost clear of the danger zones. Izuku was stepping over a bush when May suddenly froze and Izuku stumbled to avoid walking straight into the back of her. Someone's coming, she whispered, her voice sharp and low. Izuku stopped dead, pulse spiking. They were nearly on the home stretch. What? Who? How the hell am I supposed to know that? She snapped quietly. Well, forgive me for assuming the girl with the eye Quirk could see, he shot back, his tone caught somewhere between panic and sarcasm. Shut up, Zuko. May whisper snapped, shoving him back a step so that they were tucked further into the shadowed back of the building. Izuku closed his eyes, listening hard. The faint crunch of boots on gravel echoed closer, steady and unhurried. Whoever it was, they definitely weren't a student. They were so gonna get caught. May nudged him and Izuku squinted in the limited light to see May mouth, hide. Wow, thanks for that advice, May. He never would have thought of that. Where should he hide? In the thorn bush? Maybe under one of these rocks? Oh, how about he crawls under the FING shed? Beach, where? It seemed she came to the same conclusion as him as she grabbed his wrist and pointed for him to shuffle further behind the shed. Yeah, great. Let's play Ring of Roses around the shed, they'll never catch us then. He slid further along, pressing as close to the damp wood and hoping the shadows concealed him enough. May did the same beside him, pressing up against the wall face first because, sure, why not, subtlety had never been her strong point. Izuku had been caught out after curfew once before, and Power Loader's disappointed stare had nearly guilt-tripped him into confessing to crimes he hadn't even committed. He could not let that happen again. Footsteps approached, much louder than before. Slow, steady, deliberate. Whoever it was wanted to be heard. Think. Izuku's brain offered 3 options in rapid succession: run, hide, or fake his own death. None of those seemed particularly viable at this moment. The footsteps stopped. Too late. A flat, humorless voice broke the silence. Evening. Izuku's stomach dropped straight to his butt. He recognized that voice. Sheet. Eraserhead was stood a few feet away, capture scarf draped loosely around his neck, and hands sat comfortably in pockets. His tired eyes were barely visible in the low light, but Izuku didn't need it in order to recognize the universal expression of someone who'd seen too much bullshit in his lifetime. The pro looked exactly like a cat who'd just caught 2 particularly stupid mice. I was wondering why the sensors kept pinging in this sector, he said in that dry, gravelly monotone of his. Imagine my surprise when it turned out to be 2 students. Izuku scrambled for words. Any words? We were just. Research. May blurted. Eraserhead's gaze shifted to her, unimpressed. At night. Behind a shed. Field study, Izuku added quickly, shooting a disapproving glare at May because now this was the lie he had to go along with. Applied observation of nocturnal life forms. Yeah, that sounded realistic enough. Bugs, May supplied brightly, nodding far too fast. We're cataloging them. For math science. Eraserhead stared at them in silence. Izuku could have sworn he heard a cricket chirp somewhere in the bushes, purely mocking him. You're cataloging bugs, the man repeated flatly. Yes, Izuku confirmed between gritted teeth and spared another glance, more accurately a glare May's way. She was a sheet liar. If they got out of this alive, he was teaching her how to lie better. This was just embarrassing. But he had to work with what he got, so he bent down, grabbed the first object within reach, a random chunk of brick, and lifted it up. See? Bugs live under these. They all looked down. Nothing. The silence that followed was deafening. Was it too late to throw May under the bus? Eraser stared at him, then at the brick, then at May, who was nodding so fast her goggles nearly slipped off her head. Fascinating, Eraser spoke flatly. You'll forgive me if I fail to appreciate the academic value. Izuku opened his mouth to salvage this terrible lie, but Mei jumped in first, talking a mile a minute. We were going to, tag them. Yes. We were going to tag them. For migration tracking. It's totally safe and humane. And power loader says you can learn a lot about structural wear from, like, insects that nest near the, foundations. Eraser held up a hand. Stop. Even Izuku would admit that they were just digging at this point. The pro pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing like a man whose patience had long since packed up and moved out. It's far too late for whatever this, he gestured vaguely between them, is. I'll give you 10 seconds to come up with a better explanation before I contact your homeroom teacher and let them know you are conducting entomology experiments on school grounds, after curfew. Well, when he said it like that it just sounded stupid. Mei elbowed Izuku hard in the ribs, urging him to say something. Fantastic. The birthday rule apparently extended to covering her but, too. He should have just thrown her under the bus. Well, Mei wanted to. He faltered under Eraserhead's stare. Celebrate her birthday? When in doubt, sprinkle a little bit of truth into the narrative. That, at least, made the man pause. The pro's eyes widened a fraction, then narrowed. Her birthday. Yes, Izuku nodded, already cringing. She should have let him handle the lying from the start. He was usually pretty good at spinning a plausible story that wasn't bugs. Mei nodded far too enthusiastically. We wanted to celebrate together. Izuku winced, eyes squinting shut. Shut up, Mei. Shut up, Mei. Shut up, Mei. I see, Eraser said slowly. Yep. This way we could be alone. Oh my god. Did she ever think before she spoke? And, Mei kept going, apparently immune to social cues, you know. Izuku wanted to give me his gift privately and this was a quiet spot with a nice view of the stars. It's got the perfect atmosphere. Was she dropped on her head as a child? Did she seriously not know how that sounded? Fear for creative inspiration, she finished, waving her hands wildly as though that saved it. We were. Just, Izuku interrupted before she could say anything more. He already wanted to die, she was just prolonging the torture at this point. Stop. A beat of silence passed and Izuku hoped the floor would open up beneath him and swallow him whole. I am going to proceed under the assumption, Eraser broke the silence in the most exhausted voice imaginable, that you two didn't sneak out to socialize behind the shed, and were, in fact, responsible for the light show 10 minutes ago. Mei feigned surprise so unconvincing it hurt to witness. There was a light show? Really? Who would? Izuku sighed, dragging a hand down his face. He could not think of a single way this could have gone worse. This was spectacularly unsalvageable. Yeah, okay, Mei caved, lowering her gaze to her clasped hands. She rocked on her heels before shuffling a step back, somewhat hiding behind Izuku. Now, Eraser said, voice flat but edged, which one of you is going to tell me exactly what you were doing to cause that light show? His gaze sharpened, the faintest twitch of irritation pulling at the corner of his mouth. Preferably something that doesn't involve you standing here with a brick and a story about bugs. Izuku opened his mouth, closed it again. No answer would help. Any explanation even adjacent to the truth would sound worse than what they'd already offered, and inventing a brand new lie at this point would just insult everyone involved. Mostly Eraserhead, which seemed like a spectacularly bad survival strategy. The pro exhaled slowly. Deeply. Like a man actively resisting the urge to retire on the spot. Let me be very clear, he said, his tone dropping into something dangerously calm. You are both out after curfew. You triggered perimeter sensors. You were caught actively attempting to avoid security. His eyes glanced to the sheet then back to them. And 10 minutes ago, you set off some kind of tech that almost took out a security drone. It almost what? Izuku felt the words hit like a bucket of cold water. He glanced sideways just in time to see Mei's shoulders creep up toward her ears, wincing the more the pro spoke. This was not looking good for either of them. UA is a school, he continued, capture scarf shifting slightly as he moved, not a playground, and certainly not a testing ground for whatever half-baked tech you thought was a good idea to set off after midnight. Izuku could see Mei gearing up to protest the half-baked comment, so he shifted across, just enough to block her from saying something catastrophically stupid. You should know better. Ouch. That somehow hurt more than if he'd have just shouted at them. So whatever you were doing out here, Eraser said, gaze pinning them both in place, or whatever you were planning to do out here, it stops now. Am I understood? Yes, sir, they both answered immediately. Good, he nodded, because I do not appreciate my patrol being turned into a scavenger hunt. Sorry sir, Mei muttered, genuine this time. Izuku watched the pro study them for a long moment, his dark eyes calculating as he looked between each of them. He could practically see the thoughts running through the man's head, likely deciding whether to keep scolding them, dole out a punishment, or send them on their way and make this someone else's problem. Both of you, back to the dorms. Eraser broke the silence, stepping aside and gesturing for them to start walking. Now. They scrambled to follow his instruction. Mei slipped past first and Izuku followed, chucking the brick over his shoulder with as much thought as Mei's excuses. He heard the pro muttering something akin to "unbelievable" as they passed, though paid it no mind. As expected, Eraserhead escorted them the entire way back, though Izuku knew it was less for safety and more as a way to figure out which homeroom teacher had to claim responsibility for them in the morning. He already dreaded Power Loader's reaction to this. He doubted the man would be surprised it was them, just disappointed that it had happened again. Eraser waited until they had the front door open before disappearing, though not before reminding them to head to their rooms immediately and not wake up any of their classmates. The door clicked shut behind them and Izuku turned to Mei. Slowly. "Bugs," he spoke flatly. "That was your big cover story?" "It was a good cover story," she insisted. "He totally bought it." "No, he didn't." Izuku groaned into his hands. She was impossible. Izuku kicked off his Crocs, even more annoyed now that his socks weren't just damp but also muddy. He just wanted to go upstairs and get into bed. He didn't even have the energy to look at his USB again. So. Mei rocked back on her feet. "Do you think he's going to tell Power Loader?" "Obviously." Midoriya. "What am I looking at?" Izuku froze, fingers hovering over the open panel of the device like he'd been caught doing something illegal. Which, okay, technically he wasn't. But it still felt like he was. It didn't help that Power Loader hadn't said a single word about him and Mei getting caught by Eraserhead the day before. Izuku wasn't foolish enough to believe the Erasure hero wouldn't tell their homeroom teacher, it was just a matter of when. A phase shift stabilization HRNSS, Izuku said, voice caught somewhere between nerves and excitement. The device on his cluttered workbench hummed faintly under the fluorescent lights, its sleek metal plates overlapping in a segmented lattice with thin wires running through the framework like veins. He'd color-coded them, of course. He doubted anyone else would notice. Right. Power Loader nodded, stepping closer to get a better look. And what does it do? Right, yeah, he needed to actually explain it. Not everyone's brain worked like Izuku's when they saw tech. It's basically I designed it to redirect kinetic impact by converting it into thermal energy. So like heat output. Izuku stumbled through his explanation. God, that could have been done better. He hated explaining his work to the pro, it always felt so ugh. Embarrassment prickled beneath his skin. Why did his explanations to Power Loader always sound so unhinged? He either spoke too fast, or used too many words, or effed up and said something he didn't mean or whatever. Why couldn't people just leave him alone to work in his little bubble? He was more content giving people the final product and letting them figure it out for themselves. Essentially, he continued, forcing the explanation into something resembling coherence, it takes any hit physical, concussive, even quirk-based and instead of, say, breaking an arm, it channels this force through the conductive mesh here. He traced the path across the microreactive plates to show the route of the force, wishing his hands didn't shake so obviously as he did. And then vents it safely from these nodes on the spine. Which can also double as localized temperature regulators, so they can be set to emit a low-level thermal field to counter frost or ice quirks or cold environments. His voice trailed off when he realized he was just rambling now while Power Loader silently stared at him. Izuku coughed, rubbing the back of his neck. It just stops you breaking your ribs when someone punches you, and keeps you warm, he summarized. Power Loader hummed, leaning over the device. How are you managing the heat dispersion? Oh, the vent nodes have micro-insulators to prevent burns, and I capped the heat output at a safe limit, Izuku said quickly. They only spike if the impact does. And the energy conversion rate? 70% efficiency. I want 80, but I need real testing to know if I can push it that far. And the wiring? It's shock-resistant, Izuku assured, nodding to himself. I wove the filament into a braided lattice to keep the conductivity consistent under impact. Power Loader paused, thinking. And you've tested it? It works? Izuku grabbed the HRNSS before he could think himself out of it. Well, it should. He slipped it onto his shoulders and began fastening the buckles around his torso. The fit was decent, but he could definitely improve it later. Mei. She dropped her wrench and spun around in her chair the moment she heard her name. Whatcha need? Grab the bat. Yeah. Mei beamed, jumping from her chair. Hatsumi, Power Loader spoke in a warning tone. Oh, fudge yeah. My bad, Mr. P, May corrected, shooting him a guilty look as she scrambled around her workstation. I don't think. I have been waiting for this day. May interrupted their teacher as she swung the bat round to rest on her shoulder, goggles glinting in the light. Her grin was unhinged, even by her standards. Hatsumi, I really can't let you. Okay, I'm ready, Izuku nodded, satisfied that his HRNSS was tied correctly. It wasn't too heavy, though he could probably swap the aluminium composite for a denser alloy later to increase heat retention. He'd figure it out. Right, where do you want it? May beamed. Izuku reckoned she was only asking because Power Loader was watching, not because she actually cared about his answer. Now, I really must stop you. Just hit me square in the chest. Best to run a standard test first to make sure it worked. This is going to end up in so much paperwork, Power Loader muttered, stepping back as Izuku got into position. Okay, this was either going to hurt like a beach, or feel like a mosquito bite. No in between. Please let it be the mosquito bite. Please let it be the mosquito bite. Please let it be the mosquito bite. May spun the bat once in her hand and approached, half their class having abandoned their own work in order to spectate. If history was anything to go by, a new tally was about to be added to the chart. Izuku hoped it would be in May's column, though was realistic enough to know it'd likely end up in his. Ready? May winked. Well, no going back now. Besides, it couldn't be worse than Power Loader's training. As I'll ever be. Izuku had barely finished speaking before May swung. Fast. Clean. Full force. The bat slammed directly into Izuku's chest, his eyes scrunching shut in preparation for the incoming rib-shattering agony. The HRNSS flared, a dull thrum rippling through the room before Izuku felt the air warp as a wave of heat vented down his spine. The bat bounced off his chest, nearly flying from May's grip, while Izuku had barely felt it. Izuku's eyes widened, if only slightly. No sparks. No crackling. No fire. No explosion. It worked out perfectly? Oh my god. May whimpered, blinked, then started laughing in delight. That's insane, Zuku. It worked. It's Let me go again. May swung the bat back, winding up her second swing as Izuku stepped forward, preparing to receive the strike. Swing. Bang. Buzz. Whoosh. The HRNSS worked perfectly once more. Another swing. Another bang. Another buzz. Another whoosh of hot air. Another perfect dispersion. Yeah. It worked. Was this what pride felt like? May laughed as she lifted the bat a fourth time only for a hand to catch it mid-swing and leave her hands to fly right off the handle. Wah? Where's my Mr. P? That's enough Hatsum, Power Loader warned, holding the bat to the side. Okay, she agreed, taking half a step back to her desk before asking, can I at least have my bat back? I think I'm going to keep a hold of this for a while, Power Loader countered, leaving May to huff something about scientific oppression as she went back to her own work. Izuku stifled his laugh as he began to remove the device, preparing to check the plates for any denting or microfractures. He hoped there weren't any. He designed the lattice to absorb high-impact stress, but he'd also never built anything like this before. It was Fujita's gauntlets that had given him the idea in the first place, but translating theory to reality rarely worked perfectly first go. Midoriya, Power Loader said as he turned back to him. Yeah, I know. It could definitely use some work. The longer Power Loader didn't say anything, the more the words fled from his lips like startled birds. I mean, yeah, it's functional and yay, it worked. But the dispersion ratio could definitely be better and I probably rushed the lattice reinforcement, and I know an alloy would be better for the Midoriya. Power Loader's voice cut through the spiral, firm but not unkind. Take a breath. Izuku did, reluctantly. Normally he was pretty confident in his work and the gear he produced, and though some people like to call it being cocky, Izuku didn't care. Engineering made sense to him and he knew he was good at it. But when it came to Power Loader assessing his work right in front of his face, he was about as confident as a paper umbrella in a hurricane. You built something functional as your first prototype. Not many people can say they've done that. Izuku's stomach fluttered pride, maybe, or panic. Hard to tell the difference. Your dispersion rate stayed consistent. Energy redirection maintained integrity even under repeated impact. And the venting didn't overshoot or stall. The pro paused, giving a short nod. That's good engineering. Very good. Izuku blinked, unsure how to respond. Praise was still something that short-circuited him a little. He could already feel the heat rushing to his cheeks and quickly turned to busy himself with moving some stuff around on his workbench. Alphabetized screwdrivers? Yes please. Thanks, he muttered, but it still needs work. True, Power Loader agreed, thankfully not drawing attention to Izuku's slight embarrassment. Your conversion efficiency could be higher. And you'll need to run thermal stress tests. Plus you'll want to reinforce the mesh. That many impacts in a real situation could degrade the lattice. That pulled Izuku's attention right back. He was good at critiquing, finding the flaws and working out ways to fix them. Yes, exactly. I was thinking of swapping the wiring substrate for a titanium-infused composite, but the thermal retention and the potential conduction bleed, power loader finished for him. Which would fry your circuit pathways if the heat doesn't dissipate fast enough. Right. So I'd need a buffer layer, but then you risk slowing the energy flow, which defeats the entire purpose. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. Power loader eyed the HRNSS again, crouching slightly to inspect the vent nodes along the spine. You could stagger the dispersion timing, he suggested. Micro-delays between plates. Milliseconds. Let the heat bleed off in stages instead of all at once. Izuku's eyes lit up. Oh, that could work, he said, already mentally rearranging the internals. Like a cascading release instead of a single dump. That'd keep the pressure from building without bottlenecking the transfer. And reduce thermal shock on the mesh, power loader added. Less fatigue over time. And I could tune the delay dynamically, Izuku continued, practically vibrating now. Adaptive timing based on impact magnitude. Bigger hit, faster cascade. Smaller hit, longer bleed. That'd also stop it from overheating during rapid consecutive strikes. Izuku hadn't even realized he was pacing, fingers toying with his bottom lip as he pondered the possibilities. Yes, a microdelay would work, he muttered, words tumbling over each other as though his brain was sprinting several steps ahead of his mouth, but I still have to compensate for the added mass. Even a few extra grams on the distribution layer would shift the center of balance, and that's a nightmare if the user's already moving at speed, unless I don't add weight at all. He stopped short, spun on his heel, then immediately started pacing again. Right, yes, don't add weight. Move it. If I can thin the outer plating by even 2 mm and reinforce internally instead, I could offset the buffer entirely. Use a variable density composite, maybe? Denser near the spine where the venting already is, lighter across the ribs so it doesn't feel like wearing a fridge. He turned again, making a slow arc back and forth across his desk, eyes occasionally glancing down at the HRNSS as though he could already see the modifications he intended to make. And if the delay's software controlled instead of hardwired, he went on, then I can adjust for user parameters. Height, mass, quirk output, reaction speed. Hell, I could even make it learn over time. Not full AI, obviously, that'd be overkill and a nightmare to design, but so could do predictive response modeling. Yeah, that would be easy, I could just reword. Yes, then the HRNSS can notice patterns and anticipates hits. He paused again, brows furrowing. Though that'd mean adding a processor, and processors mean heat, and heat is literally the thing I'm trying to get rid of, he added flatly, as if this were a minor inconvenience and not a potential design-breaking flaw. Unless I piggyback it off the vent cycle. Recycle the excess thermal output to power the computation. Waste heat becomes useful heat. Circular system. He clapped his hands at the eureka moment and stopped pacing so abruptly he nearly tripped over his own feet. Oh, that's a good idea, he breathed, eyes lighting up. That's a really good idea. But that is far too complex for this HRNSS. Besides, most of that gear is usually. Oi! A hand caught his shoulder, knocking his train of thought so far off the tracks he momentarily forgot he was even at school. A pair of fingers began snapping in front of his face. Earth to boy genius. May. Izuku blinked at her, then followed her gaze to Power Loader, who was watching him with his arms crossed and a look that Izuku chose not to name. Sorry, he muttered, somewhat speed walking back round to the other side of his desk. I got carried away. Understatement of the year, May snorted and Izuku shot her a glare. He still wasn't over the fact that she'd used bugs as an excuse for sneaking out the day before. It's all right, Power Loader assured, shaking his head with a small sigh. It sounds like you have this handled. How long did it take you to make this model? Izuku pursed his lips in thought. A while. He honestly had no idea how long it had taken him. The hardest part was balancing the transfer ratio. If the output lags even half a second, it builds pressure between the plates, and then you'd have a miniature explosion on your chest, Power Loader finished, raising an eyebrow. Well, yeah. Which, let's be honest, was a pretty significant design flaw. He doubted anyone would willingly wear his gear if there was a chance you'd blow a hole in your chest just by wearing it. Most people were weirdly picky about that kind of thing. You've outdone yourself, Midoriya. This is a hell of a starting point, Power Loader concluded. You know, the UA Tech Symposium is coming up soon. Izuku visibly grimaced. Ah yes. How could he forget? The annual circus of inflated egos and forced enthusiasm. Hard pass. There was no way on earth he was going to that. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. He would sooner eat his own schematics. Not really my thing, Izuku shrugged it off, hoping he sounded as uninterested as he felt. Not your thing? Power Loader sounded almost amused. It's a day where you get to show off your inventions and critique everyone else's. I'd have thought you'd be jumping at the opportunity. What Power Loader failed to mention was that taking part would require Izuku to finalize a design, present his work, be judged by a panel of pros sure they were teachers, but that didn't make it any less daunting and, most importantly, paint a massive target on his back for the robotics club. He would know. The current head of the club had cornered him within a week of term starting to try and persuade him into joining. So had the one from his first year. May being a member only made it worse, apparently association by proximity counted. This was one thing May had yet to peer pressure him into doing with her. I don't like crowds, Izuku said flatly. Partly true. I hate presenting. Also true. Especially to big audiences. I have too much work to do. Unquestionably true. And I have nothing to present, even if I did do it. None of my projects are perfect. Power Loader guessed, his tone softening slightly. I was gonna say finished, Izuku mumbled under his breath, though he doubted the pro noticed. If he did, he didn't acknowledge it. Power Loader continued anyway. You know, Midoriya, perfect doesn't exist. Never has. Sometimes you show the world what you've got and let them see the potential. That's what this symposium is for. Yeah, I'm fine letting them find someone else's potential. Izuku waved a dismissive hand. You've got talent, kid. It's a shame you hide it like it's a curse. Izuku snorted. He didn't hide his talent, he just preferred people not looking at him when they saw it. Sure, he was capable of presenting and showing off when he had to, but he didn't need recognition. He never had. Izuku just looked forward to the day he could work whatever hours he wanted in a lab of his own design, unbothered by others, and supplying heroes with gear from his little cave of creation. Oh, what a life that would be. For now, he was stuck being perceived and judged. He opted not to respond to his homeroom teacher, not really knowing what he should say to that. Thankfully, he was saved by one of his classmates calling for Power Loader's help on their project. Izuku flopped back into his chair and cracked open his notebook, beginning to write down his findings from May's test swings, when he felt a finger poking his cheek. He didn't even bother glancing up. What do you want, May? I think we should do another test. He sighed. There is no way in hell Power Loader is giving you your bat back. Duh, she rolled her eyes, whipping out a tool from her belt. That's why I'll use a hammer. Power Loader's voice echoed from across the room, do not use a hammer. By the time Izuku was back in his dorm, it was safe to say he was fed up. The numbers he was working on for his HRNSS were starting to blur together, though he may also attune that to the fact he'd received yet another smack to the head during training, and was now holding a lukewarm bag of peas to his eye. The corner of his vision still pulsed a dull, ugly purple every time he blinked. If it wasn't obvious by now, Izuku hated Power Loader's sports festival training. Actually, hate didn't really cut it. What he felt was more like a simmering cocktail or irritation, exhaustion, repulsion, and the strong desire to throw himself into oncoming traffic any time someone said, impact response. Boo would dot when a pro hero who wore a sick butt mask, that definitely wasn't the inspiration behind his cicada mask, was armed to the teeth, could shoot moving targets with pinpoint accuracy from ridiculous distances, wore a bougie but cape, saved an entire convoy of hostages from a 50-meter range less than a week ago, had a confirmed 98.7% hit rate, top-tier situational awareness, and the coolest draw stance in modern hero history, and also went by the name of Snipe turned up. Yeah, he could find it in himself to endure. Snipe wasn't flashy like some of the other pros, no enormous explosions, no dramatic quirk displays, but his precision, his calculation, his efficiency. It was everything Izuku loved about him. Every shot he fired, every call he made, every adjustment to his stance, it was practically perfect. The only downside to having such a cool hero in there, controlled sparring and impact response, training, whatever that meant, was that it entirely distracted Izuku from the actual drills. Snipe's cloak practically swayed in the non-existent breeze. How could Izuku not stop to watch? It wasn't like he'd completely slacked off to watch Snipe. He had paid attention. Well, he had paid enough attention to memorize every single detail of the pro so that he could write it all down later, even cross-reference some of it with his old case studies and tactical breakdowns he'd done on Snipe. It was the kind of analysis he lived for. He would also admit that he had been elbowed by Mei approximately 5 times throughout the training because of his muttering which, yeah okay, had indeed annoyed a fair few of his classmates. But how could they be so quiet? They had Snipe right in front of them. Training them. In person. It was so FING cool. Izuku had slowly drifted from his calculations back to his analysis notebooks that sat sprawled across his bed beside him. He'd stuffed his duvet up against the wall and used his mattress as a somewhat flat surface to balance all his books and pens. He'd given up working at his desk hours ago, and since his floor was filled with textbooks and notes for the mechanical theory assignment power loader had set, sitting cross-legged on his bed in an oversized hoodie felt like the right solution. The angle of his wrist rotation suggests a custom trigger design, Izuku scribbled around one of his diagrams. Likely reduced pull weight. Internal stabilizer compensates for recoil without sacrificing speed. He flipped the page. Draw time averaged 0.42 seconds. Minimal shoulder movement. Center of gravity kept low, probably why his footing never slipped, even under uneven terrain. God, he was so cool. The room was dim except for the low blue glow of his computer screen and the thin light strip spilling in beneath his door. Present Mix late-night radio show hummed quietly from the old speaker Izuku had built last year, Mix voice cheerful and erratic even at this hour. And if you're still up at this ungodly hour, you're either working the late shift, rethinking your life choices, or doing something wildly illegal, Mike cackled through the speaker. And hey! No judgment here, listeners. We've all been there. Izuku snorted quietly. 2 out of 3. Next time he'd go for a full house. His eyes glanced over to his clock, which was balanced precariously on a stack of old notebooks. He'd never bothered syncing it properly, but the time was close enough. 3:47. Not too late. He'd head to bed soon. He just wanted to get the last of this done first. He adjusted his grip on the peas when it slipped down his cheek, dripping condensation onto his page. Ugh, FS sake, he grumbled, wiping the drops off the paper with little success. The ink smeared slightly, bleeding the edges of his notes together. He stared at it for a second, jaw tightening, then forced himself to breathe and move on. It wasn't ruined. It was fine. Everything was fine. He shifted the peas again, wincing at the pressure. His black eye throbbed in time with his heartbeat, and it was like he could still feel the moment it happened, a clean right hook during the impact portion of the training exercise. Controlled, sure, but it still hurt like a beach. At least Snipe had complimented his reaction time afterward. Apparently the punch would have shattered his cheekbone if he hadn't shifted his weight a fraction of a second earlier. Small mercies. Another bead of condensation dropped onto his page and smudged the last line he'd written. Oh, that is it. With a huff, Izuku tossed the bag across the room, but immediately regretted it when the bag split open on impact and soggy peas scattered across his carpet. Oh, for FS, he cut himself off and stared at the mess. Nope. Absolutely not. There was no way he was cleaning that up right now. That was future Izuku's problem. Possibly tomorrow's Izuku. Maybe never's Izuku. Either way, he was not getting up right now. Stay loud, stay weird, and stay alive. Mike declared cheerfully, as whatever song had been playing came to an end. This has been your boy, Present Mike, reminding you that sleep is optional but vibes are forever. And coming up next, classic hits to keep you wired through the witching hour. Izuku laughed lightly, shaking his head as Mike segued into the next song with a burst of feedback and an enthusiastic air horn. He was glad he had the volume down low, otherwise the shrill horn would have woken someone up. It was Friday night, so half his dorm wouldn't be in bed yet anyway. A lot of them liked to drink, socialize, or sneak out to other dorms when the weekend rolled around. If he remembered correctly, tonight Class 2D was hosting a get-together with half their year group. It helped that the small convenience store at the bottom of UA Hill had no qualms with selling the students alcohol or vapes, in May's case as long as you paid in cash, didn't linger, and didn't ask questions. The whole "don't tell your pro-hero teachers about it" went unsaid. Beep. 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 Izuku froze. That wasn't the radio. His head shot up, eyes landing on the blinking screen of his computer. The USB. Holy shit, he breathed. He was on his feet in an instant, notebook tossed haphazardly behind him as he scrambled to his desk. His fingers flew across his keyboard, pulling up the sandbox directory where his bot had been chewing through encrypted sectors all week. Most of the directory tree was still locked down, but a handful of files had successfully been cracked. Yeah. Sure, they hadn't been fully decrypted, but enough metadata had bled through to reconstruct fragments. He knew it would take a little while longer for the rest, but this was good enough for now. He found the first accessible folder, forcing himself to take a deep breath to calm his growing excitement, before clicking it open. It took a moment to load, and when it did his brows furrowed slightly. Were these blueprints? It was some kind of technical schematics, each rendered in thin blue lines over a pale grid background. Structural diagrams. Floor plans. Cross-sections. Izuku squinted at the screen. These weren't residential, that was for sure. No living spaces, no utilities laid out like a normal building, no apartment uniformity. And they weren't commercial either, no open layouts or public access points. It looked like some kind of facility, if he had to guess. An R&D site, maybe? Or a private testing complex. The overall footprint almost reminded him of the support workshop, but the side rooms didn't make sense. They were far too small to be anything more than storage. But why have so many? Unless they weren't storage. They were evenly spaced. Identical dimensions. Perfectly segmented along the corridors like teeth on a gear. Test bays, then. Or holding rooms, which basically meant storage. Could it be some kind of laboratory, maybe? Yeah, that made sense. Izuku wasn't a biotech specialist, but he'd spent enough time cross-referencing hero support patents, medical R&D filings, and Quirk-adjacent tech proposals to recognize the bones of a lab when he saw one. Clean corridors. Isolated bays. Redundant access routes. Multiple choke points. It seemed the most plausible that this was a research lab, but it still looked a bit strange. Maybe he was looking too far into this. He did that sometimes. A lot, according to, well, most people who knew him. Still, he wasn't Izuku if he wasn't thorough. Kicking off the leg of his desk, he rolled his chair over to his second terminal and tapped a key to wake it up. It wasn't anything special, just a hardened OS and a direct line to public records, patent databases, and municipal archives. It saved him from having to mask his activity or reroute traffic every time he wanted to find something that lived in the gray area between public and intentionally hard to find information. Izuku cracked his knuckles and pulled up a new browser. It took him a few minutes to locate cross-referencing corporate subsidiaries, filtering by defunct shell companies, tracing mergers that had happened quietly and without press releases, but eventually he found what he was looking for. Archived Gear Tech R&D schematics. He leant back slightly, cracking open a fresh energy drink as his eyes flicked between the two screens. He didn't expect them to be a perfect match, that would have been laughably naive, but research facilities tended to follow familiar design logic. Flow efficiency. Containment separation. Redundant access routes. You could only reinvent that wheel so many times before physics told you to knock it off. He spotted a few obvious similarities. They both had long, door-ridden corridors, segmented research bays, reinforced rooms set away from main workspaces, some kind of containment chambers with independent ventilation. That confirmed one thing at least, biotech. But, the more he compared them, the more it felt wrong. The gear tech schematics were flat. Logical. Vertical stacking with clear load distribution. Emergency exits mapped cleanly to surface access. The files from the USB weren't. The base levels looked as though they curved downward and the measurements didn't line up as he scrolled between floors. When Izuku overlaid the schematics, the support columns angled inward instead of straight down. The deeper the structure went, the thicker the walls became. Entire sections were wrapped in reinforced bulkheads and layered thermal insulation far beyond what was necessary for a normal facility. That didn't make any sense. If you were using reinforced concrete, composite alloys, and layered insulation like this, you'd only do it to isolate heat, radiation, or pressure. Or to prevent outside interference. And you definitely wouldn't bother unless the structure was underground. An underground research lab? Well, it wasn't entirely unheard of. Plenty of private companies buried sensitive facilities to reduce interference or maintain secrecy. Hell, even the Hadron Collider ran miles down. Still, why encrypt this? Why hide it on a random USB instead of a secure server? And why do such a bad job of pretending it was normal? Why even try to pretend it was normal in the first place if it was being kept behind so many levels of security? If you wanted secrecy, you didn't half-but it. You either went all in or didn't bother pretending at all. Night owls. Present Mick's voice suddenly blasted through his radio, causing Izuku to jump so hard his knee smacked his desk. "Oh my F," he hissed, clutching his hoodie right over his racing heart. "Yeah, that's enough of that," he muttered as he reached over and switched the radio off. It was rare he ever did that. He usually stayed up just to listen to Present Mick's radio show, but he had more important things to be doing right now. Turning back to his monitors, he decided to see what he could find outside the files themselves. If this place existed, truly existed, then it had to touch the real world somewhere. Concrete didn't pour itself. Power didn't magically appear underground. Even black sites had logistics. Someone, somewhere, had signed off on something. He cracked his knuckles again, sources yet another drink, then started broad. Municipal zoning records. Environmental impact disclosures. Construction permits. Utility expansion requests. Anything that would hint at deep ground excavation. He filtered for biotech-adjacent facilities within a 100-kilometer radius, then widened it to cover neighboring prefectures. He cross-checked patent filings tied to containment technology, thermal regulation systems, radiation shielding, and Quirk-related biomedical equipment. Narrowed it again by excluding public institutions and corporations with transparent RAND branches. He even combed through environmental impact disclosures, looking for suspiciously vague language about soil displacement or subsurface reinforcement. Regardless of whether the lab existed above board or not, it would leave a paper trail and Izuku would find it. He always did. He overlaid known facility layouts with the schematics from the USB, adjusting transparency just enough to compare the structures. No match. Not even close. Izuku frowned. The gear-tech facilities, the government labs, even the sketchier private outfits all followed the same rules. Vertical stacking. Logical load paths. Emergency exits that led up to the surface, not sideways into nothing. He'd hoped for even a small similarity somewhere that would have helped narrow something down, but he got zilch. He widened the search parameters again. Older records. Projects marked indefinitely postponed. Subsidiaries dissolved within a year of incorporation. Construction bids that vanished halfway through approval with no follow-up documentation. Utility expansion requests that were approved and then quietly rerouted. Still nothing. That's annoying, he muttered. Normally he'd have gotten at least one bite by now. But nothing? He turned back to his USB files and continued scrolling through the pages and documents: foundation plans, excavation cross-sections, stress test projections. There were even some procurement manifests listing bulk materials by code rather than name. That usually meant one of two things: proprietary tech or plausible deniability. And this was leaning hard towards the latter. The work orders he could find were stamped with some kind of large internal approval mark instead of a company logo. No letterhead. No contractor names. No identifiable department markings. Izuku didn't recognize the symbol at all, which bothered him more the further he scrolled. Most of the pages seemed to have been scanned from physical copies, which usually left some kind of identifier. Usually. The margins were littered with handwritten notes, some neat, some aggressive, and whole sections were circled, underlined, or violently crossed out. A few pages had clearly been photographed instead of scanned, shadows creeping into the corners and the perspective skewed slightly, like whoever took the picture hadn't bothered to straighten the page. Someone hadn't expected these to ever be seen by anyone else, it would seem. He would likely find something of note in the scanned pages and decided he would run them through imaging software at some point. The handwritten notes could point him in the right direction, but it didn't help that Izuku didn't recognize many of the abbreviations used. BioSEC Lab 3B. Reactor Sublevel Delta. QIH. AERF, 2. PRT Override. BioSEC usually meant containment and contamination control. Reactor sublevels implied a self-sustained internal power source, not something pulling from the city grid. And anything labeled override usually meant something had gone wrong often enough that someone wanted the option to ignore safeguards. QIH though, he was less familiar. Typically, using Q was an abbreviation for Quirk. QAM, Quirk Amplification Matrix. QSF, Quirk Suppression Field. QCI, Quirk Compatibility Index. He'd seen those acronyms 100 times across support gear specs, medical journals, and poorly redacted government reports that were definitely not meant to be read by nosy teenagers. But QIH? Izuku rubbed his jaw, running through all the overly technical jargon he was used to seeing in support schematics, Quirk theory papers, and those research briefs he definitely hadn't stolen from secure servers when he was younger. Quirk Incubation Hub? He snorted quietly. No, even he could admit that sounded stupid. Quirk Interface Hardware? Nah, he doubted that had anything to do with a bio lab. Quirk Inheritance Act, H? No, that was abbreviated as QIH and had practically no applications within a biotech research lab. Quirk Identity Hypothesis? Maybe. Quirk Humanization Index? No, the letters would be in the wrong order. Quirk Induced Something? That could work. But what would the H be? Heteromorphosis? Hemorrhage? Hazard? Hallucinations? Hysteria? Hypertrophy? There were too many words. He needed to stop overthinking this. Throwing random words together wasn't helping anyone, nor was the 3-page list of possibilities he'd scribbled in his notebook. This was a bioscience-based lab. What would a lab like that need? Start there. Quirk Integration Housing, maybe? That at least sounded clinical. Or Quirk isolation habitat? If it was associated with housing or habitat, that may work with the identical rooms lining the corridors. Lots of biotech and bioscience research usually relied on in vitro work and animal models before progressing to human trials. If this lab's work dealt with quirks at a fundamental level, containment and stage testing would make sense. Those rooms could be used to store animals, or maybe even larger primates for animal trials. There was also the possibility that the Q didn't stand for quirk at all. It could be quantum, or qualitative, or some internal designation that meant absolutely nothing outside this lab's design. Acronyms were lazy like that. AERF likely meant Adaptive Energy Regulation Field. He'd seen similar systems used in high-output support gear to stabilize energy fluctuations, usually to keep something from overheating, exploding, or tearing itself apart under strain. PRT override sounded like a physical restraint threshold, or maybe a protocol release trigger. Something designed to fail on purpose when the situation demanded it. Why do they have to abbreviate everything? Izuku huffed like he hadn't invented 3 separate shorthand systems for his own schematics that would give most linguists an aneurysm trying to figure out. He turned back to his second monitor and did the only thing left to try. He Googled it. The results were as useless as he'd expected. Acronyms this generic pulled up everything from agricultural safety protocols to obsolete reactor standards from decades ago. QIH returned a defunct medical journal, a Quirk Health Initiative brochure that hadn't been updated since before Izuku was born, and 3 links that redirected him to the same bland government landing page that said a whole lot of nothing. AERF brought up a weather modeling algorithm, some annual European robotics conference, and one broken PDF with its contents listed as restricted pending review. PRT override was worse. The first page of results was aggressively normal fitness trackers, emergency response software, a quirk suppression training pamphlet that looked like it had been scrubbed and re-uploaded by a different department every 6 months. The second page, however, was nothing but dead links, archived stubs, and citations that referenced documents which no longer existed. He downed what was left of his energy drink, rubbing his eyes like it would somehow STMLT his thoughts into coherence. Okay. Fine. Plan B. He refined his search. Quotation marks. Excluded terms. Older date ranges. Academic databases instead of public search engines. Patent repositories. Regulatory filings. He even ran the acronyms through a couple of multilingual corpora, just in case they weren't Japanese origin labels. Still nothing concrete. Ugh, Izuku groaned. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Dead ends, everywhere he looked. This meant either these acronyms were so internal they'd never existed outside a closed network, they were deliberately obfuscated placeholders, or someone had just pulled them out of their arse when designing the thing. Either way, Izuku wasn't going to figure it out anytime soon. He muttered his frustration under his breath, drawing a thick line in his notebook before flipping to a fresh double page. All right, shake it off. He'd come back to that later, for now he wanted to catalog what he could from what he'd found. He pulled up a new window and ran a metadata sweep on the scanned documents, checking timestamps, device signatures, compression artifacts, anything that might hint at where they'd been digitized. The scans weren't uniform, which meant different DPI settings, and different scanners, and different hands. Some pages had been scanned recently, others years ago, judging by the file headers and timestamp drift. This wasn't one upload. This was a collection of information assembled over a long PRD. Someone had to have been compiling this, though whether that was an internal archivist, a whistleblower, or a very paranoid engineer, he couldn't tell. One thing was for sure, this lab was not meant to exist. Well, not to the public, at least. Why do all the bad guys have to have such sheet admin, he groaned. None of the files were labeled clearly, and he highly doubted the 6 numbers incorporated into the titles were the date of upload. That would be so stupid, but then again, stupid always found a way of thriving. It was like how some animals in the wild instinctively protected their weakest members not out of kindness, but because losing them would destabilize the whole system. Sloppy structures survived as long as something else absorbed the damage. And right now, Izuku had a feeling he was poking at the weak point. The more he analyzed the files, the more inconsistencies appeared, ventilation routes that didn't connect, access corridors that didn't lead anywhere, room numbers missing from sequences, entire storage wings left blank. Whoever drew this had either redacted the hell out of it or built something that wasn't meant to make sense on paper. There was also the option that this was an old design that never got filed, but the procurement manifest said otherwise. You didn't buy that much specialized material unless you planned to use it. Time breezed by as Izuku scoured the internet and USB, glad he'd cracked open a fresh notebook just for this. It was already halfway full when his monitor blinked a few times and a new file appeared within the extracted folder. Opening it, Izuku couldn't have been more confused by the memo he found. Catalyst X variance exceeds tolerance at stage revert to baseline substrate before next integration attempt. Delta I3 1.87. Theta 1.4. Izuku blinked. What the actual F does that mean?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.